1,900 meters of punishing, thin, narrow, unyielding serpentine tarmac goes from sea level right to the top of the punishing Simola Hill in the Western Cape, overlooking the spectacular vistas of Knysna. This test requires the perfect marriage between man and machine, between grunt and finesse, and the power to tame the beast. More than 150 drivers who come to lay claim to 2 titles, seen by tens of millions the world over. This is Supercar Sunday and the class finals. See who climbs the times. The shootout for the coveted 2021 King of the Hill starts here, right now.
Well, good morning. It's Sunday. It's Simola 2021 King of the Hill Day. Arnie, morning.
Morning. It really is nice to have you along for the ride with us today, and I mean for the ride. Now, yesterday, the big story of qualifying for the King of the Hill was this car, Franco Di Matteo, and the really big off that he had. Di Matteo got out of the car, said to my dear mate Colin over here, it's over. The car is done. Well, not quite. Colin, I've never stood next to a car that's having plastic surgery done to it. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, I tell you what, Arnie, they've duct tape, tie wraps, and rivets, and you can fix anything. The left-hand steering rod broke, so they worked until about 1:30 last night. They've got it fixed. He's back, but the pressure's on. We've got a warm-up and some qualifying runs. He hasn't qualified yet, and in his class, he's got to get to Davi Joubert, who's first on a 40.6 seconds. A herd of Lamborghinis. Charles Ranges has got a little bit of work to do as well this morning, but he said that he was on rain tires yesterday. They put the slicks on, they've turned the warmer blankets up, and they're going to get going. G&H Transport, Gianni Giannacaro, is same class, same but different. Model Lamborghinis. And this is our American visitor, Cole. He did absolutely awesome yesterday in the Citroen Zara.
He did indeed. He really impressed straight off the bat.
The thing is that we were just talking to the team, and they said that one of his skills is being able to pick up a track very, very quickly, learn it quickly, and stand and deliver.
You could tell. Now, Colin, before you carry on, I have to make my way back up, but I did want to ask you one decent racing question.
Yes,
the standard this year is without doubt higher and much higher than what we saw in 2019. What would you ascribe that to?
Development, time, and desire to win. These guys have all got a desire to win. So they're sitting there going graft hard. They tweak and they tune on the car. Every year they learn a little bit more. The standard gets higher, the pressure gets more, and the fun gets bigger.
I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of this lunatic who's going to take you through some more of the stuff in the pits, because I got to run up there. Good luck to you, and good luck to you.
Have a good day, Arnie. They say break a leg. Apparently there's a story about that. Peter Zeely, MR2, good runs yesterday. We're going to go up quickly. Adrian Dalton had in the BMW, he had some problems with the prop shaft. The main problem was that it should be in one piece. It became 2. They went to an engineering works, they worked, re-welded it. Not sure if it's balanced. We'll have to actually see. Noble, awesome, beautiful car, running nicely. We start getting here, class B1, Davi Joubert. They call it a Lotari. The reason? Lotus chassis, Ferrari motor, 488 Ferrari GT3 spec motor with a Akrapovic pipe on it, and some Motec tuning. It sounds magnificent. Davi's absolutely crazy. It's got the horsepowers and it's got the lightness. The lightness gives it launch off the line, and Davi has got the thing absolutely sorted. BMW, that's a diesel. Can you believe it? Diesel M2. It's got an M50 motor in it, 3 turbochargers. Another Lotus, this time with a Toyota V6 engine. Watch for the BMW, the Audi. And then our favorite car, the yellow Rocket. This thing, Wade van Zummeren, is the most violent car ever that I've stood next to. It's got aero for days. Border Motorsport, big shout out for the Eastern Cape. It's magnificent. That is in contention for the win. Watch it carefully, and listen, it is magnificent. Car number 1, reigning champion Franco Scrivente's. I'm going to go with the Sheriff. Let's give it to them. They've got the warmers on. Get things ready. It's got aero for days. They've had a few issues. They've tweaked it, got the launch going, and it is absolutely sorted. These guys, check him out. Marco is a little bit nervous, a little bit uptight. Great to see him off the laptop. He's finished playing games. Some more Lamborghinis, a GTR in the background. He had major problems yesterday, and then finally he got out to go yesterday. Didn't have any practice, went straight into qualifying, delivered on the job. Wilhelm Bart in the BG Motorsport GTR. There's the fight, right next to each other with our friends from Border Motorsport. That is in the modified saloons. But it's not just all about modified saloons. You've got single-seaters as well, and proper racing cars, racing sports cars. Mike Verrier, it's a Shelby with a Nissan motor in it. Orthopedic surgeon. Local boy, Knysna boy, goes up the hill and attacks it. Then coming here to also racing cars. Now they fit into two-wheel drive racing cars, and they're going up against some of the single-seaters. This is a Radical. It's got a Hayabusa motorbike engine in it, 1300 cc's of lots of power. Very, very quick. Because it's light, because it's got power. Speed cross car, Megan Verlack, female driver, absolutely, it is really, really lacquer. In contention. We've got to be quick, we've got to get things going. With a couple of other guys we're going to come back and talk to now. The 2-liter single-seaters, basically Formula V, Formula GTR, and they are lovely, sound good. Then, this is where the big guns hang out. This is where there's lots of swinging. Robbie Walk, Ferrari A1 GP car. This is the wrong weapon for the hill, in contrast to this. Andre Verzadenhout's Gould, which is the right weapon for the hill. Specialist hill climb motor car, this thing. It's light, it's powerful, it's got a 9-litre McLaren V8 motor in it. Yesterday, he broke the record for the hill. He did a 35.4. Andre says 34s are on. It is exciting. It is magnificent. The weather is stunning. There's tension here. Lots of tension everywhere. The drivers, the cars, and me. I'm excited. It's absolutely tense. But now, the excitement is about to begin. And this is magic, because this is race day. Over to you, Arnie.
Thanks very much, Colin, and what a pleasure that was. What a scene set, what a way to get underway on the last day of the 11th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. We're joined by the Motorsport South Africa steward, Francois Jordan, and a motorsport legend in his own right, to be honest. Francois, thank you so much and welcome. We really appreciate your time. Now, let's talk, before we talk and go down memory lane for a little while, because I see there's a bit of a hold-up out there on qualifying number 1 for today. What is your job here for the days?
Arnold, yes, thank you for having me here. It's a privilege to be involved in this event, and from my side, all motorsport events are governed by Motorsport South Africa here, and of course it falls under the auspices of the FIA, as everybody knows, and somebody has to look after the rules. You've got your clock of the course, which is Sparky down here, excellent clock of the course, by the way. And if there's any discrepancy in the rule, if there's any decisions to be made, if anybody feels they are not happy with the decision that the clock of the course took, or a car that might fall or might not fall into the rules, it's your right to protest. So when any motorsport event, when you subscribe to the event, you have got the right to protest at any time. There are a lot of rules and regulations, like any sport. You just said there's 38 rules in rugby, how to chuck a ball into
the line out,
from the line out. So motorsport has got its rules, and at the end of the day, I'm basically the judge. I've got to have a court and decide whether the rule is applied correctly or not and make a decision.
Now, you're a really likable man. I've known you for a very long time, and we've got on famously over time. But would I be correct in saying that you may actually be the most unpopular man here?
Well, it depends from what side you look at it. Yeah.
Let's talk for a second or two, because it is fascinating that from your background, once you've finished racing and you've raced Dakar, you're a multiple South African champion, you were in the car with some real legends, Janelle de Villiers and Hannes Grobler in your time. How do you make that shift from being in the car as a navigator to enforcing the rules? That cannot always have been easy for you.
No, but being a navigator, you've got to understand the rules. And because you are the guy that ultimately makes the call on a ruling, or how to take a little bit of an edge off a corner on a rule, if I may say that. And I just decided after I've stopped racing to plow a bit back into the sport, and I became an official. During my racing career, I've organized many rallies as well on provincial level. I was a member of the Pretoria Motor Club for many years, and it always interested me to see how I can better an event, to organize an event. And I just decided to come back into the off-road fraternity and being an official there. And I think we did a good job. And if you look at at the level of the sport at this point in time, where it came from 10 years ago, I'm glad I was part of that journey.
Very much so. And in fact, I think this may be something that if you're not in motorsport itself, South African motorsport is unbelievably strong and healthy, isn't it? Despite what's happened with COVID.
Yes, we haven't got the amount of interest at the moment that we've got, and of course COVID has played a big role in it. Motorsport will always be a very, very expensive sport. Doesn't matter where you participate. When we started, we could use your shopping car. And you went to Speedy Exhaust, and they put a roll cage from mild steel in, and that the scrutineers were happy.
That's it.
And we didn't die either. But of course the cars weren't so fast in those days. But still, it's much more expensive nowadays because of the competitiveness. I mean, if you look at the quality of the cars out here today, there's a lot of money involved.
You talk about quality, and let's come back to the event here. The quality of this event, what Ian Shrewsbury and his whole team here put together, is just off the chart.
I'm so impressed with the quality of the organization of this event, the safety, just everything. The way the people, well, not on this year, but the way the entrance is regulated, the way the parking is done. It's so many things outside the actual running of the event that has to be organized properly. I'm really impressed with this event. And
from a Motorsport South Africa point of view, how difficult is it to work within the COVID requirements of protocols?
It's difficult. It's difficult. For example, Lynn, the secretary, just said to me just now, I've got to give a report after the event of certain things, but I may not write it because they don't want you to touch pens and papers and send it off to and in that way maybe transfer the germ.
Yeah.
So or the virus. So it's very difficult. It's not only the contact, it's also trying to keep people away from each other. For example, we've got a lady down here which is very unpopular because she tells everybody put back your mask.
That does become very interesting. Yes. Now, one or two quick stories. We've got a guy here, Dr. Mike Verrier. And you've got a lovely story to tell about Mike. Before we say goodbye, you've got to tell that story. There's a few others as well, which is not for the air, but this one we'll take.
I don't know if Mike will shoot me if he hears the story. But a couple of years ago, we rolled his single-seater, and I think there was one or other problem as well. I think he spilled oil on the track, and we had to give him a fine. So he got his fine. He wasn't very happy with it.
And it was your job to give him the fine?
Yeah, Stewart had to do it.
Yeah.
And Struus Bob, a couple of years later, I walk into his practice because he's a very good surgeon, and he had to do an operation on my wife's back. So, but Mike, being a professional, just gave me the lazy eye.
That's brilliant. Strange how the world works, isn't it? Were you a bit worried or not really?
No, not really.
Let's talk about the standards. I said to Colin earlier when we were opening the show, and it is remarkable for me, it seems like the standard is through the roof this year as compared to 2019. Times are faster, etc., as we've seen with Andre and a whole bunch of other people. What do you attribute that to, Francois?
I can't really tell you because the surface of the road hasn't changed. In fact, it might be a bit worse than then, so it's certainly not that. It could be tyres.
Is it? Do you think it is? And by the way, if you've joined us for the first time, you'll hear the noise from these cars, and they make big noise. We are right next to the start line. In fact, if I tell you that the start line is right over here underneath us, that's exactly where it is. So forgive the noise every now and then. Do you think that a lot of the drivers and teams have had more time to be more specific about their cars over the last 2 years? And obviously it was up in the air, coin was spinning as far as when it happens. But when they knew it was on, more time.
Yes, certainly. The lineup to the event, that's Jeff Goddard's biggest problem, of course, because there's only so many entries that we've got place for. Yeah. Ideally, the event should have been run in the summertime because the day is longer, but to get the correct entry list is, of course, a privilege. So I think the guys are just preparing their cars so much better. If you look at what they're doing outside in the pits, you know, there's computers all over plugged in, and they are fine-tuning the cars. And if you look at the sedan cars like the Skylines, etc., well, not everyone has got aerofoil kits on it that cost a fortune.
That's amazing.
And I think if you just look at the research and development that goes into only that. That can give you a second.
I still find it, I come from, I guess, the old school. My dad would have had a hernia. He sold motor cars for 57 years. If you plug in a computer into a car and you look at the diagnostics and it tells you what's wrong, my old man would have listened and said, no, there's something wrong with the tappets here in the old days. You know, it's just it's changed completely.
It has. No, we've come a long way from points and plugs.
Yeah, it is amazing. Francois, Andre Besaidnout is talking about a sub 35, Francois Besaidnout, Andre Besaidnout is talking about a sub 35. That 35.4 of his yesterday in what was not exactly ideal conditions, just a little cool. How fast do you think they can still go? Because that is averaging 190 k's an hour up this hill. It's frightening.
I think one of the biggest way to succeed in posting a very fast time is your pull away. And of course the cars reach high speeds, but the way you come off the line must be one of the factors that determines a very good time for you.
So when you're in the car and you're about to launch, what are you thinking about if you're Andre Besaidnout? What does he try to control in there that he's got control of?
Yeah. I wouldn't like to talk on Andre's behalf. He's an advocate.
That's a good point, actually. I don't know what I was thinking. You're right. We can't take a chance with a legal fraternity.
Yeah.
Francois Jordan, it's a pleasure to see you again and really nice to have chatted with you. Thank you for your time. Much appreciated. This is Francois Jordan, thank you, who is Motorsport South Africa steward and, of course, in control. And like we were saying, rather jokingly, he is one of the most unpopular people if he has to enforce the rules. Let's show you our lineup for the day. And, of course, it's morning warm-up first, and then at 10 o'clock we start with qualifying round 4. So effectively, with the 7 runs from yesterday, and then also the qualifying rounds 4, 5, and 6 from today, the lads would have had 11 runs, so the lads and lasses would have had 11 runs up the hill. And we also heard Andre Besaidnout say that he will be changing tyres, brand new tyres for him a little later on today. It would be interesting just to find out if Colin is working, because with Colin you're never quite sure. He may actually be out there having a coffee or a glass of champagne in the pits. Colin, are you at least doing a little bit of work today? Colin?
Arnie, of course I'm doing some work. You know me, I'm in my happy space here in the pit lane. What's going on right now is warm-ups, and warm-up for qualifying day. 10 o'clock is the last of the qualifying rounds. In order to go through to each of the class finals and through to the top 10 shootouts, King of the Hills. King of the Hills, there'll be a single-seater, and there's also a saloon and a modified saloon King of the Hill. Pierre Beste in this AMG 4-wheel drive. Now this thing, there's lots of issues about classes. So it's a 4-wheel drive, turbocharged, fully modified, and it's got slicks tires. Absolutely magnificent. Andre Bezuidenhout's car is in the background there, just behind me. And they'll go out on the old tires, and sometime just before the next qualify, for the warm-up, next qualifying, he'll stick them on. He went quicker yesterday than his ultimate fastest run, the record that he's got. He says he can do a 34. 34 seconds something up here is almighty fast. The car we really want to have a look at here, Moeti, come with me, is this one over here. Franco Di Matteo yesterday, he had a left-hand front tie rod brake, and he went off the hill at a massive speed. I think we've seen that. They fixed it up with duct tape. There's tie wraps over here. There's rivets all over the place. The cables for the fiber cables for the cameras were all wrapped around the wing here. But they worked until very late last night. They've got it running. He hasn't qualified yet. And he was one of the dark horses that may have taken us into, made it into the top 10. I'm going to come on this side so Moeti can stay there. And you can get a view of the cars. You don't want to see me, you want to see all the cars. A herd of Lamborghinis, which is absolutely brilliant. Cole Paulson, our American, is down here. He's a renowned hill climb and time attack driver. And you'll see down the bottom over here, there's a whole lot of water. They've got spray on it for the intercooler that does the boosting of the thing. He'll go up, do a burnout rear-wheel drive car, ex-rally sprint car. Converted, they've taken the turbo engine out of it, the four-cylinder engine out of it, put a V6 that was done by Cosworth. But for now, Arnold, I think it's time that we let the cars do the talking.
Which makes it quite tempting for me to
and
be
we'll
quiet.
Go and let the cars do the talking.
It does make it very tempting for me to actually then be quiet and indeed let the cars do the talking. But again, when we started the first practice run this morning, this is one of those last look-sees before you really start nailing your colors to the mast. There was already drama. One of the vehicles had some trouble up right at the finish line. Luckily, that was sorted out fairly quickly, so there was a lull in action. But the start list already whittled down just a little bit. The Lamborghinis look and sound absolutely beautiful, and they've really done a wonderful job so far. So it's car number 70, which again set the fastest early time, like Jean-Pierre van der Walt did all along during the day, that Porsche. And there's Aranjis. Well, there we go. Aranjis has just gone top of the class again. He's done this virtually every single time, because what he has done has consistently produced some really very, very good times. And Charles Aranjis in that Lamborghini clocks 42.564, and Van der Walt quite a long way back in that second place at the moment. Di Matteo with his duct-taped car put together, that forward 47.0, and that would be a look-see run as well, just to see if it's going to hold up to the scrutiny of another few runs up here. He still hasn't set a qualifying time, so he needs to come out now in Q1, 2 or 3 and really nail it, absolutely nail it, which is what he was trying to do yesterday when the steering rack broke. A very good run there from number 42, Riccardo Giannacaro, in the second of the 3 Lamborghinis that are lining up here. Here's someone who's very popular, Ian Shrewsbury. Of course, he's popular because not only is he a fine gentleman, but he's also the head organizer. And he gets underway, and off we go. Let's see how quickly he goes. Oh, it seems like there's a problem there. Yeah, it looks like Ian wasn't able to launch properly off the line there. didn't look like he caught that start properly at all. So De Matteo in 4th place. In 5th, Pierre Bester in that beautifully turned out A45 Mercedes. That's Peter Zeely who leaves the line. So a little tiptoe for Shrewsbury as he makes his way up the road. So good to see that Tuka Mekanikos in the AMG, that DTM 55, has got it back on the road again. You can comb your hair in this if you're that way inclined. That is just chrome everywhere. Beautiful look. Don't think you want him riding in your rear view mirror with the sun right overhead. Mekanikos taking some interesting lines early on. Very tight on the right-hander. And now swings over far left-hand side and then through the apex and out the exit. It's a big car. Handling it really nicely. Gliding over is the Merc. Faster he goes, the more it seems like the down forces work in that vehicle. Action continues fast and furiously here from the Simola Hillclimb in the beautiful Knysna Garden Route area. It's a ride of 1,938 meters from go to woe and elevation of 158 meters. That's Gary Martin's in the only diesel car. This may actually be one of the very few diesel cars that's ever competed here. This is the 50D. He goes off the line and oh, he's battling to keep those horses all going in the same direction. That almost got away from him early there as he caught the drag, but he's launched and he's off. Typical diesel smoke coming out the back. That tells you that engine is clapping hands underneath the bonnet there. Still Charles Rangi's 42.564 and Peter Zeely 45.008. It's early on, so this first look-see run of the morning is just to check the lines again and make sure that you know exactly what your gearing is and what the apex and the exit of each one of these corners are, so that you know exactly where you want your car to be. Oh, here's the big banger. That's Wade van Zummeren. The R34 GTR Nissan. And Colin keeps on referring to this car as violent. It is violent. Look at it go. Van Zimmeren's got that going very quickly early on this morning. Over the bumpiest part of the course. Oh, far right, as far off as he could go without getting the tires on the grass. You'll notice these orange poles, policemen, they're made out of the foam that you would use with your kids in the swimming pool. Those noodles, they've got a spring in them so they can bounce back if they are hit. But if you do hit it, that negates the run immediately. Let's see where Van Zummeren ends up. Brendan Robson Parsons in the Audi, 2.5. Seems to be just a little bit of a hold up now. just clearing something on the track. Yeah, I did notice that there was some debris. Van Zummeren went right over it. That could have been a piece of rubber. It certainly looked like it from our vantage point. Marshall's doing a really good job here and making sure that no one goes as of yet. Charles Hubert, with that beautifully turned out Lotus Honda of his, slots into the second place with his 44.783. Still Aranji's 42.564 early on. The lads are going quickly this morning. They mean business. So Van Zummeren, I see that time hasn't come up as of yet. Here we go. We're back in racing. Starters orders. Brendan Robson Parsons on the way with the Audi. Stunning look from the top. Our camera right at the finish line. It's just such a beautiful view from the top of the Simola Hill. And here is the defending champion from 2019, of course, over the last almost 2.5 years. No Simola Hillclimb, but here it is, back without spectators. But in one way, we're just so absolutely overjoyed that we're racing. Franco Scribante, the R35 GTR. It looked like a good launch. It certainly sounded like a good launch. The hammerhead shot devours tarmac in front of it. Oh, lost a little bit of traction there, perhaps just switching on the bumpy side there, right in the middle of it, and catching more than what he intended. Through the S's. Some of the drivers say that's the most difficult part of the ride. Let's see what Scribante came up with. Back to some of the earlier vehicles who haven't as of yet had a run up the hill. Silvio Scribante now in the Lambo. This is the 5.2-litre 10-cylinder naturally aspirated Hurricane GT3. Van Zummeren 42.028. Seems like our timing system is also still waking up. And Scribante 42.249 now. Not quite as quickly. I thought that that launch of his was slightly faster than that. Doesn't look like Silvio is going completely all out here. Remember that a lot of these drivers have not been on the hill for more than 2 years. So yesterday 3 practice runs and then 4 qualifiers. That's Willem Bart who goes off the line and blows our ears away in the GTR 35 Nissan. Hits the dirt hard. This is a real good long hard look for him, because Bart hasn't qualified as of yet. Slides that in, uses all of the road, and then the weight of the car. A little bit of understeer and then some oversteer. Through the S's, he's glided that through beautifully. Again, look at the beautiful use of the weight of the car, inside and outside. What has Bart been able to produce? Remember, this is the man who finished second to Franco Scribante in 2019, the last time that the race was held, in 40.349. And look at that, 40.139. Oh, now here's a little bit of drama, unfortunately. So, Willem Bart, 40.139. Remember that there are several different classes which compete here against each other. There's the road cars, there's the modifieds, and then there's the 8 cylinders, the SUV bakkies, single seaters, the 4-wheel drive unlimiteds. It is remarkable how many different classes there are here all together, and they all compete as hard as they possibly can. Little bit of a hold up here now, because as you can well imagine, the marshals cannot possibly let things go as it stands. This is replays from earlier on. We haven't started qualifying, and there's already been 1 or 2 bits of drama, fire that has had to be put out. Tried to launch that but could not obviously do it, because there is some sort of mechanical failure of some type there. Okay, so he's going to try and roll it down. It's Chris Hollis in the Nissan. The 3.8 litre. It is a beautiful looking machine, and if you were tuned in yesterday, you'll know, look at those. I almost want to call them, they look like small missiles on the left-hand side and the right-hand side of the intercooler, and that fairing in the front. And those are designed to pull the air in, swirl it around, and then out at the bottom of the car, which also helps to make sure that there's more down pressure the faster it goes. He's rolling it all the way down, hopefully, if all goes well. More from our replays of earlier. Whoa, there we go. There is what's what happened in the end. Oops, and then a big off as well. This is where our drama started from earlier today. And that vehicle, unfortunately, that's what happened. So there was a spill after the line and over the top. And that was from very early on this morning. And that car, unfortunately, caught fire. Luckily, that was put out fairly quickly, and then there was no dramas. After that, I must say that the safety staff and crew here do an absolutely unbelievably good job. They are on it within seconds. Still got that hold up now with Chris Hollis and the Nissan. Safety car is out there. Here comes the flatbed. They're going to try and sort that out. Let's go down to Colin Hasty, who is in the pits, and as always, he's got more stories and more wiggles than a bag full of earthworms.
Terry, I'm with Terry Smith. Before we talk to him, I've got to tell you a story. Terry had a motorbike accident. He's paralyzed from his thorax down. But you drive this blooming thing all the way up the hill. I have so much respect for you.
Thank you, sir. I'm hoping today is going to go better than yesterday. So we didn't have any power yesterday. So hoping today's the day.
Moeti, come and have a look over here. You drive and control the car with your hands. Show us exactly how you do it.
Okay, so that's the accelerator. This is the brake. I've got a clutch up here and a gear change over here.
You know, I battle to drive normally, and you know, I've got all my wits about me. It must take an incredible effort to do all of those things with your hands and keep steering.
Yeah, it is tricky, but you got to learn and you got to adjust and find a way to do it.
You raced motorbikes before, and you came to a decision point in your life, one way or another. Just briefly describe that, the emotions and your decisions.
Decided when I was still in hospital that I'm not going to go down the dark road, and that I'm going to make
What a man. Go back.
Our apologies about losing communication there from Colin Hastie, our man in the pits. But at this stage, there we go. So the Nissan is being rolled back all the way back down. Be interesting to try and find out exactly what has happened to it. But Chris Hollis with that GTR R35 is going to look for some solace and a little bit of repair work in the pits. So track has been cleared again. The clerk of the course can probably get the next lot of drivers who haven't had a run up there yet. Another tilt. If there would still be 1 or 2, 3 drivers to go at the very least. So Willem Bart leads at 40.139 seconds. That's an average speed of 170 k's an hour. That is just absolutely remarkable if you consider that it is from a standing start. Second at the moment, Wade van Zummeren with that 42.028 of his, and that leaves him 1.8 seconds behind Willem Bart. But remember, this is just a practice run this morning, just for the lads and lasses to get themselves and their vehicles warmed up properly. Franco Scribanti in the 3rd place, and he is 2.1 seconds off that lead. Again, I don't think one can read too much into the early times. Charles Orangi is in 4th, Peter Zili in 5th, then JP van der Walt in his Porsche in 6th place, Aldo Scribanti in 7th, Adrian Dalton in 8th, Ricardo Giannacaro in his Lamborghini in 9th place and 10th, followed by Franco Di Matteo in what is a I almost want to say completely done over. That wouldn't be quite right. But there's a lot of Botox in that vehicle at the moment. They've really stuck that together with some spit, some wire, and a lot of duct tape. But it held up to take 10th spot early on in the first of the free practices. I believe we can hear Colin again. Colin, take it away again, please.
One of the things that these guys are doing is they're going up here, warm-up session at the moment. It's about warming up brains. It's about warming up tires and everything. And you can see here, as a wheel spin, they lay down rubber. And it's always better to try and get grip on rubber than on bare tar. So the start line, as the day progresses, all of this rubber will get laid down. There'll be a bucket load more grip, and with that grip, you've got to alter a whole lot of the strategies that are going. We've got a bit of an issue with Mike Verrier, and if you come around here and have a look, Mike Verrier is about to get going in his Nissan Shelby. Neisner boy, big shout out for Neisner, and we'll let the cars do the talking now.
So Dr. Mike Verrier is on the way. That Shelby Nissan of his, he seemed to have that pointed in the right direction. Again, naturally aspirated. It's the Can-Am 3.5 litre engine. Very smooth through the S's. The last right-hander, and through he goes. You'll just notice that transponder on the left-hand side there of our finish line. Trying to see where Verrier has finished. There we go. He slots into 11th place with that 46.706 of his. But again, very early days. Don't think one must read too much into these times early on. The ambient temperature also still climbing. It's in the mid-teens now. It's 15, 16 degrees. Earlier this morning when we got here, it was around about the 9, 10 degree mark. Slightly uncharacteristic for Neisner for this time of the year. Normally it warms up a little bit more. That is that little Suzuki. It's Megan Verluck in the Speed Car Extreme. Makes a heck of a noise. It's a 600cc motorbike engine in there. And Megan, as well as Terry Smith, the two drivers of the Speed Car Extremes, the Suzukis. Actually manufactured in Spain and then prepared in South Africa. Over all the years, 11 of them in total. It's hard to believe that next year, if God willing, this event goes on at the normally scheduled time, there would have been a dozen of them. But the Simola Hillclimb has continued to be recognized, certainly as one of the top sports events in South Africa, and maybe even on the continent, having won and being a finalist in a number of awards, which recognizes some exceptional achievements. Right now, here we go. This is where it becomes really interesting. We'll come back to all the awards that have been dished out. Andrew Rackstraw, the Reynard. Brand new tires on there now. Stickers are still on. Rackstraw with a little twitch there. He's just a young man, but he is quick. Plenty quick. Byron Mitchell launches off the line, and here's Reynard. That's the 2-litre FVW. Rackstraw making hard work of it, and over the line he goes. Let's see where that slots him in. Third place, 42.181, average of 162 kilometers an hour, and that's exactly 2 seconds behind our early leader. That's Andrew Schofield in his Ford Duratec, the MyGo. His dad will be going fairly soon if all goes well. So Rackstraw there in third place. Interesting just to let the pictures do the talking here and watch the lines. That is a very smooth entry into and out of the S's. Here's Robert Wolf. That's the A1 GP Ferrari. Young man who has absolutely loved it as he goes up here. He's got some really good times early on. Yesterday, he was impressive. Let's see how hard he does this. He's going. He certainly is going for it. Remember that this is still the first and only practice of the day. After this, we start with Q1.
That looked like it was a quick run. Here is Andre Besaidnout on brand new soft compound uncured tires. He's kept these for 2 years, as he brought them in, almost 2 years. He brought them in for what was to have been, or should have been, the 2020 Simola Hillclimb. But here he is on brand new tires. Let's see those soft compounds. Honestly, if a feather drifts by, that gets stuck on that. They're so soft. Look at this run. Let's see what Besaidnout does. The brand new record holder again, and he was also the former record holder because he set up a brand new time yesterday. 35.5. Aha, Hulk. 37.84. That is an average of 180.7 k's an hour. Let's see what Besaidnout can produce here. Is he pushing hard? I don't think so. I have an idea that Besaidnout has had to tap off, or maybe he's wanted to just tap off. The last 600-700 meters looked particularly sedate. Yeah, that was definitely not Besaidnout's best effort. Love to hear what the story is with that. So Besaidnout probably just wanted to see what those tires felt like. Didn't launch particularly hard either. It looked okay, but then tapped off within 600 or 700 meters of the start line. So Robbie Volk in the A1 GP produces a 37.844 at an average speed of just over 180 kilometers an hour. That gives him a 2.2 second gap over Wilhelm Bart in his Nissan, and then Wade van Zummeren in his Nissan. They are in the B5 class, whereas Volk is in C3. And the second driver in the C class, Andrew Rackstraw. Franco Scribanti, who races in B5, he's there in 5th place. Then Charles Arangi is also in B in the Lamborghini, producing a 42.564. Let's go back to pit lane. Colin.
Right, so the cars, they go up the hill over there through the estate, then come back down here. We saw Wilhelm Bart do 40-ish. It's just a warm-up session, but he's missed out on 5 or 6 sessions with a whole lot of issues they had, particularly with fuel pumps. Guy drove from Pretoria last night with another spare pump. It's the 4th odd pump that they're putting into this thing. And they need to deliver a lot more fuel in order to get the power that they want. So the story for this morning was, let's go for a gentle run and not wind it up. I was watching the start, and for sure, Willie had a lot of drive in it and got the thing going sideways. I'm trying to find him so that he can tell us exactly what is going on. He's out of the car. And we will, there he is. Let's find out. Willie, they said that it's a warm-up. They said you should just check what's happening. You get that thing off the line sideways. You gave it full send.
Yeah, Colin, we lost time yesterday, so we a little bit with our backs against the wall in terms of getting the right mileage for what we need later, learning here, there, wherever, and all the million miles I did last night in my sleep. So yeah, and we had the new pumps today, so we had to see what the power is doing. I cocked up turn 1 though.
But you were like on full wheel spin mode.
Yeah, we were going with the launch. So the launch is pretty much there. Turn 1 now I cocked up a lot, and as you know, you carry that all the way up the hill. So I'm pretty okay with where we are. You know, just tire science need to be better understood, because it's not doing what my mind is telling me the right answers I'm not getting what I thought I would get. So yeah, a little bit of work, but there's a hell of a lot more time, I think, in that. Yeah.
I'm hearing that we've got a proper, genuine fight for King of the Hill today.
Yeah, I think this thing standing here is quicker. There's no two ways about it. But finally, we must drive it up, and it's the conditions and it's the temperature, and these cars are so temperamental at this level of tuning. So yeah, anything can happen. So we'll push as far as we can. And
good luck.
Cool.
This thing that he was talking about is Franco Scrivanti's car. They had an issue going up, and let's just try and talk to Quibus. Quibus, he had a reasonable launch, but had an issue. Do you know what it is yet?
Yeah, it's our torque control interfering after it comes out of launch mode. So we'll just pull the data and fix it.
So it's an electronic thing that you can fix?
Yes.
Thank you. Torque controller, basically how much power the car is getting. It's a busy pit lane. Davi Joubert was another who did really well. We want to go and talk to him and see. Here's his car. There he is. Hold on 1 second. Davi Joubert, that launch looked spectacular.
Yes, we've got new rubber on, so we need to scrub them a bit, and I think that's the right way of scrubbing it. They tell me that I need to put foot.
And I mean, you don't need much encouragement for the Oaks to say put foot.
No, not much, eh? They try to slow me down, but I'm not going to let them do that, though.
Never ever let them tell you go slow it. Davi, it's going to be a fight.
I can see that, and there's more coming to the party, eh? That we can also see.
Wilhelm put in a good time. Franco's got some throttle talking to what issues. Peter Zeely's pedaling. My favorite, Wade's, the yellow Skyline.
Yeah, I do not know what he did now, but I mean, he was all quick. You know, yesterday the whole day was quickest, or second quickest at most of the time. So, no, the fight is on.
Interesting to see how yesterday everybody built their times up and built the launch and built the boost. Today, even though it's just a warm-up, it seems that everybody's gone from level 10 to level 12 boost and get the hell out of here.
Yeah, we need to make all of them count to see what we need. It's testing time for us, so I think everybody is on the same boat. We only have 10 runs, which 6 of them count, so we must make all of them count.
So you've got 3 more qualifying runs, and then 1 class run-off, and then the big show.
Well, if we make it to the big show, eh? We must first do that.
It really is. It is tight.
It is time. So we're hoping to get a banker in now, so that we can at least be in for the running at the end of the day. Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you very much, Carlo.
Thanks for chatting. He never ever needs any encouragement to go full send. We want to have a look from Boksburg BMW. Can I open, please? Yeah. Thanks. Okay. Talk us through this thing. If you can get a little bit closer. Talk us through what the hell is going here with all these turbos and superchargers and what?
So we took an X550D motor and we put it in here. It's a triple turbo X5 diesel. So it's literally what came out of the X5 has gone in here.
I've got to ask why.
So I want to be different. I own a company called Grease Monkey Motor Garage, and we just want to be that typical different, not doing the same thing as everybody does. And diesel, like not many people have done a proper race diesel car. So I thought to myself, this could be an opportunity to be different. The other thing is it's got the Newton meters. So we're going up against the horsepower versus the Newton meters.
So effectively the low down revs,
yes,
you've got bucket loads of drive.
That's right. We struggle to get off the line quite a lot.
I noticed that. There must be more than 1,000 Newton meters here.
Yes, there is. There's 1,100 at the moment, and that's without the nitrous. We haven't touched the nitrous.
Oh, sorry, without the freaking nitrous. Are you mad?
Yeah, we're very mad. We're still playing around. We're going to see. I need to get comfortable first. Yeah, it's my first time here. Let's play it safe.
That amount of drive and torque, low down power, coming out of turn 2, up that long hill, it must be such a pleasure to stick it in and...
It is, that G-force, that feeling, it's really nice going up the hill. It's amazing. I actually love this thing.
So Grease Monkey Garage,
yes.
Boksburg.
No, in Centurion. Boksburg's one of my sponsors from BMW.
Ah, Centurion, that's even better.
Yes.
This could also be a good street drags car.
Yeah, so we got 3 ways of doing this car. So I can quickly change it into a road car, normal tires on the car. We change the suspension setup, put a normal seat, and I'll do breakfast runs with it. Then we can do a drag racing version of it. So I've got 3 different maps on the nitrous. So the one is for drag racing. We just put the drag tires on, Mickey Thompson's, soften the rear suspension, hard in the front, and we can do the drag racing. And then we can do track racing or hill climb racing. So yeah, if I cruise with a car, I get 7.2 liters per 100 kilometers. I haven't really had to put fuel in since yesterday. I could most probably drive this car from Joburg to Cape Town and back, race it and go back.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, something totally different. We really want to put the limelight there and just show people, look, diesel can still do something.
Well done. I think it's absolutely... It's crazy,
yes,
but good crazy.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Good luck.
Okay, cool, buddy. Thanks.
1,200 Newton meters. Unreal. Right, I think there's stuff happening. And in order to do stuff, we have to pay the bills. So let's go and do that.
I can remember it like it was yesterday. I was 10, and Suzuki just launched Vitara.
Anything Vitara. And it was like it was a different person.
It was still our little Danielle, just better.
Yeah.
So now we are underway with qualifying number 1 on day 2 of what is the King of the Hill. Earlier Classic Car Friday on the Friday, and what a turnout that was with some pre-war vehicles, pre-World War II vehicles, just amazing to see. And now to the other extreme, the best of technology out there. I mean, that diesel vehicle that Colin just showed us there, that with 1,200 Newton meters, that is just absolutely off the chart. Triple turbo, ridiculous. Just that thing, and then as he says, he can get the most ridiculous numbers out of it as far as the juice is concerned. Remarkable, really, really remarkable, and fun to watch and listen to as well. Willie Stander in his Opel. It's the Cadet 16V Superboss is down at the bottom there. There he goes. That used to be one of the fastest street cars in its time in South Africa. In the meantime, the little Escort with Jacques Bauer aboard is working his way up. Richard Roots has just one of the all-time fine races of just about every format of South African racing, and Roots clocked 49.3. That's about a second slower than what he did yesterday right at the top of it all, but he took that little Mini up at 138 k's an hour. The BMW launches off the line, and the little Escort is over and through. Here is one of those vehicles that is turned out so absolutely beautifully. This is the Z4 BMW with Feroz Ibrahim on the line. And away she goes. Jared Gero, you saw very briefly in that white Porsche. He completed his run in 50.698. Jacques Bauer is across
in 64 seconds. Martin Witt is on the way. That's number 69. His transponder is ticking. Number 67 here is lined up and ready to go. That's Piet Potgieter in that beautiful Alpha. Oh, sideways. Oh, managed to control that, did Witt, but oh my word, his heart would have jumped at least another 30 beats from the 192 it was going at in any case. Almost lost that big time there. Understeer and then oversteer. My goodness, that was rough. But must say, hats off. He's controlling it nicely. There we go. A little bit of tail as he goes through as well. Witt goes 50.91, but that would have cost him some time, I have no doubt. Gordon Nicholson in the Audi is underway too. Beautifully turned out Audi. Our apologies, every now and then there may be a little bit of a picture glitch in general. I can tell you that we had more than 50,000 views right around the globe yesterday. What a pleasure it is to have you along watching the 11th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. Jonathan Needham making his way up the hill. The Audi with Gordon Nicholson has clocked 47.916. Peter Lindenberg is en route in the Shelby. Lindenberg doing a very good job here early on. And his daughter Paige Lindenberg right behind him as well in that big bucky of hers. She races in Class B. In the meantime, Lindenberg Senior coming through the S's and across the line. Oh, there was a little twitch there. Just a little reminder that the Shelby with its 5-litre engine needs to be told what to do. Francois Fritz in that Toyota of his, that Hilux with the 12 cylinders. We still trying to work out how you get 12 cylinders into that thing, but he's done it and it's going. No, it's not going. Oh, that's a pity. That is a pity. That somehow there was a problem with the launch there and he's calling it a day up the run here. Let's hope he can quietly make his way all the way up the hill so that there isn't too much of a hold-up. So at this stage, it's Gordon Nicholson who leads in his Audi with the 47.9 clocking of his at 142 k's an hour. Richard Rutz in the Mini second, 49.3. Then Peter Lindenberg in that Shelby clocking a really quick 50.188. That is Lindenberg's fastest clocking by almost a second and a half. So Lindenberg has had something to play with because he clocked his fastest clocking yesterday was a 51.463. So Peter Lindenberg, the multiple South African champion, not just on the road but also on the water in Formula One, those powerboats. He was the South African king for many a season. Clocks 50.188. Qualifying one underway as we work our way towards the King of the Hill and the top 10 shootout at all the class winners, second and third places. Francois gingerly tiptoeing his way up the hill. He's trying to preserve that as much as he possibly can. Just after the launch, 150 odd meters away from the line, something went awry with the Hilux. Perched on the line, ready to go. It's Udo de Berges in his Audi, the RSQ3. Just a beautiful looking little vehicle. Pictures from the gantry over the start line. And still our weather, there is not nary a cloud in the sky. It is absolutely beautiful. And now the temperatures trackside has edged up to the late teens. We'll top out at about 23 or 24 degrees around about 12 o'clock today. And the Knysna Lagoon looking spectacular from the top of the hill. We were telling you earlier about the awards that the Simola Hillclimb has won. They've been awardees and finalists in a number of awards. The MSA Environmental Award winner way back in 2018. In 2017, finalist for the SA Sports Industry Awards, the Best Live Experience, as well as the finalist for the Colin Watling Award as the SA Guild of Motoring Journalists. There have been just so many. The Cutting Edge Sports Award, the Historic Motoring Awards from the United Kingdom, of all places. Best Live Experience, Best Tourism Activity in the Sanlam Knysna Awards, and also proudly Knysna nominee. They've done so much for this region as Udo de Berges gets underway in his Audi. Berges on track, that's a good line, and aggressive as well early on. This is one of the favorites here. Everyone loves looking at Reino Skeppers in his Mazda Rotary. Off and running, and he's just scared a few whales down there in the sea. Meanwhile, Udo is putting the cherry on the top to his first qualifier of the day. Nicely worked through the S's, that last right-hander, and he lets it all hang out, and across the line he goes. So the transponders stuck to the windows of the vehicles. The transponder that starts the timing chip is just across the start line, and you'll see it there as it goes along. This is Paul Munro in the BMW. Munro going well. He's an aggressive driver and he's a quick driver. He's got the BMW pointed in the right direction today. He's working it nicely. Far left-hand side as he prepares to enter into the right-hander. That little sweep and then through to the left-hander. Here's the S's. Some of the drivers say this is the hardest for them to negotiate, those S's, and particularly keeping it smooth and not hitting the policeman. He's across the line. And Munro, wow, that is a quick time, 46.373. That is Munro's fastest run for a while. Wow, that is impressive to say the least. Farhad Ibrahim. He's underway. Right in the middle of what is qualifying one for the day. Just about 1/3 done on the qualifiers here on the last day of the King of the Hill. Working towards those classes and the shootouts for those, and then the top 10. Bob Neal is en route as well. Rode in Bob's street car, and even when he drives his street car, he goes quick. That's the Ford. The Focus ST, he's en route as well. Seems to be a little lull here now.
Bob Neal clocking 49.408. That's a good run by the man originally from the UK. Johan de Bruin launches that BMW Motorsport turned out vehicle. This is such a beautiful car as well, in those classic BMW lines and livery. De Bruin has the 3.6 M3 naturally aspirated vehicle. Maybe slightly wide there on that line, but steering well clear of the policeman. Tight as she goes, he makes sure that he goes through the S's without getting himself a negated run by touching those policemen. And Johan de Bruin, 46.814, goes into second place. Owen Bridger leaves the line with a big squeal of tires. You don't want too much of it and you don't want too little of it. You want to make sure that you get them all pointed in the right direction. It looked like a good launch. Bridger and the Honda. Lovely to see that Honda. Beautiful livery as well, black and blue, but not from Bashes. It's the 2.4 litre Type R Honda. Nice and late on that entry. And through the S's. Left and right, and over the line he goes. Bridger with a really quick clocking. He gets a 45.757. So now it's Owen Bridger in the Honda, then Paul Munro and Johan de Bruin, the two BMW boys. Gordon Nicholson in the Audi in fourth place, and Richard Roots still up there in fifth place with the Mini. This is obviously going to change as we get to the single-seaters and the faster lads right at the sharp end of the field, but it is ultra competitive out here now in this qualification run. En route, Nick Schwedwiger and then Shane Naidu. Claire Vale just be completing her run in the Subaru. Johan van Rensburg in the VW. It's that naturally aspirated Sirocco. Lovely classic shape. Let's watch him closely. Maybe just drifting a little wide there. Shane Naidu with these Mitsubishi goes into fourth place with a 47.4. Strictly speaking, this is qualifying round 4 because there were 3 qualifiers yesterday. The first one for today though. Bester with the little Merc. It's an aggressive looking car. That's the A45. Let's see how he goes on these lines here. There's the bumps, the whoop-de-doos. Yeah, he's controlled that nicely. He hit the right line there for that not to have much of an effect on his traction. Oh boy, he's letting that all hang out. That wasn't quite the line I think he would have preferred, and drifts into this one very early. Into the right-hander, then the left-hander. Now again, left and right through the S's. He's giving it the drift, that is for sure. Bester, 46.609 into fourth place. And that is his fastest for, no, I lie, second fastest for Pierre Beston of the weekend so far. De Matteo. Now, he has had his troubles, as you heard, if you joined us right at the beginning of our broadcast. This car had a big off yesterday when the steering rack broke. And they put it together. And De Matteo chasing, chasing, chasing. Remember, he has not had a qualifying time as of yet. There we go, across the line. Let's see where that slots him in. Franco De Matteo clocks 43.320, third fastest so far. Charles Arangis has gone the top of the pops, 41.215, and Anton Cronje in his Subaru there with his 42.05. Arangis with that Lambo of his has been quick and quick and quicker every single time that he's tried it on. That is a wonderful run by him, 41.215. Racing class B7. That is almost 2 seconds faster than his fastest qualifier yesterday. 43.047 is what Arangis produced yesterday. So he's going faster by almost 2 seconds than what he did yesterday. They're getting it pointed in the right direction. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. Stian Krill in that backdraft of his, you saw him go across the line there now. He goes into 7th place with his 46.43. Qualifying 4 continues, our pipe opener for the day. Here is the man that everybody is waiting to see. Has he developed a problem again or not yet? No, it looks like this time it may be a good run for the chief organizer. And what a good few runs he's put together. Ian Shrewsbury in the Nissan Skyline. Adrian Dalton has just also launched off the line with his BMW. Let's see how Shrewsbury goes here. It looks to me like he may have just tapped off a little here. I may be mistaken, but I don't think that was the launch that Shrewsbury was looking for. That's Tuka Mechanikos in the Mercedes-Benz. And he's up and running. That vehicle is so impressive. Shrewsbury. And he gets himself right up there into 14th place. 48 seconds it is. Let's look at Mechanikos as he works his way up a little bit more than 3/4 of the way up now through the S's. The right-hander. And across we go. Mechanikos into 8th place. 45.7. That's Davy Hubert in the Lotus with a huge amount of noise. Leaves the line. Activates the transponder. Let's see when he stops it. Tight, tight, tight. As far left as he can. Then swings it over hard into the right-hander. Left hard and through that kink. Far left here, and that is a fairly early entry into it. Using his gearing, obviously. He's doing it well. And across the line. Davy Hubert, 40.430.
Wow, that is a quick run in the Lotus. A really quick run, knocking on the door of breaking 14. I remember that last time when we ran this, the only man to produce a sub 40 was Franco Scribanti in the Nissan. Craig Zank has just gone into 10th place with his Lotus with a time of 46.223. But it's Davy Hubert who leads by 0.7 of a second from Charles Oranges, Peter Zili in third, Anton Cronje with the Subaru in fourth, and Franco de Matteo in fifth place with the Jag. Gary Martins has just completed his qualifier, the first one for the day. And Wade van Zummeren goes with the big yellow Nissan. That thing is absolutely scary off the line. It feels like it's going to pull down the scaffolding which they've got up at the start line. It's right below us here in our commentary position, and it is scary to listen to. Let's see what Van Zummeren can do. Van Zummeren has produced some really good runs early on. Oh, he's giving this horns. Oh, there's some pieces that have come off the car there. Wonder if he hit that policeman. It doesn't look like it from this stage, but something caused drama. Let's see where Van Zummeren goes. Van Zummeren, he's broken 40 seconds, 39.846 at 171.6 Ks average. Oh my word, it is quick out there, folks. Quick and scary. Here's the defending champion, Franco Scribanti. In the R35 GTR Nissan. Seen the first sub 40 clocking today already. Van Zummeren absolutely redlining all the way up here. So with the debris on the track now, they will stop proceedings and make sure that they clear that up. Here we go. There was something that came off the car. There it is, quite clearly. Interesting to note exactly what the clip was. We're winding it back for you so you can see something went wrong, something broke somewhere. Didn't look like he hit anything. That may just actually be the G-forces and the forces of nature working against each other, because there was pieces coming off that vehicle. Wade in his dad Martin's car, that RB26 engine, the R34 GTR. Here it is again. Does he hit anything here? Perhaps. Here we go. Something snapped somewhere, although it looks like it's body work and nothing major at this stage. Right, the debris has been cleared off the track, and we're ready and racing again. That's Franco Scribanti on the way now. Let's see what he can produce, because the gauntlet has been thrown down. 39.846 by Wade van Zummeren is what he'll have in mind here now. The Kraken is going. That big Nissan R35, specially built, purpose-built, tailor-made just for this. Look at the line here. How late does he enter into the right-hander? That's beautifully done. Certainly has it going very nicely in qualifying for first of the second day's racing. There we go, across the line. Scribanti not able to crack the 40-second mark, 41.078. So not exactly Franco's best. He won't be pleased with that.
Melvin Steenkamp is en route, and you just would have heard the massive noise as Silvio Scribanti in his Lamborghini leaves the line. Steenkamp puts the finishing touches on, and he goes 45.168 seconds. And one more of the Scribantis. This is Aldo in that Audi. This is the S4. Again, just a little hold up here now. And away we go. So, Aldo Scribanti on the way. Scribanti's so influential in South African motorsport for so very many years. Preparing to go into the left-hander hard from wide on the right-hand side, and in he goes out the other side, slightly wide there, making sure that he's into that left and then the short right turn. Aldo Scribanti through the S's now, and over the top he goes. And he goes 9th place, 44.062. That will thrill him no end. Wilhelm Bart is en route now as well. Going to give you the update on Bart as Chris Hollis in the Nissan leaves the line. Beautiful live pictures from our drone right now. And Hollis. Oh, there's some smoke there, and that is very tight as well. He would have picked up a little bit of dirt there on the tires. That's going to make this difficult. He stays on the far right-hand side through those bumps on the road. That's interesting. Remember, we're using a public road here, so no work done here other than to try and get it as smooth as possible on the tarmac. That twitch there may be related to the fact that he's picked up a little bit of dirt there and making it ever so slightly more difficult. Let's check him out through the S's. Swings it around, throws it in hard, right and left, and back into the right-hander, and over he goes. Chris Hollis records a 44.5, and that leaves him in 11th place early on in Q4. Let's crack it down there to Colin Hastie, who's just short of the start line.
We've got a little bit of a delay at the moment, and the delay is Chris Hollis. He's been battling with all sorts of leaks the whole day, and you can see here that same fluid from yesterday. It's pink. If you get here, you can see it's pink. It's definitely that same power steering fluid. So they'll put a little bit of sand down on it and try and clear it up. But it starts over here, and you don't know what it is happening up there and how much fluid it's chucking down on the road as well. The other thing that news that we've got is that Franco Scribanti is still having some issues with the electronics and the timing. It seems that the launch control program that it runs, it then switches over into a, I suppose, the Hillclimb program. There's a bit of a switching issue there, and it's not liking it. The guys know what the problem is, and they think that they can fix it. Willie Bard, watch that car. It's going to be spectacular. Wade van Zummeren, they've wound it up, and they're looking that it's, he's focused. He's proper focused. We're going to let the cars do the talking as local boy from Knysna, Mark Verrier, leaves the line.
Thanks again, Colin, for the update down there. Let's hope that there hasn't been too much of that steering fluid that has popped out on the route, because there is Michael Verrier And he is en route as well, standing by now, as Chris Hollis is also going. Oh, he's really looking good here. Far, far left and swings into the right-hander. Over he goes, and Michael Verrier in the Shelby, 43.842 seconds. Straight into 10th spot. Here's Rui Campos. Oh, drifting wide there. That's going to cost him a few seconds. He won't be pleased with that. Didn't quite have that under control, but rescued it. He's going hard. He's going really hard at this stage. Campos. And Roy Campos, 42.228. Lovely. He'll be chuffed with that. James Forbes. Our aerial pictures for Forbes in the ADR. Racing in Group C. Nice line on that left-hander. This car is also one of those that the faster it goes, the more it gets pushed down by its aerodynamics onto the track, onto the tar surface. It's exactly what you want. And Forbes clocks 46.2 seconds. Megan Verloc under starters orders and away from them. That's the Speed Car Extreme with that 600 Suzy motor in it. In the meantime, Devon Robertson in his Radical has just slotted into 4th place with a 41.023 clocking. My word, the races are going quick this morning. And it's not ideal conditions as of yet. In fact, it's clouded over every now and then. First clouds of the day have now made their appearance, and this will affect the surface. Megan Verloc, she goes quickly as well, 47.329. So Verloc clocking her fastest time of the weekend straight off the bat. There's Terry Smith, the disabled driver, and my word, he's also put together a few very impressive runs in his Speed Car Extreme, the first of 2 of them. Let's have a look at our egos. These are put together in Spain. They're actually produced in Industrias in La Hoz in Spain. And then rally driver Ashley Haig Smith prepares them in Cape Town. It's done a really nice job of these as they go along. All the controls here on the wheel, on the steering wheel for Terry. And Terry Smith clocks 1 minute 11 at an average speed of 96 k's an hour. There goes Andrew Rackstraw in his Reynard. The Reynard has a 2-litre VW engine in it. 19 years old is the vehicle. And Rackstraw doesn't look like he's much older either.
Worked that very nicely, that left rear. Wanted to get away from him, and there again it wanted to leave him. But Rackstraw goes third, 40.614. Just behind Davy Hubert with his 40.4, and still Wade van Zummeren at the top. Under starter's orders now, and away he goes. That's Andrew Schofield in his Mygale. Qualifying for well and truly underway in the 11th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. Let's watch Schofield Jr. here. Small, compact, powerful car. A single-seater. This is gorgeous. So Robert Volk now in the A1 GP Ferrari is also underway. He clocked a really fast opening run this morning in the last of the practices. Let's see how he goes. Very nicely controlled. He had that absolutely figured. And Volk, 37.423. That is magnificently fast. Here now is Andre Besaidnout on those brand new tires of his. He's away too. But Robert Volk, 37.423. That is really, really quick. Well done. Volk very close to his best time from 2 years ago, which he clocked 47.664. Let's watch the king of the hill, the Besaidnout, going to work. Oh, that's quick. He really looks like this is a good run. It's a clean run. And there we go. Andre Besaidnout, 35.5, just short of what was his previous record at an average of 192 k's an hour, folks. That is unbelievably quick. So yesterday he clocked 35.4, and he's just a nudge off that today in qualifying number 4. Well, we've got a little lull now between Q4 and Q5. Let's take you back to Friday. And Classic Car Friday, a beautiful day it was. And I'm not just talking about the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Simola Hillclimb 2021.
And the winner, as we thought, is Franco Scrivanti in the Chevron, powered by Suzuki. Alex, ek wil net gehoor of jy weer 'n picture het op Z150. Weer.
Supercar, 6-litre, 8 cylinders. Listen to this thing. That is something else. I feel like he battled a little getting off the line there. That was maybe a little bit of a labour leaving the line as he did. And there we go. So Aranji's in that beautiful car of his, 43.4. Car number 43, and that happens to be that gorgeous Lamborghini that we spoke about, 5.2 litres.
Up on one of the turns up at the top there's got a little bit of a bump, and when I went through the bump, the steering snapped. So there was no control of the car, so the car just went straight. I didn't take the corner, just went straight through.
Can you repair the car and be back?
No chance, it's scrap.
I think he managed to be able to put... No,
there's trouble.
Marshall running.
There's trouble.
Oh dear. Franco did not appear around that next turn.
Yeah, as long as we're okay, the car can be rebuilt and we'll go again, my friend.
I think I made my point.
Qualifying 5 is underway, and we've already got 9 cars fastest at the moment. The Gordon Nicholson Audi at 47.518. And from Cars.co.za, my partner in crime over the last few days has been Chiro de Siena. And Chiro, thank you very much for joining us again. You have a good time out there today?
Thank you, Arnie. It's such a privilege and an honor to be here and to be sitting next to you up here in the tire warming box, otherwise known as the commentary box. It's beautiful out there today. Weather spectacular. Haven't we just had the best weather?
We have picked 3 days. In fact, I think Ian Crosby probably ordered them, and he ordered them right. He did it absolutely spot on right. Well done.
Well, he's done something wonderful over the last few years, because the weather gods have smiled on him and his team's event, and just the best racing conditions out there. And I'm sure we'll see some good times today.
We've already seen some incredible times, and I'm convinced that they're going to ramp it up even more. This is Paige Lindenberg, who in that particular car is not just having incredible times, but having good times as well. She really has got this galloping bronco that she's got to march up the hill here, and she's doing an incredible job.
You know, if you said to me, Arnie, would you like to race a bucky up Simola? I think I'd go for that.
I would imagine so.
It's silly, but
it's something called a Savage as well on top of it all. So it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. It looks fantastic. Udo de Burg is in the Audi. And just for your information, Paige Lindenberg clocking quick. That's quick. 55.8 seconds in that Bronco of hers. That is impressive in the Ford, really.
Well, we'll wait to see what that V12 Hilux posts, because, I mean, that's really apples for apples. Bucky versus Bucky. There's that stock RSQ3. Nothing weird about that exhaust.
Yeah, right.
Totally fine.
Drive past any traffic cop, he's going to stop you with that thing. I have no doubt about it.
You know, down at the Killarney racetrack, do you know how many hassles we have? Because they've got severe noise limitations down there. The suburbs have crept up to the track. So I don't know if that RSQ3 would even be allowed out there.
No, I would doubt it very much. In fact, it may not even be allowed anywhere in Cape Town.
Yeah, no, Cape Townians are very good at complaining about noise. That's one of their core skills. But he's quick.
So Gordon Nicholson leads in his Audi. Where does this Audi slot in as it works its way up towards the finish line? There it is now, and that's a 51.481 for Udo, and into 7th place. This BMW looks great and sounds great and is quick. Paul Munro, who very early on today in Q4 set up a very fast time. Let's see what he can do this time.
You know, I was down in the pits watching the last qualifying, Arnie, and the drivers were putting on such a show in the burnout zone. Just brilliant burnouts, and the spectators were loving it, the spectators that are here. Of course, oh, there's that rotary. Of course, just a reminder that everyone you do see is just people working here in the pits, family members of drivers as well.
So Carl Stolz in his Mazda, he's underway. This was what we showed you, some of the highs and the lows from earlier on. This was burning at the finish line earlier. Big fat flames out of that exhaust pipe as it went over the line earlier today.
Rotaries are such dramatic engines, aren't they? And for such a small displacement, they push out enormous amounts of power, but they also have a particularly unique sound, which you can really, really hear. It's very distinctive on the start line. It sounds wonderful.
It does, and here he makes his way through the S's. I was talking to one or two of the drivers late yesterday, and some of them were saying that to them. I know you say turn 3 for you is the hardest. There it is again. Bring out your bride. Got a chop and a bit of Boedeworst. That'll do beautifully. In any case, you were saying turn 3 for you, but a lot of the drivers were saying to me those S's are really tough for them to negotiate. Here's Bob Neal. This is one of the men I actually spoke with yesterday in that little Ford of his, and they've done some wonderful work. Jody and his team have put this together, have done a wonderful job of making sure that he can race today. And he was saying to me, it's rather hairy out there, Arnie. He said, I'm right on the edge already, he was saying.
Yeah, they're pushing today. I mean, everything has come down to the Sunday. It all counts today. And as you were saying, those S's can be very scary. Anytime you change direction in a car, in a race car, things can potentially go wrong. And what you've got to get right there is your throttle application. So too much throttle while you're mid-corner, and you do risk oversteer and ending up in the weeds. So very, very tricky through those S's. Got to be very careful on the brake and the throttle.
Here comes Bob. Over the line he goes. I must say, I drove to the track with him this morning. Oh, that's a good run by him. Sub 50, 49.653. Well done, Bob. And he was saying to me, I looked at my video earlier today and I'm driving like a granny. I said, well, it doesn't look like you're driving like a granny to me up here.
No, to us that looks pretty quick. And Claire Vale's car sounding fantastic down on the start line. She also did a wonderful burnout for the spectators standing by.
Johan de Bruin on the way.
Look at that BRZ bouncing up the main straight there. That's a very stiffly sprung BRZ. That I doubt it's got factory suspension somehow.
Stays left, stays left, stays left, even works it further left and then hard in right. That's about as wide as we've seen anyone take that from the outside back to the inside. That's an interesting line.
So BRZ, a bit of a rare beast, because Subaru and Toyota developed it together, but the Toyota version, the GT86, outsold the Subaru version quite significantly, and unfortunately Subaru actually took the BRZ off the market. So if you've got one, you've got a rare animal indeed.
Here's the Mitsubishi Evo of Nick Sverdweger, and this is a 14-year-old car, but you wouldn't say so. Look at it go. Nice, compact and short. He looks like he's really got this nicely under control. Look at the lovely line he's taken in those first few corners.
The Evo made famous by Macadon, I believe, the rally driver, and Evo 4 is what I think he competed in. The later Evos became legendary street cars, and they've got fantastic all-wheel drive systems. Very, very grippy out there. Personally, all-wheel drive for me makes sense in a hill climb, and well, because, you know, I'm not exactly a pro, so it's nice to have all four wheels giving me traction.
Giving you a little bit of a response.
Yeah. It just also helps so much getting off the line. You know, you've got that pretty much that drag down to the first corner, and the all-wheel drive guys are quick down to that first corner.
Sverdweger gives us a 47.189 as Jean van Rensburg in the VW Sirocco gets underway. So it's Paul Munro, 46.5. Johan de Bruin in second place, 46.9, and Sverdweger in 47.1 in the third place.
The Sirocco is actually, it's named after a desert wind. That's where the Sirocco name comes from.
Dry desert wind, that's what they are, yeah.
And they brought the name back in the modern era, and they used the underpinnings. Oof, very quick through turn 3 there. A little bit of understeer, but he brought it back really well. And if you look at the bottom of your camera right now, what you're seeing on your screen, that policeman hanging there on the exit of turn 3, they've got to get inside of that. If they hit that, their time gets deleted. And so in the Sirocco, he really had to tuck that nose in, dial out that understeer, and make sure that he got through and didn't touch that orange pool noodle.
That was an impressive ride. Honestly, it was, because Van Rensburg goes in 16th place, 51.3. He really had to work that. He battled with the car, and he battled it all the way through. That's actually a nice ride. This is Pierre Bester in the Merc. Say it every time, but I love how this has turned out. I love that color combination. It just looks so absolutely striking.
That Merc is quick. That Merc is really quick. I'd love to know what modifications he's done to it, because I watched it leap off the line earlier. Very impressive. And Franco's back.
So De Matteo leaves the start line. Franco De Matteo with that patched up Jaguar of his. The A45 makes its way up. Let's see. No. Something's wrong.
Something's gone.
Something's wrong. I could tell by the way he actually left the line. It just didn't sound right. He never got that up to the high revs and the launch that he was looking for.
All right, so he won't set a great run this time, but it does look like he's getting back up to speed. So maybe just couldn't find a gear, perhaps. But he does look like he's back up to speed, so I'm sure he'll be back up in the next, back up and running just now. He's set a qualifying time already, Arnie?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Yeah, a good one too.
Okay, so he will feature in King of the Hill.
Up there in the 40s.
Good stuff. Sure, they must have some strong duct tape down there in the De Matteo pits.
It's better than most chewing gum.
I mean, he had quite a big off. Thankfully, he's totally fine, and he thought his own car was wrecked. That's what he told us yesterday.
Yeah. Well, if you look at where he went in, I am astounded that they were able to get that patched up and back together again. That's Riccardo Giannacaro in the Lamborghini.
Yeah, no, Franco's accident looked more like an aeroplane crash yesterday. I mean, he could have gone really far off the mountain there, but absolutely stoked to see him back up the hill.
That's the 5.2 naturally aspirated Super Trofeo. And
those are quick.
Ricky gunning this up the hill.
Yeah, I'm only 5'9", and I am Italian, and these cars seem to be built for people of my stature. But you know that Gallardo, I can barely fit in that thing. It's really tight in there, really tight. But not as bad as Enzo Kun trying to fit into a Lola.
Although even in most 4x4s, the Enzo Kun is a lot of human being. Let's be honest.
If you missed the coverage on Friday of Classic Car Friday, Enzo Kun, a great racing legend in the country, very tall individual, and he couldn't close the door on his race car. He had a bit of his helmet sticking out the top of the Lola T70.
He was eyeing the road with one eye, lopsided like this through the helmet. It was very strange, to say the least. Stian Krill in the backdraft is en route. Oh,
dear.
That did not quite work out the way that we all expected it, because we're waiting for Peter Zili to launch here off the line, and there's a problem. Unfortunately, a little bit of a problem.
He's retreating. That's a pity. I hope that car's okay. It's a real crowd pleaser, that very quick, very loud.
Beautiful looking car, that MR2. It's it just looks like it is quick, and it is.
Definitely one of the least stock MR2s anywhere in the world, I would say.
No doubt. So at the top of the board, it's Anton Cronier now with a Subaru that's gone 41.433 at an average of 165 k's an hour. Here is Ian Shrewsbury in the Nissan.
Arnie, I had a chat with Ian yesterday about this car. He says this thing is a handful. And they don't have tire warmers, so he gets out there with cold tires and he wrestles that thing off the line. And interestingly, that car would have come out stock with all-wheel drive, but it's been converted to rear-wheel drive, so it is a bit leery.
Well, he handled the whoop-de-doos quite nicely. Wide onto the exit there and into the left-hander. And let's see how long he holds this before he starts preparing to enter the right-hander. Nicely done.
So for our audience members who aren't familiar, Ian Shrewsbury, who you're watching right now in the grey skyline, he's Mr. Simola Hillclimb. This is his event, and he's built a wonderful team around him, and they put on a really great show.
Chief cook and bottle washer, and Ian Shrewsbury goes 51.638.
Oh, it's nice to see this giant disco ball out on the track again. They barely ran the CLK DTM, and it's one of the best sounding cars in the field. It really is. And you can also fix your hair in the fender.
That's exactly what I said earlier, but okay, you go down there and you go and tell Tuka that you called his car a giant disco ball. Off you go.
I mean it.
No, go.
I mean it in the nicest way possible. Everyone's got good memories of disco balls.
Speak for yourself. Buta Krause in the Noble is underway as Tuka Mechanicos is making his way up the hill as well. And it's all happening at this stage. So Mechanos goes 45.379. That's a really quick run by Tuka. And the Merc, wow, that's quick. That's really quick.
Still Anton Cronier topping the timesheets though in his highly modified Subaru Impreza with a 41.4. As the Noble M400 makes its way up the hill. Twin turbocharged Ford Mondeo V6, the most exciting Ford Mondeo you'll ever see. And built in South Africa, as I'm interrupted by the extremely loud Ferrari powered Lotus.
This is Davy Hubert, who had A really good run. Interesting interview with him as well. Earlier, he gave you one or two little insights. He says he wants to go as quick as possible, and he knows he can find more time.
So, Arnie, a Ferrari 488 twin-turbocharged V8 3.9 litres stolen out of a modern 488 GTB and stuck in that little Lotus.
Frightening. That's Craig Zank in his Lotus, who leaves the line.
This is an incredible Lotus as well. R34 Nissan GTR motor in there. What an incredible engine swap that is.
Davy Hubert has gone 39.888. Wow, that is so fast. He promised us he can go faster, and he has.
I think that's his first venture into the sub-40s. I think it is. So he'll be very, very pleased with that. And yeah.
Watch Zank here as he goes.
Zank and the other Lotus. We've got a clutch of Lotuses here this weekend. 3 of them. 1 Honda powered, 1 Ferrari powered, and 1 GTR powered. You're watching the GTR powered one tackle the hill right now. And what's he going to post?
Is that what you call them, a clutch of Lotuses? I didn't know that that was the term. Okay, I'm glad to hear that, as long as we know.
And has he unseated Davy Hubert? We're just waiting for the confirmation of the time.
Also out and up on the hill virtually now, I guess, at about the finish line. Gary Martin's in that BMW of his. We had a peek into that that massive space they've got for those triple turbos and that massive M5 engine. Charles Hubert with his Lotus. One more of the clutch of Lotuses.
Yeah, clutch is a sensitive word.
Yeah, when you said it, I thought, I don't know if that's quite right. Yeah.
People don't want to think about their clutches. No. They just hope that it makes it to the end of the weekend. Yeah. So if you missed yesterday's coverage, we do have a competitor from America here, Cole Powelson. He's raced Pikes Peak and he's raced Mount Washington. He came second only to Travis Pastrana, and he's joining us driving a Citroen rally car this weekend. You'll see it coming up soon.
So, Hubert across the line, and he goes 3rd place, 42.463 in qualifying round number 5. Okay, everyone, stand back. Just put your seats a bit further back from the screen. You don't want to get too close. Franco Scribante is ready to launch. Oh! We are sitting right above the start line, and I felt that all the way right through to my fittings.
They're a bit secretive as to what that engine's pushing out, Arnie. I hear 1,400 horsepower, 1,600 horsepower, but rest assured it's an extremely powerful Nissan GTR.
Well, they were battling with a torque controller earlier, and it kept on switching off just after they've launched and not giving them enough. So let's see.
He's on it. He was even squirreling a little under braking up the 2nd straight, and that's when you know you're going quickly.
He is going very fast here now. Up to the line he goes. Let's check out our scoreboard. Scribante, 39.522. That's a good run for him, and he'll be absolutely overjoyed with that at the moment, as he has produced his 2nd fastest run. No, I lie. Actually, that's his fastest run of the weekend so far.
Yeah, that looked really, really quick. He was absolutely on it there, and so chuffed for him to get a sub-40. He'll be really happy with that.
The Scribante legend continues as Silvio now pilots his Lamborghini up the road. Alwyn Steenkamp, in the meantime, in his Nissan has just gone into 5th place in 43.762.
Such a dramatic car this. The Huracan is a really stunning road car, and in race trim, it just really cranks it up to 11.
So, I beg your pardon. So no less than 2 cars under the 40-second mark.
Naturally aspirated V10 there going up the hill, and incredible that some of the fastest cars up the hill are naturally aspirated, because you know in the modern motoring world most modern cars now going turbocharged, and it's just so good to see just natural breathing engines setting the best times up the hill.
Aldo Scribante now in his Audi. Again, you've got to love this vehicle. It just is so impressive looking, and that happens to be the Audi, which is a 3-litre 6-cylinder.
Now Wilhelm Bart in his Nissan. Let's see what Willie can do. He's looking for a good run. He needs a good run as well.
Previous winner in a GTR as well. I think overall winner, if I remember, because one year he was up against Desi Goodsight also in an older Skyline, and they chased each other right until the last few runs of the day. It was great competition.
He seems to be going quite nicely here. Let's watch him closely. In hard. Yanks it to the right and then in through.
Also all-wheel drive, so he can really pile into those corners with confidence and across the line.
Oh, not quite what he would have wanted. He is scrubbing in new tires, and maybe that was part of the problem. 44.279.
Yeah, definitely not his quickest run of the weekend, but maybe just bedding in, like you say, bedding in some of the mechanicals and the tires.
Chris Hollis in the Nissan. Oh, he did a little bit of off-roading there.
That's where he picked up some dirt yesterday, and we saw some shrapnel disappearing off his car. So he seems to favor that line through the corner. It bit him yesterday. He seems to have gotten away with it today, though.
I hope that's not your brand new Lotus that's they're trying to steal. Hollis coming up to the line and across he flashes 44.162. That leaves him in the 8th place.
Here comes the Radical.
So just to give you an idea of the standards, we only saw in 2019 one sub 40 with that 39.3 in the King of the Hill that Franco Scaranti produced. The rest of them, they were the next 3 cars, Wilhelm Bart, Franco de Matteo and Carl Mitchell, all produced clockings of sub 41. But the standard already absolutely massive here. That's the Doc, Michael Verrier in the Shelby, who leaves the start line.
Such beautiful purpose-built race cars, though, so incredibly low to the ground. Single-seater, absolutely focused on just going incredibly quickly, but being so low to the ground, do suffer a little bit over the bumps, as we saw there going up the main straight.
And that part that we just saw there now, that is the bumpiest part of the course. Far left, hold, 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 and then in and through.
That car will be tricky to wrestle through there if the front tires are cold, but doing a great job of it, and across the line.
Verrier, 43.864 at 155 k's an hour average. Call it 156 between friends. We're holding James Forbes in the ADR Suzuki 1.3, but he is quick. That 1.3 engine sounds incredible as it goes.
So we're watching the C5 class now. These are your single-seat race cars.
I love how the ADR, you can see the aerodynamics working on it. When it comes into the corners, it sits down and squats down even more. Look at it, the ADR is really doing a nice job, and so is the man behind the wheel, James Forbes.
If I'm not mistaken, Arnie, you can actually tweak these to be road legal. Imagine going to pick up some milk on a Saturday morning.
Nice, nice. I just think in the end you'll get stopped so often it won't be worth your while. Get home, the milk is sour.
Well, you know, if you're leaving a shopping centre, just go under the boom.
There you go.
Don't have to pay for parking.
46.5 for James Forbes in the 14th place. Megan Verluck in her little Susie. That's the Speed Car Extreme. Well, Devon Robertson in the Radical again has gone very quickly. 40.8 in the 3rd place now. Qualifying 5 continues. There's about 6 more cars to go.
These buggies are epic, and I'm very, very happy the owners invited me to come and drive it and film it for our channel. Cannot wait.
Verluck clocks 47.135. That's very rapid as well.
And here comes Andrew Rackstraw now.
This is Terry Smith, who I believe is the first disabled driver to take on the Simola Hillclimb, and doing a great job here.
Yeah, that's great to watch. For our viewers who missed it yesterday, Terry is controlling this car entirely with his hands. No foot pedals, and brake, throttle, steering, gears, all with his 2 hands. Very impressive.
Average speed there of 106 k's an hour. He clocks 64 seconds. Right, here we go. Rackstraw in the Reynard. What can he produce? He's been very good. Hasn't been out of the top 5 as of yet. He has been very solid, aggressive, good lines.
If I'm not mistaken, our youngest competitor on the grid, I must actually confirm that, but he is doing a wonderful job this weekend in this Reynard VW. He's really, really quick.
Did you notice the little twitch there? That wanted to get away from him, and he made it behave.
Rackstraw nearing the top now. Let's see what he can post. He did look like he was giving it everything there.
Third place, 40.821, just ahead of Devin Robertson, who's 40.88. So Rackstraw into third place.
Andrew Schofield in the FlySafe Air branded Ford Duratec.
And off he goes. That thing also has a furious start to it. It goes so quickly, so fast.
Yeah, that can't be a particularly heavy car, that, so it doesn't need a lot of power. And with that active downforce, can just tackle the corners with quite a bit of confidence, knowing that you've got that extra grip.
Byron Mitchell has just slotted into third place now with a clocking of 40.123, average of 170 k's an hour. This is magnificent. So the top 3, Franco Scribanti, Davy Hubert and Byron Mitchell, all within 700th of a second of each other.
I wonder if we're going to see Franco Scribanti come out. He might want to preserve his tires a little bit, especially if he's been running so well. He's set the time of the day. So, but here goes the A1 GP car.
Powered by Ferrari, Robbie Volk.
I'm so fascinated by this car, Arnie. I found out yesterday that it looks like a F1 car, because it practically is. It was actually designed around Ferrari's 2004 competing F1 car. So they built these cars for the A1 GP, which unfortunately only ran for a few seasons.
It's a beautiful example of it, and it is as close as damn it is to a swear word to what the Ferraris looked like in those days. Gorgeous ride. Oh, he was sliding that everywhere. 37.1 for Volk. How is that? There goes Besaid Notes.
So he is coming out in his Gould's GR55. This is a hill climb special. This is one of the most, if not the most successful hill climb car ever made.
Well, built specifically for this, tailor-made by Gould for exactly this job, and they found the man who can do the job behind the steering wheel as well.
Gould is a really interesting company. They actually make components for F1 cars, and then they dabble in a bit of hill climb cars on the side.
Dabble, you say, hey?
That was quick.
Besaid Note, 35.5. That almost matches his record from 2 years ago. Remember that he had that 35.4 just yesterday. My word. So there you go, Besaid Note in the first place after qualifying round number 5, 35.566. Then it's Franco Scribanti with his 39.522. Davy Hubert, 39.888. Then Byron Mitchell, Andrew Rackstraw, Devin Robertson, Anton Cronje, Rui Campos, Charles Hubert and Silvio Scribanti rounding out the top 10 within 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.6 seconds of each other, and that's the top 10.
Arnie, Robbie Volk's time, though, seems to have disappeared from the top 10.
Yeah,
I wonder
it has.
if it was deleted for some reason, because he was in the 37s.
You're right. You're quite right.
And
so let's see. That's interesting.
It has disappeared to the bottom of our timing screens here with a line through it, so we'll just wait to find out. We'll wait for confirmation from the officials what's happened there. I didn't see him touch a policeman or anything like that. So
no, maybe there's just a timing issue with the chip, perhaps. Yep. I don't know. We'll find out for you. That is true.
Could be. Right, so that is the end of qualifying. That was fantastic, Manny. I had so much fun. I'm having so much fun, not even racing.
Interesting thought.
So we believe that Colin is standing by again. There he is on the right-hand side of your screen. Colin and our cameraman, ever long-suffering cameraman Moeti. Take it away, boys.
Okay, so what happened was Robbie hit a pylon. Car number 2 was actually in the timekeeping office. So here, hot off the press, we've got the overall merge of all the qualifying runs. But it still leaves Robbie second. Overall, if we take all the runs up until now, you've got Andre Bezuidenhout first with his 35.449. Unbelievable. Robbie Walt, Franco Scrivanti, Wade van Zummeren, who didn't go out. And we're going to have a little bit of a walk just now and find out exactly why. Davy Joubert had a couple of issues. Now, he did that. It was a 39.88. I don't know how representative that is, because on the start he had some issues. He rolled back a little bit, so he got 1 or 2 meters. Let's go and ask the questions as we whiz down here. Megan, are you comfortable with that time and the gear ratios changes that you did?
Yes, I am happy. I've got in the 47s what I wanted, but obviously you always want to go faster. Now I want to go in the 46s.
Into the 47s, now she wants 46s. Some people you can never satisfy. Moeti, I just got to look after you because you are going to get hit in the back by a car. We're going to come back here because Terry Smith, just have a look at his left hand, how he has to move it out. He drives this vehicle just by his hands. Mega respect for Terry Smith. Willie Bard had new tires on. If we come around the back here, and let's just have a look at they are nice and warm, but they didn't have a go, and he's just got out of the car. Let's quickly talk to him. Willie, was there a problem, or did you just scrub the tires?
Scrubbing.
Say again?
Scrubbing.
Just scrubbing.
Just scrubbing.
You know Willie is serious when he says one word and he's got his visor down. Focus. He's properly fully focused. So yes, they were just scrubbing the tires. We'll come down. Come with us, Moeti. They finally got this car. Okay, they found the problem with this car. It turns out that the gearbox control unit was shutting down the end, talking to the engine and shutting it down. So they disabled any engine control from that the gearbox control unit. The Van Zummeren cars, they didn't go out. And there's lots of work. Let's see if we can talk to Wade. Wade, can you stick a mask on quickly, please? Got to do all the rules. It looks like there's a cam belt being put on. Wade, tell us she's still okay.
Thanks, yes, the well sprout shot at the front of the head. So just trying to fix it now and put the cam time back to where it was, and hopefully we get everything timed up properly now for the last qualifying run, and then we should make it.
Are you sitting, if we look at the overalls, you're right up the top there. Franco's just done a brilliant time there. 39.8 from the beast.
Thanks, yes, we're trying. So hopefully we get it better and throughout the day.
Lovely stuff. Right, so it's a Welsh plug. Not a Scotch plug, a Welsh plug. Welsh plug, a thing that fits in the engine when they cast it, you stick it in and it expands. It's the simplest thing. I don't know how to explain it. I'm lost for words. I really want to go. Mr. Neisner, Mike Verrier. Earlier we saw, when he left the line, he was all over the place. Cole, come and talk to us. So Cole Pelson from America. I saw you just now and you still had a smile on your face.
It's a big one. It's hard to tell under this mask, but it's still real big.
But then you said you're out.
We're out. We're out. That's it. That's the way it goes in motorsport sometimes. So we lost an engine or a turbo, something big went. So it's cars smoking a lot. Last thing I want to do is go out and oil down the track and ruin it for everybody else. And I've already had such a great experience here that I don't need to ruin it. And so hopefully I can get the invite to come back next year and do it again. And I was happy with the team, or the time. The team was fantastic to work with, and hopefully I can just come back next year and beat that time.
Now, you've seen some of the GTRs and Skylines that we've got here, and we're about to be driven over by a Hayabusa. You've seen some of those cars. You're a GTR man at heart.
I am, yeah. I race an R35 in the States, do a lot of time attack and hill climb with that as well. So, yeah, I'm sizing up the competition. I'm seeing what's going on down here. So, I had a chance to talk with a few of the teams, and they're all wonderful people doing wonderful things. And it's great to see how each individual team approaches their build. And the variety is the spice of life, I say. And there's tons of variety here. It just keeps me super interested because I'm a car builder as much as I am a driver.
When you see the different approaches, we know that some of the guys have bought parts from you previously, and all those different approaches trying to attack that same 30-something odd seconds, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's mental. Why do we do this stuff? It's absolutely insane. You know, we could be sitting on a boat somewhere, you know, really enjoying our time, but we're banging our heads against the wall. I call it the bleeding edge of technology because it's so painful to develop and be the first people to do this type of stuff. So really admirable what everybody's doing here on their own levels and own budget and time. And the results show those things they can boogie. They're going really quick.
Don't we need that pain to make the joy so much sweeter?
I think so. I just wish the ratio was a little bit different. You know, I take like an 80% joy, 20% pain, but it's quite the opposite in motorsport. So I live for those moments. You know, they bring tears to my eyes. And that's what I live for. That's why I keep coming back. That's why I keep digging my heels in deeper.
Now, you said you're not leaving the track. We want to come back, and if we can maybe sit with you and watch some of the launches, and you can give you an international perspective on what the launches look like of these cars.
I'll point out and say, that's real good. And do that again, that's real good. Yeah.
Awesome. Cole, thanks a lot.
Yeah, my pleasure, man. Thank you.
Cheers. Cole Paulson from Utah in America. Devin Robinson. Please, he's down the back there. We'll find him, but we want to talk about this Radical. Let's go and find him. Devin, how's it? Please come and tell us about your car. With the laptop, with the umbilical cord, and all the rest of it. You sitting at the moment. I'm just trying to look here. Tell us about first of all, what is it? Why is it so fast and how much fun it is?
Well, firstly, it's a Radical, so it's from the UK. This specific model is number 79. So it was built in 1995. So it's an old girl, but she still ticks the times. So, and the best of it all, it's paid for. So it doesn't belong to anyone, it's my own. So, 1300 Hayabusa motor. It's got a few odds and ends done to it, but other than that, weighs 590 kilos, so it's not stupid light.
But that's also a bit of the secret to it, that under 600 kilograms, you've got a light car which helps everywhere.
Yeah, for sure. So it brakes easily, it turns easily, and that's where we're making our time up, I think, at the moment, is purely on handling. We pulled the log now, and literally from turn 2 to turn 5, it's flat. So it's not even a lift or anything. So that's where we're gaining, is through the top ends of the section of the track. But up the hill, they're killing us terribly. So
top speed of the car before you get to, I think top speed is at 3?
Yeah, it actually pulls between 1 and 2. It pulls exactly the same between 2 and 3. So it pulls 188, that's what it does. So it's not extremely fast. I mean, some of the cars are doing 230. Yeah. We're doing 188. That's what we're managing. But
so the lesson there is to go fast, you go it's not just straight line, it's get the apex speed.
Basically to get the car to go around the corner as fast as possible. So that's what we made a change now in the last one, and it went quite a bit quicker than...
What did you do?
We went slightly down on the rear suspension actually, just to get the car, because it's been like a washy loose on turn in. So we turned it down slightly, half a second from the last run. So
half a second at the times we're doing is a bucket load.
Well, exactly, because now you don't have to get out every time that you turn it in. So, and how we relying purely on handling, that's where it works.
Now, how much of Hayabusa is here? Engine and gearbox?
Engine, gearbox. This is still train driven. Yeah. So It uses the bark, gearbox, bark, everything basically. The only thing that we don't use off of it is we run Haltech Elite for management system. Other than that, it's bark.
Now it sounds absolutely glorious. What does it rev to?
We're revving at the moment. We're revving it to 11.5, purely because of ratio. So yesterday we changed ratio. This morning we went down a bit more.
You're going shorter on your ratio?
Longer, because we're sitting in the middle of a ratio that it wants to go 56 all the time. So we'd rather keep it in 5th gear and bring it slightly down. So that's working at least.
Interesting that Megan next door to you, they went shorter on the ratio so they could use more of the ratios in the box.
Yeah, well, she was only using 3rd and 4th yesterday, and like I said to her, you need to try and use some more of the ratio of the box. So that's why we've gone up with her and we're coming down with me. So.
Now, your plan for your next qualifying run, what are you going to change more in the back suspension to get it to be a little bit more stable?
Yeah, we're going to do a few more tweaks now, give it a little bit more wing, and then we're going to go and try one more.
I love the sound of this thing. And launch. How much launch control have you got?
Well, basically, the only launch that we've got, because it doesn't run ABS or anything, so it's got no electronic aid to progress more than launch control. So it holds it at 6,000. When you let the button go, it's all or nothing. So you've still got the mechanical, you've got to play it in. So that
So basically, you the launch control guy with the foot in the clutch.
Virtually, yeah. ABS launch control, that's your right foot and your left foot. So hopefully for next year we can look at going to a proper launch system that we can do it launch by speed and go that way.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for chatting to us. Keep up the entertainment. It's magnificent.
Thank you very much, man.
Lovely. And one of my favorite colors, the blue is my favorite color. I've been told I have too many blue clothes. But this metallic blue is also kind of nice. We want to go down this way because we wanted to see right at the end there. We've discovered from the Van Zummerens. No, I've changed my mind. I'm allowed to because I can. And we're going to come up here and talk to Robbie and hopefully Andre Bezaidenhout, who will be sitting in the back of the... Robbie is just there. I'm going to see if I can call him. Rob, before you change, he's putting on other tackies because the racing shoes don't like walking around here and they get messed up. A1 GP car. Hey, look at this. So, suspension. Let's see if I can get here. Kind of interesting around the top here where got wishbone suspension. As the wheel comes up, this wishbone goes that way, which turns this rocker. The rocker turns this way, makes that a little bit stiffer, and they linked it through the anti-roll bar over here. Stewie, what are you doing to it now?
Colin, we're changing the spring rate, so that's our tweak for this session.
What are you going harder, softer?
We're going harder, trying to introduce just a little bit of understeer. So we're going from a 700-pound front spring to an 800-pound spring.
Even though it's so bumpy, you're going to go that way?
Yeah, I think one of the tricks with these cars is to just, from a confidence point of view, it's better to have just a little touch of understeer than oversteer, which is just impossible to manage.
And this is the part that you love, fettling the machine to get the driver's confidence up and get the speed.
Yeah, it is exciting, and I suppose, we're slowly starting to get a handle of what's needed here.
Awesome. Thanks for chatting to us. Right, so there we go. A little bit stiffer. Into the pole I go. Robbie, you going quicker and quicker, got the launch kind of sorted out. Stu tells us he's making some changes.
Yeah, we're just trying to dial out a bit of positiveness in the front, a bit of oversteer going to the corner, and obviously with the bumps and the stiffness of the car in general, it's making it quite difficult. So yeah, I think we'll make a spring change, go a bit hard in the front and see, maybe just try to dial a little bit of understeer. It'll be easier to drive around here than the oversteer currently has, making the back quite nervous. So yeah, I think it'll definitely work. It's what we've done progressively throughout the last couple of runs, so it seems to be just chipping away at it.
When it's so bumpy on the track and you bouncing around all over the show, how bumpy and blurry does your vision get?
I think you become accustomed to it a little bit around you. I mean, obviously yesterday was a bit of a wake-up call driving this car after 2.5 years, but it's definitely become a bit more a bit more normal again. I think today I'm starting to push the limits a little bit more, and I'm able to push sort of through the apex, especially just be able to carry that corner speed, which I was lacking yesterday. So yeah, it's sort of coming together.
And so now your next run is basically the a dummy attack for going into the finals.
Yeah, obviously we've got the last qualifier, then the class final, which doesn't mean too much. Then obviously the last one. So I mean, in essence, 2 runs. It's the last one that counts, nothing else.
As long as you keep going faster.
Hopefully we can.
Robbie Walk, thanks a lot for chatting to us. Good luck, have fun.
Cool, thank you.
Awesome. Right, I'm going to attack this pole because this pole leapt up and attacked me viciously in the stomach. The advocate, let's see if he's here. Andre here. No. His wife is around. Let's see. You keep showing cars, Moeti. I'll find Andre. Show pictures of cars. No, he's not here. Right, let's go. The blue car. Let's just talk about the tires and go here. So, it might look crazy with the cling wrap on it, but the reason they put the cling wrap is to stop the little stones when they move from here onto the start line, to stop the little stones from embedding themselves in it. And these tires, they uncured rubber, so they are soft, very soft. And in that softness, you want them to really get pushed into the tar, number one, so there's mechanical grip, as well as having a level of chemical grip in it. You know, and it's always, if you look at the shape of this tire, it sort of sits like this. I'm trying to find words. Now, linguistics is not part of my forte, but it's kind of muffiny. It's almost like the top of a muffin top. There you go. It's kind of like that. And again, like that car here, it's also got the push rod front suspension that comes in here, and this little bulge that's over here for the third damper setup. While we're on tires and what they do, the last thing we're going to do before the cars start getting running, and we heard Sparky talk about it, is come with me, Moeti. I want to go to the start line, and we're going to talk a little bit about the start process while cars aren't here. This bit here is the burnout box. And in the burnout box, I want to try and get the cars nice and the tires hot, and they lay down this little rubber. So the back tires are starting to get hot here, and then they finish their burnout, and they come all the way up here, and then a marshal will say to them, "Please, sir, stop your car." And they'll stop the car with the transponder in line with this little stripe over there, and then it becomes under starter's orders, and the starter man will count him down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, lift the flag, and then kind of at their own time they go. 2 things. One is to line the car up, and if we sit here, if we come down low, Moeti, this is kind of what a single-seater sees, how low he is when he's coming up to the right-hander and then left and then right. So they'll go up there. He's got to line the car up, and you'll see the crown of the road. It does funny things when you're trying to accelerate. So the crown of the road will move the car around, line the car up, and get the tires onto this little bit of rubber here, so that the tires can actually dig in onto the tire, the rubber that's there, and get the grip. There's a whole lot more grip here where there's rubber. Rubber to rubber grip is better than rubber to tar grip. That's my theory. I believe it's right. Then, the last little thing before he goes, we've got a handbrake. We'll talk to the handbrake. So the car starts here, and the transponder line is over here. And this is the place here as the transponder crosses. That's where he goes. Moeti, turn around. If you turn around and you come this way, because we've got to get out of the way, because the cars are coming. I want to show you the handbrake, man. Handbrake is over here. So he's off the brakes, handbrake man, he puts a little goodie in there, and now watch as the wheel spins. So watch. How cool is that? Moeti, let's just come this way. That then is a little bit of the theory. Let's just watch the handbrake man as Richard Rutz comes up and his Mini Cooper John. They're lining up the transponder with the stripe. Handbrake goes in so he doesn't roll down. Now the driver can fiddle with the stuff. I'm going to let the cars do the rest of the talking.
I think by inference that gives Chiro and myself the right to speak. If Colin says we let the cars do the talking, because we'll try and help them as well as we go along. So Jared Yo in the Porsche is on the way, and then the motoring legend Richard Roots in his little Mini as Yo goes over the line.
Yeah, different set of wheels for Richard Roots this year. He usually competed in a Nissan Skyline, a stock one as well, in the stock car class. And I don't think Nissan is supplying vehicles anymore, and so he's jumped into a John Cooper Works Mini.
Jacques Bauer in his little Escort on the way.
I wonder if he can beat 60. That's probably his aim, to get a sub 60. He ran a 61 on the last run. And it does look like the car's going pretty well.
So yesterday, fastest time for Jacques of 63.3. So you're right. I think the aim would be to get that magical 60 mark broken, which is what I'm doing next year, age-wise.
Yeah, unfortunately, age is different to lap times, isn't it? Can only go one direction.
Yeah, there's not getting any lower, unless you do plastic surgery, I guess.
That's a good point. But just use some duct tape.
There you go.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
I have been. Francois Cowley in that lovely BMW. I must say, I love watching this little car because it is that old classic shape. And I don't think there is a boyhood racer out there who hasn't looked at one of those and gone, man, I'd love to have one of those just to play around with. Cowley in the BMW E30 from 1989.
You know, it was so great, Arnie. You were looking at your timing sheets there. The racing drone was keeping up with the Beamer to the first corner, and that racing drone will hit 150 k's an hour. It's not slow. It'll give some of these cars a run for their money, that's for sure.
Feroz Ibrahim and his Beamer is also on the way. You heard him leave right underneath our commentary position here. Oof. Francois is letting it all hang out here. He's giving it horns.
Yeah, no, he's absolutely sending it there. And you're going to see how well balanced that chassis is, because instead of snapping into oversteer, it almost actually goes into a little bit of a four-wheel drift. So it's that kind. When you've got that kind of balance underneath you, you can push really hard.
56.7 it was for Cowley. Martin Wittnau in his BMW. Again, we say it every single time, but you absolutely have to adore the way this looks. It's just one of those, it's a pocket rocket of note, because it's a small compact body, but man, it generates speed and power.
The only V8 M3 ever, 4-liter naturally aspirated, the E92 model. I think his last lap was a bit hairy, if I remember.
It was.
Arnie, he was a little bit all over the place, and it does look like he's taking it a little bit easier on this run.
Yeah, it was. I think he threw it around a little bit. Here he's trying to be a little more, I think the word is circumspect.
Bit more conservative. You definitely want to go home in one piece. I think that's aim number one, really, when you're sending it up the hill. Ooh, that was quick across the line, though.
51.118. So Richard Roots in the Mini, that Cooper, 48.8 has gone right to the top of the class. That is so impressive. Here's the Audi of Gordon Nicholson.
You know, yesterday I was saying Richard Roots is probably pushing for a sub 50, and I think he got a 49. So now he's in the 48, so he'll be stoked. Definitely stole some Tabasco from his oyster table last night and chucked it in the Mini, I think.
His fastest qualifying time yesterday was 48.622.
Oh, there we go.
There
okay.
it is. So he's
close.
Just slightly off that, and he's looking really good. I'm convinced that he would like to get close to the sub 48 mark. He's got one more pass.
Lovely R8 V10 there. And sadly, as we were saying yesterday, Audi discontinuing the R8, so maybe a future classic on his hands there.
47.0 for Nicholson. Right, so the Hilux is on the line. Oh, those cylinders are all going. Listen to them clapping hands.
V12 twin turbo Hilux, a bunch of words which you never thought you'd hear in one sentence, and as I say that, it does look like something's given up.
That may be the end of the performance, because the applause came way too early.
They just got that car right the night before the competition, so it was always going to be a little tricky getting it up the hill.
This is the second time, unfortunately, that this has happened to him.
And he's trying to get out quickly there. That's an interesting sign. But he could potentially, if nothing's wrong there, he could potentially just roll that back down the hill and we could be racing again. So let's see if the marshals just get him to turn around.
Francois Fritz, like you say, he got out there pretty quickly.
Yeah. Maybe he just wanted a cool drink out of a cooler box in the back there. And he's
Wrong time to stop. Wrong time to develop a thirst.
Just needed a Sami.
You know what it was? The ice was clinking around in the ice box, and it's irritating. Really, really irritating.
Are they going to send him up the hill? It looks like.
Yeah, no, I think that's that, unfortunately.
Oh, no, doing a little burnout.
Oh, there we go. Hello.
Leaving long 11s out of the exit of turn 2 there.
Okay, I need someone to explain that to me, please. Francois, that is lovely.
So, I mean, was he really just getting a cool drink? I mean, what was this?
They're not telling where the start line was.
That was very interesting. Well, you know what? This V12 twin turbo Hilux has been a real delight. It's in the burnout zone just before the start line. It is a delight to watch. It really is.
So now he's slowed down again, Francois has.
Okay.
He hasn't finished that drink already, has he? He's going to wait for another one. You get out for another.
He's going to start annoying Sparky, isn't he? I can see that.
Yeah. Sparky's going to be running down the hill with a flag in his hand soon.
Yeah, he's going to get a talking to, I think, when he gets back to the pits. But maybe something is wrong, Shane. We're not being particularly generous, so maybe he is having a bit of an issue there with the car. He's going to try to get it across the line. Unfortunately, obviously, we can't send anyone else up until he does, or unless he finds a very safe parking space and the marshals deem it okay to send the next car.
If you've perhaps just logged on, tuned in, whatever it is that you've done, you've joined us on our Facebook page or whatever the case may be. I'm Arnold Geertz and Gerard de Siena here with us, and we are your commentary team together with Colin Hastie, our man in the pits. This is the 11th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. And I think I speak for, and I vouch for absolutely everyone who's here, that we are overjoyed that we are yet again actually back here at Simola and racing and talking and commentating and working like we all are. Absolutely in love with it all, and it is so nice after all the limitations that COVID has placed on us and society in general that we are able to do this. Let's just upgrade you on what's happened so far. This, of course, is qualifying number 6. Gordon Nicholson in the Audi leads early on. Only 11 cars have done the run so far in Q for this particular round, 47.022, which is very quick for the Audi. Then Richard Roots in the Mini, 48.815, and Jared Yeo in the Porsche with a 49.529. That's the Audi of Udo de Berges, and he's on the way to that absolutely stock standard Audi. If you go down to your Audi dealer today, you ain't getting one like that. There's the drone.
I'm sure watching at home you would have spotted the yellow blades of the propellers of the racing drone there. That pilot is having a lot of fun. He was right on the backside of that Audi RSQ3, and we'll use some of that footage later in some of the highlight packages, so you'll get to see that incredible camera angle that they get from that racing drone.
It is so close that I'm convinced that some of these drivers would want to use the windscreen wipers to get rid of it.
You know, Arnie, when we shoot drag races for the Cars.co.za channel, we use racing drones, and they can actually outrun some of the cars. They're incredibly quick.
And so nimble as well, on top of it all. So, de Berges goes over the line, and that gives him a clocking of just over 50 seconds, and early on into 4th place.
Ah, the Mazda RX-7 Rotary, one of my favorite cars ever, and the sound of this thing is just magical.
Let's. We're not going to say a word. Listen to this thing speak. Oh boy!
Crisis. That is one of the most special sounds in motoring. It's such a pity that no one makes rotaries anymore.
And I must say, that shape still appeals to me today. It is still very sexy.
one of the best looking cars, definitely, in my opinion, the best looking Japanese car ever made. They were sold from about the mid-90s till about the early 2000s in very limited numbers, and they are highly sought after.
So Gordon Nicholson and Paul Munro at the top of the list, and then Farhad Ibrahim and Karel Stolz are en route. This is Ibrahim in his Beamer. It's lovely as well, beautifully turned out.
Can't wait to see what that Mazda does, and he's gone third.
So Stolz 48.6. Let's watch the Beamer of Farhad Ibrahim.
So the straight sixes, the road series, because they're so rare, they're put in the class with the six-cylinder modified road cars.
That M3 is looking aggressive, and he's taking some aggressive lines as well. That's tight and good too. Oh, through the S's, drifts it in on.
And a pool noodle is shattered.
He's wrapped it, and unfortunately that run is gone. Oh boy, he's going to be disappointed with that, because he produced a 48.445, but that will be negated. That will be off the record books, because that noodle, unfortunately, like you said, been shredded. They're going to have to put a new one there.
I think they'll quickly send a marshal up to just clear the debris. It really is just foam. No, and we're racing again. Alrighty, here we go.
Johan de Bruin and his BMW, and also up the road, Bob Neal. I was just going to say he's just gone, but Bob Neal producing a 48.814. And this BMW, I love the coloring on this. It just evokes so many memories, even from the Martini racing days. It has a little look of that as well at the same time.
So if you're unfamiliar with the format of the Simola Hillclimb, the field is about 80 cars. It's divided into a couple of categories based on engine size. As I'm interrupted there, it's based on engine size, number of cylinders, the level of modifications. Of course, the single-seat race cars and the sports prototypes are also separated into the field. But at the end of today, there will be a King of the Hill, where the fastest car up the hill is the winner. It's as simple as that.
So the classes, the road-going saloon cars and the supercars, that's the A class, A through to A18. And then the modified saloon cars, the B1s all the way through to the B9s, the SUVs and the buckies at the end of it. There's hybrid and electric cars, and it starts off with the 4 cylinders, naturally aspirated. And then the King of the Hill Jody Trophy that they compete for, the single-seaters and the sports prototypes, the C1s, which is the single-seater racing cars, all the way through from 4 cylinders to 5 cylinders and above, and unlimited. It is an absolute smorgasbord of racing cars and also road-going cars.
So Arnie, in the live chat on the Cars.co.za YouTube stream, someone was saying, I wonder how a Tesla would be up here. And funny enough, there's been a precedent set, because Randy Post, American racing driver, who has raced at the Simola Hillclimb, the legend Randy Post, he competed at Pikes Peak with a Tesla this year. So I wonder how long until we see a Tesla at Simola.
And more electric cars, because we saw some 2 years ago, and they were very interesting to watch. Shane Naidu in his Mitsubishi is on the way, and just ahead of him, Nick Schwertfeger has also got the G for Go.
Shane is such an absolute gentleman. A big shout out to him, and he loves his car. He looks after it like one of his children, and I think he's up to about 900 horsepower in this Evo. Very quick.
It's the Evo 9 if you needed more particulars, and that Evo 9 has got a 2-liter 4-cylinder engine in it.
Just incredible how much power you can get out of that displacement, but they're legendary cars for tuning. They really are. And he's doing a great job up the hill. All-wheel drive, so he can throw into the S's with confidence. Did you see he moved the pool noodle there just with the air of the car? That's when you know your line is perfect.
When you've got it spot on right. You rattle it, but you don't touch it.
Yeah, that's you keep Sparky happy, and you get to the top of the hill and keep your time. This Subaru is so fast. We're about to see the times improved here if he can get it to the top of the hill nice and clean.
Anton Cronier, who leaves the line, and it makes an almighty noise as it goes. He stays down the right-hand side. That's the bumpier side of the track, I have no doubt. But that allows him to line up the left-hander far better. But one wonders, what is the most circumspect line there to take? Because it costs you if it's that bumpy.
shooting flames out of his side exit exhaust. That is a really exciting way of starting a braai if you need to. And I'm sure we're going to see about a 40-41 here.
Across the line, Cronje goes, you spot on, right? 41.6. How did you know? Is this rigged?
That was an incredible run there, and I would love to know what he's done to that Subaru, because Subarus do not come that fast out of the factory, that's for sure.
So think about this, 1,900 meters, it's 158 meters of elevation up, and Anton Cronje has managed to average 164 k's an hour, so he was topping out at 200 k's an hour there at several points on the run.
Yeah, Arnie, you're a runner, you're a long-time runner. If someone said, right, run up Simola Hill, I mean, in terms of, you know, the human endeavor, climbing that much in 2Ks?
Someone who is a really good climber, because flat speed is one thing. Strong, hard hill running is another thing. You're going to need a runner who's probably a trail runner. And I can't think that you're going to run much faster than about 7 minutes up this hill. If you get a really strong climber, 330 per K up the hill here would be flying for a human going up the hill. So it just puts it in context. It is incredible. 167 k's an hour now. That was for Charles Arranges in the Lamborghini, because he goes 40.9.
And Arnie was telling me off air that he's run hundreds of thousands of kilometers in his life, couple times around the equator.
And once or twice up here as well. But I want to tell you, running down is harder this hill than running up it. It really pounds the quads. But let's keep to human and the marriage of humans and machines, as it is now. Arranges, 40.9. Anton Cronje, 41.6. And Franco de Matteo, 42.5. As Stian Krill in the backdraft gets a backdraft going.
Love the color on that Cobra. Really, really pops against the natural environment of the hill climb. It really, really stands out as the Gallardo crosses the line.
That's the Giancarlo and the Lamborghini, 45.697. Here's the boss man. Everybody be quiet. Let him do his work, please. Ian Shrewsbury off the line.
Oh, that's a good sound. Whoa!
Hello.
So this GTR would have come out all-wheel drive out of the factory, but it has been converted to rear-wheel drive, and that's why he got a bit of a tail slapper there coming out of the gates.
So the chief organizer of this race, and as you quite rightly called him, Mr. Simola Hillclimb.
Entering turn 3 there. And this corner tightens on you. Oh, little bit of oversteer into understeer, but he controlled it beautifully. And you can just see at the bottom of your screen there now how turn 3 tightens on you. It's a tricky corner there.
And you don't see all of it. You don't see the apex and the exit, and that makes it even tougher.
Yeah, it's an unsighted exit because of the land, the mountain that's right next to the track. And it's an exciting corner there.
Shrewsbury goes 51.610. Slightly slower than what his first run was yesterday, funnily enough, because he produced some really good driving with that car early on. Here's Peter Zeely.
Well, you just know that Ian trusts his organizing team, don't you? Because he said, right, you guys run the show today, I'm going racing. See you later. Call me if you need me.
Cheers.
I'll have my hands full. I might not answer.
Yeah, don't call me when I'm in the car.
And here's one of our E46 3 series going up the hill. I think we've got 5 of them here this weekend. This, though, is probably the most dramatic one, the most race-modified one. And this car is quick. Probably see him splitting, I would say, Peter Zeely. Yeah, there we go. Adrian Dalton.
So Adrian Dalton produces a 44.4. Peter Zeely, 40.4. At the top of the standings. That is so impressive, and it was a really good run by Adrian Dalton as well.
One of my favorite cars in the field, Arnie, the Noble M400. And as I was saying yesterday, if you've got 1.2 million rand lying around, there's one for sale in Cape Town right now. Get your hands on it.
Yeah, call now on 0800.
Buy it before I do. No, I'm joking. I don't. It's a dream at the moment.
The Merc of Tucum Mechanicos has produced a top 6 placing at this stage with his 44.683, but it just gets faster and faster from here on in. The faster vehicles all come towards the tail end of the lineup.
Designed by Lee Noble, that's the car. That's why the car carries his name, and built in South Africa by Jimmy Price at High Performance in PE. Berger, excuse me. It's changed.
Buta Krauser in the Noble then, with that 47.2 of his.
Here's one of our Lotuses. Is that Craig Zank's car?
That's quite right. It is Craig Zank, and off he goes.
So fascinating engine swap here. This is a Nissan R34 GTR Skyline motor in this Lotus.
That's the Exige, and he's been producing some really quick times. Davy Hubert, meantime, has gone top at 40.016 in Class B4. That Lotus was zinging along. Let's see what this one can do.
That's quick. I think that's his quickest time of the day, if I'm not mistaken. So Craig's got his work cut out for him here. Let's see if he can unseat Davy. It's going to be tough. The Ferrari-powered Lotus, very, very quick.
Well, Davy Hubert is really impressed. Friend and foe. No, Zank is only good enough for a 45.5. That leaves him in 8th place at the moment. So, Davy Hubert in that Lotus, man, that is big. He's got almost a half a second of spare time over Peter Zili, who we were saying to you has gone top, and then he was usurped by that really quick clocking of Davy Hubert. 3rd place at the moment, Charles Orangi's in the Lamborghini.
So here's the Honda-powered Lotus, and a man I admire very much, probably one of the best builder of customs cars in South Africa, Quentin Boyson, is the man behind this car. He's done a couple of Lotus engine swaps in his life, which you'll actually be able to see on our channel soon, and this is one of his latest creations going up the hill.
Charles Hubert, the pilot, and he's piloting it nicely. Oh, that's quick. That just looked quick, didn't it?
I think that wing's probably big enough, but
I'm not sure.
To keep.
Oh my word! Von Zummeren on the line, and away he goes. And Hubert, meantime, clocking 41.964. That's an average of just short of 163 k's an hour, ladies and gentlemen.
Goodness me, this is quick. He's pushing this border towing Skyline up the hill today. I wonder if this is going to be his best time, if he can hang on. And I might have PTSD from every time this car launches next to me here on the start line.
You're going to need some therapy. Look at it go. That is a beautiful line. He's throwing it around hard. Over the line he goes. Top of the pops. 39.437. Mr. Van Zummeren, you beauty.
Has Van Zummeren been in the 39s? Yes, he has.
Previous qual, he did. Qualifying 5, he did. We're virtually, three-quarter way done with qualifying 6. And Wade Van Zummeren in the old man's car, Martin's car, doing it proud.
That border towing Skyline is an absolute monster. Definitely the loudest car here as Scribante lines up.
Folks, I have earphones on, and that hurt my eardrums, and I am shielded from it. I don't know how the marshals do that all the time. Nonetheless, the defending champion is on the way. Let's look at how clean this run is.
Some strange lines through turn 2 there. I'm not sure. I think he might have had a bit of an issue off the start. He didn't look as quick down to turn 1, so maybe he'll just sort of treat this as a practice run.
There's been some torque controller problems, and some of the electronics has not talked to each other in the car, and they've switched off at the worst possible times because I think they just go, no, had enough, I can't do this, and up he comes to the line. Now let's see where he ends up. No, that is not a good run at all for Franco Scribante. 47.1. He's all the way down there in 19th place, but you picked it up straight away. It was strange from the launch.
Yeah, say 7 or 8 seconds off his best time there. Definitely something. Maybe he just thought, let me protect the car and not push it, get it to the top of the hill and get it back to his mechanics so that they can take a look at it. I hope it's nothing terminal, but that is a finely tuned racehorse, that Nissan. It really is. Built in Australia.
So Silvio Scribante in his Lamborghini has launched. Just some news from the pits is that Franco is on brand new rubber. So maybe that had something to do with it. Not quite sure. But it shouldn't have made such a material difference.
You know, as we were saying off there earlier, Arnie, one of the challenges that the drivers have here at Simola, you know, at Pikes Peak they get a rolling start, so they don't have to build the car to launch. Whereas here, the car needs to launch hard and it needs to take the corners really well as well.
So that actually means that you've got a combination of features that you have to build into the car, because launching well and the high revs in gear, you've got a clutch and there's a whole lot of other factors that you have to take into consideration.
Yeah, one of the tricky aspects when you're running slicks is that they give so much grip. So when you're standing still and you jump on the power, the slicks grip so hard into the tarmac that Pool Noodle just destroyed there by the Audi.
That's Aldo Scribante.
But the slicks grip so hard into the tarmac that they send power back through the drivetrain, and that's when you can have diffs just explode really and just give up. So you really have to build very, very tough cars to compete here at Simola.
Chris Hollis is making his way up the hill as well, and Michael Verrier, the Shelby, the medical man, is on the way. I love how this car sits on the road. It's just got one of those get out of my way looks.
Very flat, very low, very capable of driving under booms at shopping centers if you need to escape without paying your parking ticket. I've got a confession to make, Arnie.
I'm hearing.
I own a 1990 Mazda MX-5, the one with the pop-up lights.
Ah, lovely.
And the boom at my gym in Cape Town is high enough for me to drive under.
Nice. So how often do you do this? Or no, don't say anything.
I've only done it once. I've only done it once, I promise.
Here's some trouble. This is a...
Oh, dear.
Oh, word. Oh, word.
Oh, dear.
Oh, boy.
Oh, that's a big one.
And I hate to tell you, just yesterday, we had a photographer standing right there, doing his, plying his trade. That would have been dramatic.
Oh dear, that was a big one. He will have hit that wall on the side of that corner there, and there's still debris. I know we're going in reverse now.
Yeah, we're going in reverse. So that's Chris Hollis, I think. And just look at the Marshall here. You can just see the Marshall's orange top there, and then he disappears into the trees. He saw that coming and he knew that was going the wrong direction. He got absolutely covered with dust, but thankfully nothing else. Now that Marshall also has been stationing himself. He stood next to the photographer there all day yesterday. My word. Okay, this is big drama, and Michael Verrier has stopped. Actually, no one better to be there than the doctor, but the ambulance is going to get there before Dr. Mike can get out of his car. That looked to me like a rather serious one, actually, because he was going full bore when he missed it there. Let's hope that Hollis is okay.
Well, as soon as we get word on the condition of the driver, we will update you. We have had a couple of spills this weekend, and thankfully nothing too serious in the way of injuries.
Yeah, we did have yesterday early on in the day, in fact the first of the runs.
I just saw a Marshall there and scrambling up the side of the hill, Arnie, and I wonder how high that GTR has climbed that hill.
Climbed the hill. It's actually climbed the hill. There's another one of the rescue workers who's climbing up there to the hill. So he hit that and just kept plowing on. So I was saying to you, Johannes Janssen van Rensburg was taken to hospital as a precautionary measure, and we heard that there may have been quite a heavy... here we go. Let's take a look at this one. Let's forget about what happened yesterday and keep a check on this. Oh, he just absolutely lost it completely.
He's still going very quickly when he rejoins the track there, Arnie.
You're looking at 160, 170 k's an hour there, and that was massive. Trying to see what actually happened. He loses a little bit of shape here, but that doesn't look too dramatic. But between that cut
to the camera and this camera, it is all just completely pear-shaped.
Carrying a bit too much speed into the S's, unable to get the car to turn in time, picked up the embankment there. And the thing is, your brakes only really work when you're on the tarmac. He would have had the brake pedal pushed through the floor, but once you're on the grass and in the dirt, there you are basically a passenger at that point,
You lose
unfortunately.
absolutely all traction. Yeah, there's no chance of you being able to stop the rot there. Let's just hope and pray that he's okay. Let's pop down to Colin and maybe he can also get some word for us. He's with Wilhelm Bart in the meantime.
Well, Wilhelm, it's never nice to see something like that. And in this qualifying sixth session, you decided not to go out. What's going on?
Yeah, well, we scrub rubber. I think we know what to do next, and that's what we have. It was that choice, and we'll go and try something else to look at different mapping and things that we will try in the class final. Sorry, my mind is now slightly somewhere else, but yeah. So just to check in the class final, but the rubber we had was not good for that. So we were not going to learn too much, and rather save for later. We in the class final, we're in the top 10. That's first job done, and now the next is let's go. I'm worried about that accident because it didn't look too well, but we're good. So yeah,
The guys are going really quickly there.
Yeah, and it's a little bit from what I saw now on the replay there. It's the car just pitched sideways and he went straight into the wall. So or the embankment. So that's no good. So.
Right, go and clear your mind and focus on what's happening. Thanks for chatting. Also here, Charlotte Ranges. You've been quietly chiseling away at the time and the car and getting faster and faster.
Yeah, look, we've been improving from session one. Every single session we've gone quicker, and kudos to the team. I don't know, it looks almost like we're playing games, but they've been playing games with me. They left me on wets the whole of yesterday, you know, thinking that obviously it's a softer compound, it'll work. It worked great for the start, but up at the S's, I just told them I don't know what to do anymore. You know, the car's all over. And yeah, lo and behold, this morning I'm on slicks, and we just keep on cracking. I mean, from yesterday to today already.
You're into the 40s now.
Exactly, we're in the 40s, and I mean, for a normal aspirated Lamborghini against these hill climb monsters, I'm just really overjoyed. I mean, we were hoping for a 41. We're already in the 40s, so hopefully we can crack that 39. I doubt it, but
is that what you're looking for?
Well, obviously. I mean, Colin, it's we don't come to not do as well as we can, and you know, a 39 I think is on the cards. If I can get off the bloody line, I think it's on.
It's weird how, you know, if you haven't got a proper launch control system, we know that the Lambo is proper strong and it can do that. But it's the whole driving the map and the launch.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, our cars are purpose-built GT3 race cars, which never does what we're doing here. I mean, they only ever launch out of pit stop, and that is wheel spin. I mean, they don't have to get off the line in 1.odd seconds. So, you know, we're taking the car totally out of its comfort zone and, you know, trying to make a thing that can't do this, do it.
But when you come up to the hill to the bridge and then those S's, then it's got to be fun.
That's where we make up our time. I mean, for the first time now, it was as close to damn to flat out through the S's as I could. So, you know, obviously that's our trump card. If we could just get off the line, you know, like maybe a few tenths quicker, the time is definitely there. I think we can crack that 40.
Awesome, good luck, and keep smiling and having fun. Charlotte Ranges, let's go down. Guys all waiting. Let's speak to Devon. Devon, you were ready to go out and have a go, and now we wait.
Yeah, well, like you say, we were lined up, so we decided to come back in. You don't know, it looked like quite a bad one, so.
It's quite hot out in the sun with your helmet and overalls on. It is not that pleasant.
No, definitely. Like you say, it's not the coolest place to be.
So what changes did you make to the car now?
Well, like I said to you, we made a bit of a wing change on the back, and we're going to go and try it and see.
Awesome. Good luck. Thank you, man. Cheers. And we're going all the way around. A man who was saying many, many words in Portuguese. Let's see if he can put... Can you... Rui Campos was... You were lined up on the line, and luckily I can't speak Portuguese because there were some choice words coming out here. It's a bit frustrating, isn't it?
Yeah, it's frustrating. It's unlucky, you know. We got the car and the tyre warmers. You get sucked up, you know what I mean, for your last run. It's your last run for qualify, so we need a good time here, you know.
And the V8 car, you've got it launching nicely. You love this thing. It is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I know. Look, my race engineer is still telling me that I'm not 100% flat. But we're getting better. We're gaining more than a second every time we go out. We got down to a 41.5 now, so we need a very, very low 40.
And I see the guys are making some changes. What are you doing to the car now?
No. We actually just battling to. I think I must get out the car. The weight, they're battling to pick up the car.
Right, we'll let you do that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rui Campos. This helmet is absolutely beautiful. It is a little bit heavy in the front. So Wilhelm is... We can get... No. We're saying you're just chilling out. Richard, come here. Richard Roots, Mini Cooper S. Bet you wish you could be in one of these big cars like you've been before.
I would have loved one of the big cars, but you know what? I'm racing and I'm loving it.
Isn't that part of the... You know, to be sitting at home is not so lucky. You're watching it on TVs and things. But yeah, no matter what you're racing, it's the real deal.
Everybody said that it's not going to have the same vibe with no spectators and that, but you know what? It's an amazing event. I still say it's the best one-day motorsport event in the country, or one weekend motorsport event in the country, without a doubt.
Your Mini, you're leading the class so far. Qualifying's done. Now you're going to the top 3. Are you still fiddling to try and get those last tenths out of it?
I've stopped fiddling now. Whatever I fiddled, we went backwards. That car was so good off the showroom floor that we couldn't better it, you know. The Porsche is snapping at our heels now. He's getting closer and closer. I think he's getting more familiar with the track. And right now, I just keep telling myself not to overdrive it, not to try too hard, you know, because you've got more to lose than to gain right now. Yeah.
Compare GTR with lots of horsepowers and the Mini and the different kinds of experiences between the two. I know it's a crazy comparison, but from your mind, I want...
It's actually a crazy thing. With the GTR, you're going up the hill, you're going so fast, the rev climbs so fast, you look at your brake marker, everything happens so quick. You brake, you're going down and you go through the corner. With a Mini, we do about 40 k's an hour slower up the hill. So the actual steep section takes so much longer that you almost have to calm your mind down, because you start thinking, maybe I must brake there. Last time I braked there, if I brake a little bit later, turning, then you start, you know what I mean? Then you start second guessing. You've got time to think, which is sometimes it's not a good thing.
Racing drivers shouldn't think; they should just do.
No, we shouldn't think. We must just go.
Right. So basically, it's just have a go, keep calm, and just nice and smooth.
Yes, we made some changes yesterday to the car to make it better in the top section, but whatever we did to give it better turning, we sacrificed on the launch off the line. So we've just gone back to all that, you know.
And that's how important the launch is.
Yeah, the launch is very important, especially in a front-wheel drive car with quite a bit of power, you know, to put that power down. So all we can really change is the front toe and the tire pressures. But every time I get to the top and I'm like, hey, that really felt better, and I look at the time and the time's slower, and it's off the launch because it wheel spins more, you know. So,
are you finding the rubber that goes down on the road affecting the launch a lot?
I've tried going off the rubber, on the rubber, and I must be honest, I don't think it makes a huge difference. I think because it's a different type of the rubber's not really compatible with each other. I think if I was on slicks, it would have made a big difference. But I think on the road tires that we've got, doesn't make that much difference. A big thing, I line up on the other guys' lines because I know it's clean. There's no stones, there's no oil, stuff like that, you know.
Just look at you, looking all smart. You're looking like a proper racing driver again.
Look at me, man. Look at me. Thanks, Kobus.
Awesome, good luck. Kobus from Sparko. Oi, oi, oi. Let's talk to... We're coming back to Willie.
Is he okay?
I'm told, I heard, and okay, I don't know. So we still don't know any condition. I want to see if we can talk to Wade, because he fixed the Welsh plug and went up the hill. Wade, if you can put a mask on, it would be brilliant. So the R34 Skyline, RB26 motor in it. Waste B, it's hot, it's hot, it's hot, it's hot. 6-cylinder, straight six. Lots of mods under here, gazillions of horsepowers. It's all hot. He's got his computer out here making some subtle changes. We'll find out exactly from him with the changes. Into the 39s again, low 39s. And that all goes away when it starts coming to finals. Wade, thank you very much. You looking at the steering angle there?
Yes, just downloading the logs so we can just check how it was going. Just to try and improve maybe for the end. And the run was good, getting there, but trying.
Is there still time in it?
Well, I think maybe in the launch and then through the top corners and smoother, it's very bumpy there, but it's to get it to go smooth and accelerate at the same time. The smoother you go, you seem to be going better.
Smoothness in this car almost it's almost impossible. You've got a lot of horsepower, the road's all bumpy, but are you meaning smoothness with the level of input in the steering wheel?
Yes, because if you accelerate too early or too late, it unsettles it. So with all the power, you have to accelerate quite smoother to get the car to turn in and all that. And the acceleration off the launch, I mean, it wants to do its own thing kind of thing. You have to hold on.
You've got the launch seems to be sorted, eh?
Yes, it's better than what it was yesterday.
Lovely, good luck, eh?
Thanks.
Thanks for chatting. Thanks. Always nice when the drivers chat. We just had Franco Scribanti come back into the pits now. And no idea what's wrong with the car. We'll see if we can talk to Quibus. He doesn't want to talk right now. We'll come back to Quibus. One of the other media are covering it, and cool idea from the organizers is they've got a shuttle that'll come up and take the media guys up there. Adrian Dalton had his prop shaft issue. Not here. Peter Zeely is there. Fast Freddy, where's Peter? Because Peter got some quick times. Peter, please come and talk to us. If you can put your mask on, it would be even pleaser. First of all, just look at all these. Who's responsible for? I mean, I know Rita is the world's best caterer. It's brilliant. Caterer. Peter, your run is getting better and better. You've got the car sorted. What happened in the previous run when you had to abort?
Side shaft. So we replaced the side shaft between two runs.
Love, that's actually quick work.
Yeah, that was a Formula One style.
And are you happy with the car so far?
Yes, I am. I made a mistake yesterday to change tyres. As I got in the rhythm, the other tyres I wanted to use, which I thought was good, put me back 2 seconds, and that disturbed my rhythm. And and then this morning I missed the one run with the side shaft. So this was actually the first and only proper run of the weekend.
Well, I'm just looking. There's sweeties,
yeah,
and there's grapes and cold meat and carbo what, dried mangoes. You've got very nice. Give Rita a hug for us. She's nice to have somebody look after you like that.
It is, yeah. I know she's a proper team manager.
He manages you well.
That too.
Thanks, Peter. Good luck. Right, so Cole is showing his engine. There's the man responsible for the engine. The universal signal for pull your mask up. Now sit down. Mr. Humble.
How are you, sir?
I'm very well, but I'm probably better than you are at the moment. What's going on?
We're a little disappointed. We've blown a turbo.
And clearly you don't have spares.
I don't have a spare turbo. And unfortunately, well, fortunately, however you want to look at it, the whole installation was done in Sweden. And the guy that did it's a very well-renowned turbo expert in Sweden.
Can I interrupt and come back?
Yes.
Because we've got a driver here. And let's go right here and see if we can find Chris. He's coming along this way. Come, let's go. I want to talk to our guys because Chris Hollis that was a crash. It shook Reggie big time. I know he hasn't got a mask on. I'm not. Chris, are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm dead right. Yeah, fine.
There are many people here who are relieved. I was talking to Wilhelm when he saw what happened. The boys are concerned for you.
Yeah, the car's well built. I mean, that goes into the safety of these cars. So a lot of effort. You know, it's the first showing of that car, and we've had a troubled weekend. So I suppose it doesn't end well. But yeah, but we go back and we do it again.
What actually went wrong?
I think I was too hot into the top there, the top section. We'd been having these issues the whole week and all weekend, and trying to get that good time. So just to that point, we were too hot. Yeah.
Culmination of errors that come in, and shall we walk and talk while you? I know you want to get back and sit down and I value. Thank you very much for being brave enough to talk to us. A culmination of a whole lot of little things that come up, contributing.
Look, the car has taken a while to be built, and small little issues. We had power steering issues, and that's the problem that we had. But it's solvable. It's not something that was mechanical. The car was good. We've been doing 103s at Scribanti with that car. So the mapping, everything was perfect, in fact. So it was just a gremlin on the steering that we underestimated. But further than that, it's a very well built car, actually.
Let's get you back to your pit so you can sit down, have a cup of tea, have a deep breath, and recover. Thank you very much for chatting, and be strong. Get health. Wow. I really didn't expect to see Chris Hollis walking down there. I so appreciate the time that he took to chat to us. I saw the crash, and I didn't want to say anything, but when Wilhelm gets rattled, you must know that the stuff has become. Let's just talk to these two guys again. They are mates of each other. And when we were talking to you, I saw you got a little bit rattled, and I was trying to put that stuff out of my head. It is so. What do you feel when you see a guy as rattled as you were walking down here?
Yeah, we've all been there. We've all had moments in our lives where you say, this is it now, because you know what speed you're doing, you know what's waiting for you, and then by some miracle something else happens and you climb out. So from the pictures and the speed, and you know there's a wall waiting, then you know what's going to happen. So yeah, and when you see and when you hear all is good, then we relax and we carry on.
Bit of relief.
Yeah, it's the name of the game.
It's a lot of relief. I didn't even see the accident, but walking up the pits, I saw in Wilhelm's face something was wrong. And it's as much as we're all competitors, and as much as we want to be ahead of each other, we don't wish harm on anybody, you know. And all living on the edge here, yeah.
All of us. Thanks a lot, guys. Be well. Good luck. We can start going blooming racing again. Let's go back to where we were. We've spoken about our Suzuki with a Hayabusa motor and the beautiful metallic bluish color. We'll wait for them to finish here. We've spoken about our Nasna homeboy, the orthopede. Thank goodness his service is not needed. Cole Pearson is from Murica. Wilhelm's car, Silvio Scribanti's car. I don't know. Let's talk to Jason. Jason, you are part of the media, but you also have a close relationship with the team. Absolutely. So tell us about your Simola experience so far.
Well, look, Simola is probably one of the best events that I've ever been to. Been supporting every year for I don't know how many years now, and there's nothing I wouldn't do to be here.
And at one stage you weren't getting to any of the races, and you were bleak, like nobody could be bleak.
Listen, I was fortunate enough this year, as we all were. I mean, I did last year, so it was just a hole in our lives for the longest time. But the fact that they actually pulled this off this year in the current climate, got all these insane race cars, it's in the longest time.
How insane is the launch of this thing?
This car is probably one of the most ridiculous GTRs I've ever had the pleasure of shooting in my life. I've seen a lot. I've seen GTR R35 drag cars, but this one in particular, mainly because I sort of know where the cars come from, and I've seen the development of the car and what the Scribanti racing team have actually put into this car. It's just an incredible machine. It's a wonderful machine, and it's a pleasure just watching it go up this hill.
One of the other things that Jason is particularly famous for
You're going to say noodles, aren't you?
is noodles.
I knew this was coming.
But he likes hot noodles. So for those of you who know, find him, because his contact details are well known. Send him recipes for hot noodles and separately chili recipes. He needs them.
Or just send nudes.
Thank you. What a man. What a man. Right, we've spoken over there. We were busy. Before we were so rude, well, not rudely, before we were interrupted, we were busy talking about the Citroen Zara, and he's back. Mr. Humble, I'm sorry. We had Chris Hollis who went off, and he was over there, so it looked like a horrible crash. We wanted to talk to him and see if he's okay, and he's... Thankfully,
he looks okay.
Yeah. Right, so the Cosworth cast motor that you lovingly put in, converted the shell to a rear-wheel drive, and the turbo is blown up.
We didn't do the conversion. It was all done in Sweden, so it belongs to one of my Swedish friends. So we didn't do the conversion on the car. It's essentially was all done in Sweden, as with the installation of the turbo. But unfortunately, we've blown the turbo.
Tell us about Cole Pearson and how the things that make him as special as the times up this hill have shown.
Well, I mean, the Citroen has no electronic aids on the car. So there's no launch control, there's no traction control, there's no flat shift. So the times that he's been doing put it in front of a lot of cars that have all these electronic extras added to them. So maybe if we bring the car back again, we'll apply ourselves a little bit more to see whether we can get all those things to be applied to the Citroen, and should make the thing a lot quicker. It's proven to be extremely capable going up the hill from a suspension point of view and the way the car goes.
The launch was pretty reasonable, eh?
The launch is very good. I mean, we're running... Cole got some sponsorship from Yokohama's, which he brought the tyres with him. Essentially, they're rallycross tyres, which might sound daft, but the tyres themselves are designed to work from word go, straight off the line. So in quite a lot of ways, they're ideally suited to the car. So it launches very well. The suspension seems to work very well. We've made some modifications. The aero works well on the car. It's got a lot of positives. Prior to that, we've only run it on the main circuit at Killarney, and it's proved to be capable there. So it's a very good, well-rounded car that seems to be able to do quite a number of things.
You're going to use it for anything else in South Africa?
So we've launched a series in Killarney called Thunder Saloons for more radically modified saloon cars. The rules are far more loose in wheel width and bodywork modifications and engine modifications. You don't have to have the same engine as the manufacturer in the car. So we'll continue to aim to run the car there. We've proved to be very competitive with the car there. It runs in the top 3 in the races that we've done. So yeah, there's a lot of positives to be drawn from that and this weekend.
And you'd invite Cole back?
Oh, in a heartbeat. He's proved to be the ultimate professional. He's very well rounded. As he says, these things happen with the turbos, and they do happen. You try to cover all eventualities, but ultimately, as with any race car, it can always come back and bite you in the least obvious way. So, hopefully we'll have him back. Maybe we'll have him back for something else.
Oh, subtle as ever. Steve Humble, thank you very, very much, and have a lovely time. Right, let's see. We haven't spoken to Ricky Giancarlo. We've spoken to Charlotte Ranges. The other people, we can't get to the Porsche because the Porsche got broken. We've spoken about, I mean, look at all these lovely boys. Please, my Italian friend, come and talk to me. Us. Bring a mask. Franco Di Matteo. They're racing without duct tape, tie wraps, rivets, blood, sweat and tears. And coffee would be brilliant. And late nights. Franco, how's the coffee going?
I've had about 6 espressos. We haven't been around, boys. Sorry, come later.
Yeah, the car seems okay now.
The car is okay, but it's not perfect, Colin. You know, with that big bang yesterday, it bent that whole back suspension. The front, we thought the front was more damaged than the back diff is actually bent. So we shimmed it up, but it's still not straight. So the car's a bit nervous. The driver's rattled. So yeah, the combination is getting together, but not good at all at the moment. You know.
We just saw Chris Hollis have rather a bad crash, and the combination of delays and things that go wrong, and I suppose little bits of poo build up to make a whole pile. How do you try and get all of that stuff out of your mind?
It's not easy, Colin, because it's not like a racetrack that you've got runoff areas and kitty litters and things like that. Yeah, if you make a mistake, I mean, car mistake or you make a mistake, it's unforgiving. You know, it just destroys yourself. And I mean, this morning, and I've been doing it for 30 years, and I went through, the car was a bit nervous, and I just went out and tried it. And I mean, that little bump that I went over, it's deja vu, you get that whole thing coming back to you, and you actually look into where you're going to fly up next, Yeah, so, you know what. But, you got to just put it back. Yeah, you got to clear that out and get going again, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, we got it going, but like I say, the car's not perfect. But
one of the other drivers calls that sort of stuff that goes through your mind a whole lot of what, and rather than speak about it, try and get the pictures out of the head.
I've been talking. I mean, my wife, she talks to me a lot on it, and yeah, the head is clear, So I did a good time at 42, and I thought, well, there's another practice, and it wasn't, so it caught me out. I hope I'm in the top 10. I don't know. It is what it is, and yeah, we'll come back fighting. If I'm not, we'll come back fighting. I mean, pity about the car of yesterday. I mean, it was just error. Tie rod end snapped, and that was it,
Stuff happens.
Stuff happens.
Good luck. I hope you manage to get the focus you need to carry you safely and swiftly to the top of the hill in your beast.
No problem, Colin. My head's right. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thanks for chatting to us, Frank. So the news that we hear is that the rest of this qualifying session has been cancelled. So that's not going to happen, and I'm not sure what the program for the rest of the day that goes on, and I think the Sparky has just advised. Do you see my linguistics is not cunning enough, but I will get there and I will stop speaking junk. Apparently, on this fine Sunday at the Simola Hillclimb 2021, the calm before the storm. And Moeti, let's turn around and just look up this hill here. There's no cars, it's quiet. This is the calm before the storm, before the class top 3 run, and before the king of the hill, because this is race day and this is excitement. I've got goosebumps. Join us after lunch.
Nothing like ice cream on a cold day.
So the biker was still down. What did you do here? I went to the ambulance and I got the phone.
Do your point. The cars are coming up.
One year there was actually somebody there.
Where are you going to?
At the time there was two people there.
They said that they're going to get their heat. They're starting from 2.
You walk all the way down there?
Yeah.
Go from up.
I wanted to see you.
Cars like flew up in.
Oh, we were asking now. Because the marks are there, but the fence is broken here on top.
I can't land inside the space.
You and the driver is alright.
Give me your camera. No, this thing is, they're not allowed to do that. So that is part of covering him. He was injured and stuff, obviously I won't.
Yeah, but you can see the documents.
Yeah. He said now that we're not supposed to.
on same time and I don't know if it's too deep rolling down the hill. And I had to go for that up. So obviously I caught the thing rolling down the hill. Yeah. And I ran to it, but I recorded it. I was running to it. So I get there and obviously it's running around. I could have got the bigger dog there too, right? So when I got the edge of thing, I saw the car rolling, but I made sure it can't see the number plate. You can't see the people, like I started way before you get to the people. And I did not like a video phone, like yeah, the guys that wanted to like video lawsuits and like public stay or the one that I'm driving
Hi, I'm Daniel. And yeah, welcome to my crib. I've been around since a long time. I can remember it like it was yesterday. It was the 13th of April, 1988. I was 10, and Suzuki just launched its first ever compact SUV.
That's when this whole thing started. Since then, it has just been Vitara, Vitara, Vitara.
He used to be a bit of a shy boy, but after that day, life changed.
Anything Vitara. And it was like he was a different person. The Daniel experience, we called it.
It was still our little Daniel, just better.
Yeah.
can remember it like it was yesterday. I was 10, and Suzuki just launched Vitara.
Anything Vitara. And it was like, it was a different person.
It was still our little Danielle, just better.
Supercar, 6-litre, 8 cylinders. Listen to this thing. That is something else. I feel like he battled a little getting off the line there. That was maybe a little bit of a labor leaving the line as he did. And there we go. So Aranji's in that beautiful car of his, 43.4. Car number 43, and that happens to be that gorgeous Lamborghini that we spoke about, 5.2 liters.
One of the turns up at the top there's got a little bit of a bump, and when I went through the bump, the steering snapped. So there was no control of the car. So the car just went straight. I didn't take the corner, just went straight through.
Can you repair the car and be back?
No chance. It's scrap.
I think he managed to be able to put... No,
there's trouble.
Marshall running.
There's trouble.
Oh dear. Franco did not appear around that next.
Yeah, as long as we're okay, the car can be rebuilt and we'll go again, my friend.
Nothing like ice cream on a cold day. I think I made my point.
This is the Simola Hillclimb 2021.
Hi, I'm Daniel. And yeah, welcome to my crib. I've been around since a long time. I can remember it like it was yesterday. It was the 13th of April, 1988. I was 10, and Suzuki just launched its first ever compact SUV.
That's when this whole thing started. Since then, it has just been Vitara, Vitara, Vitara.
He used to be a bit of a shy boy, but after that day, life changed.
Anything Vitara. And it was like, he was a different person. The Daniel experience, we called it.
It was still our little Daniel, just better.
Yeah.
can remember it like it was yesterday. I was 10, and Suzuki just launched Vitara.
Anything Vitara. And it was like it was a different person.
It was still our little Danielle, just better.
Supercar, 6 litre, 8 cylinders. Listen to this thing. That is something else. I feel like he battled a little getting off the line there. That was maybe a little bit of a labour leaving the line as he did. And there we go. So Aranji's in that beautiful car of his, 43.4. Car number 43, and that happens to be that gorgeous Lamborghini that we spoke about, 5.2 litres.
Up on one of the turns up at the top there, it's got a little bit of a bump. And when I went through the bump, the steering snapped. So there was no control of the car. So the car just went straight. I didn't take the corner, it just went straight through.
Can you repair the car and be back?
No chance. It's scrap.
I think he managed to be able to put... No,
there's trouble.
Marshall running.
There's trouble.
Oh dear. Franco did not appear around that next turn.
Yeah, as long as we're okay, the car can be rebuilt and we'll go again, my friend.
Nothing like ice cream on a cold day. I think I made my point.
the Simola Hillclimb 2021.
Hi, I'm Daniel. And yeah, welcome to my crib. I've been around since a long time. I can remember it like it was yesterday. It was the 13th of April, 1988. I was 10, and Suzuki just launched its first ever compact SUV.
That's when this whole thing started. Since then, it has just been Vitara, Vitara, Vitara.
He used to be a bit of a shy boy, but after that day, life changed.
Anything Vitara. And it was like he was a different person. The Daniel experience, we called it.
It was still our little Daniel, just better.
Yeah.
can remember it like it was yesterday. I was 10, and Suzuki just launched Vitara.
Anything Vitara. And it was like it was a different person.
It was still our little Danielle, just better.
Supercar, 6-litre, 8 cylinders. Listen to this thing. That is something else. I feel like he battled a little getting off the line there. That was maybe a little bit of a labor leaving the line as he did. And there we go. So Aranji's in that beautiful car of his, 43.4. Car number 43, and that happens to be that gorgeous Lamborghini that we spoke about, 5.2 liters.
For one of the turns up at the top there, it's got a little bit of a bump, and when I went through the bump, the steering snapped. So there was no control of the car, so the car just went straight. I didn't take the corner, it just went straight through.
Can you repair the car and be back?
No chance. It's scrap.
I think he managed to be able to put... No,
there's trouble.
Marshall running.
There's trouble.
Oh dear. Franco did not appear around that next.
Yeah, as long as we're okay, the car can be rebuilt, and we'll go again, my friend.
Nothing like ice cream on a cold day. I think I made my point.
This is the Simola Hillclimb 2021.
Welcome back from your Sunday lunch to Simola Hillclimb 2021. This is a proper race day. This is the finals. 3 days of racing, of building up, all to a couple of runs this afternoon. We're going to start off with the class finals, and we're going to take a quick walk down the pits. Top 3 cars in all the classes get to have a go now to decide who is the winner of the class. And then it's the king of the hill, the top 10 of the saloon cars, of the single-seaters and of the modified saloons have a full-on go to see who is the king of this hill for 2021. We're going to walk very, very quickly. Andre Bezuidenhout in his Gould set a new track record. I have to look at my notes. It's almost believable this. It is 35.566 seconds. Here's the 2, Robbie Walk in the, this is a Ferrari powered, it is blue, definitely blue, you can see it almost looks black, it is magnificent. Ferrari powered A1 GP car, steadily picked away at it. These are the top 2. There you go, Andre Bezuidenhout. We expect him to set the fastest time. Moving down through the Formula VW cars, 2 litre of VW power, absolutely magnificent. Also running in the single-seaters, but they are out for the finals, is a little Suzuki speed car and the Hayabusa-powered Suzuki. This is absolutely magnificent. We start getting down to Lamborghinis. There's a whole herd of Lamborghinis. Local boy from Neisner in his V6 Shelby, Mike Verrier. Big shout-out for, he's done a whole lot of work to help this event take place. Silvio Scribanti, Lamborghini. Absolute magnificence. Now, in the modified saloons, the big cars, the big bangers are coming out to play. Wilhelm Bart in his GTR. He didn't go out for his last qualifying run because he's confident, because he knows how quick he can be. The thing with this hill, you got 40 odd seconds to do it the first time and do it right and bring out the absolute maximum. This is the Sheriff, the most bewinged GTR in the entire world. Huge amounts of downforce, big power. It's temperamental. It is when everything, the stars align and stuff clicks. It is magnificence in action, but it's tricky, it's fiddly, it's finicky. Boys are on there with their computers sorting it out. Wade from Zummeren from the border area, PE East London, big shout out to you guys. This thing, our yellow car, we say our, it is the yellow car, R34 Skyline, straight 6 aluminium billet motor. It is brilliant. There's a troop of Lotuses here, low tire. We'll get through to them here. Here's a Lotus with a Ferrari engine, Lotus Exige, Ferrari engine. A Lotus with a Nissan engine, a Lotus with a Toyota engine over there. And there's a Toyota that will come out and play as well. Mr. Ranji Senior from Stradali Motorsport. Let's walk, Moeti, with this Opel fans. Opel GSR. It is absolutely magic. So we're going up towards the start line and we expect, here's a Porsche Cayman. And then we have a Mini Cooper S. And the Mini Cooper S, John Cooper Works Edition, got a crowd favorite, an entertainer, an all-round gentleman of note. Richard Rutz. Moeti, show the cars. Jared Yo, he's in his Boxster 718 Cayman. He's had a lot of some good runs, really, really good runs. Richard Rutz is here. We have to talk to him. He should have been in a GTR, but through the kindness of many, many people, he's in a Cooper S. Reggie, this is it, class finals. What you going to do?
Not just a Cooper S, the John Cooper Works GP edition.
Thank you for correcting me, Reggie. You know me, I don't know much about cars, but I certainly know it looks good and you look styling.
Thanks, man. The car's amazing. Car's amazing. BB Motorsport has given me all the equipment, so the job's up to me now.
You're going to wring its neck?
I'm going to wring its neck right off.
Go, you good thing.
Thank you.
Richard Rutz is spectacular as ever. Cars are getting ready. Moeti, let's go and follow down here. This is Willie Stander in his Opel. He qualified on a 56 seconds. Reggie qualified on a 48 seconds. But this is proper. For those of you who love cars, just the emotion that this place has brought out, the love, the spirit, the everything. It makes little boys' hairs tingle, makes grown men shiver. It brings the tears to the eye, because this is race day. This is the final of the classes. We start with two-wheel drive. These are two-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, front-wheel drive. And we'll go through all the gambits of naturally aspirated, of supercharged, of turbocharged. We've got a diesel triple charge with an M50 engine in an M2. It is absolutely crazy. And then we've got these, they call them the flatties, the low-down cars. They are magnificent. But for now, we're going to let the cars do the talking, because they do it best. It's race day. Let the fun begin.
Hello everyone and welcome. I'm Arnold Geertz and great to also have our viewers from the SABC joining us live. It is shootout time. It is the whole list of 64 qualifiers that has come down to this. And in the next 2 hours or so, we'll know who is the 2021 King of the Hill. We've had it all this weekend, but now it's finally down to this. We'll get down to the class qualifiers and the 3 classes, the top 10 and the shootout for that. And then we'll know who is eventually going to nail it down. At this stage, you have to think that Andre Besaidnout is the man. However, here is car number 74, certainly one of the fastest road-going classes at one stage. That's Willie Stander, and that's the Cadet 16V Super Boss. I'm joined by my co-commentator, Chiro De Siena from Cars.co.za. Chiro, nice to have you back again. Man, it's all happening.
Arnie, thanks for having me back. It's an absolute honor. It really is. I'm having a wonderful time.
A whale of a time.
Truly wonderful time. And I just wanted to say that for me, this is the best formula of racing. It's very simple if you're not familiar with the King of the Hill format. The fastest car that does the fastest time up the hill wins.
It's as simple as any decent athletic competition out there. The watch tells the whole story.
You know, the thing is, some forms of motorsport have become so complicated. It's not really about the best drivers going as fast as possible. And I feel like that's a little bit of a pity. It's a bit frustrating. But right here on the Simola Hill in Knysna, the fastest car wins. Simple as that. And here we go. That's a stock standard Porsche 718 Cayman off the line. Some of the cars here today are standard road cars.
Well, I want to tell you, Willie Stander has gone 2 seconds faster than what he's gone all weekend long in that Opel. He's looking good. And this is Jared Yeo in his Porsche. And like Chiro was saying, stock standard. This is so impressive that he drives this well. And he's taken some very good lines all along. He's been steady Eddie, actually, all throughout the weekend.
And we're missing Son Mudley's Porsches. He brings some really dramatic Porsches to the hill. Unfortunately, not here this weekend. But we did have a stunning GT3 RS doing very well. And unfortunately, went over the finish line sideways this morning, which is not really how you want to go over the finish line. Driver okay, though. The car not. It is out of the competition.
Jared Yeo posts a sub 50, 49.722, and that is some really good riding as well. Reggie Roots is underway, folks. That is a very, very solid start from him all the way through, and that is also Jared Yeo's best time. He clocked 5.272 in qualifying. Let's see what one of the legends of South African motor racing, Richard Roots, can do up the hill.
I can almost guarantee you that this is the fastest Mini John Cooper Works ever. It was the fastest a Mini's ever gone. That's sure. Richard is an incredible driver. I mean, he beat, when Randy Post was out here a couple of years ago, he beat Randy up the hill in a GTR. So Richard knows what he's doing, and he's getting the most out of this little Mini.
Oh, hello. He got that a bit sideways.
Yeah.
He is squeezing this for everything that he possibly can. He's trying to get every single horse out of it.
A little bit of liftoff oversteer into that corner, but he wrestled it really nicely, and that was quick.
48.599. Wow, that is not bad driving from the young man. He will be very pleased with that, and why not? Because that was a very, very good run from Richard Roots.
Stunning Alfa Romeo off the line there. Also stock standard.
Piet Potgieter, who has saddled this one up. He also rode 2 years ago and had a really good few passes at it. 1,938 meters from the bottom to the top, and precisely 158 meters of elevation gain here.
The fastest car up the hill averages 198 kilometers an hour in under 2 Ks. And when you start with a data point of 0 to average 198 is pretty impressive.
It's ridiculous. They do get up to very close to 240, 250 Ks, the really, really quick ones, the Andre Besaidnots of the world. Here's a really good run by Potgieter. He comes across the line. Now there's the transponder, which stops the clocks for him, and that's a 50.01. Francois Cowley impresses all and sundry with that big sounding BMW of his.
So the Class A3 Alfa Romeo posting a 50.0. The Class A3 will probably be around the 50 mark. I suspect a winning time there will be about 49, maybe even a 48 in Class A3.
Cowley's E30 3 Series dates from 1989. Got to love that shape. I still look at it and it still intrigues me. It is a beautiful looking car even after all these years.
Going up in value like crazy. Of course, the nickname for these cars, the Gushesh, which literally just means very fast.
And it makes sense. Makes perfect sense.
I had the privilege of driving a 333i recently. And stunning car. They put a big 7 Series motor in there. It was a South African special and an absolute legend as well.
Francois Cowley clocks 56.948. That is Feroz Ibrahim, and he is also going really hard off the line. That's the BMW Z4M Coupe.
Stunning visuals from the drone there. Just an absolutely epic shot. Kudos to the drone pilot for getting that. It was just beautiful and really shows you the scale and the beauty of the location that we're in right now.
Well, we are in one of the most beautiful spots in South Africa, Knysna on the Garden Route. It is a holidayer's absolute haven, although not for these 3 days. This is a motorsport maniac's haven for these 3 days.
Yeah, we're all sort of guests of Knysna, aren't we? It feels like Knysna welcomes us in to the town as we stage this incredible motorsport event.
Going up the hill, he's going quite hard. Let's see what the transponder sends us back on our scoreboard. It sends back a 52.8. JP van der Walt in the Porsche.
Hang on a second. That's the one that went off. And it's back on the road. Fantastic. That's really, really good to see. Lots of duct tape, I'm sure, all over the bumpers there. But that is great to see that car back on the grid. I'd been told it was off.
Well, there we go. JP and his Porsche back and going well.
That is good to see. I love this GT3 RS. You know, this car, when I first drove it, it recalibrated how good road cars could be. It is a fantastic piece of engineering. It really is. And it's setting incredible times up the hill. I suspect maybe down even in the 46s, 45s maybe if he gets a good run.
Well, he's looking like he's onto a good run. The shot at the top. And there it is, just something wrong with your guessing. I don't know what the heck's wrong with you, but it's a 46.8. Good going, partner.
There we go. And the R8 V10 now chasing the GT3 RS up the hill. Germany versus Germany.
Gordon Nicholson behind the wheel here. This is a beautiful car as well. You have to look at that shape and just go, it is just one of those vehicles that makes you think, I want one, please.
Unfortunately, the Audi and that GT3 RS in slightly different classes, so they're not necessarily going head-to-head, mostly because the one is naturally aspirated and the one will be turbocharged. So, no, sorry, forgive me, they're both naturally aspirated, actually. So, but slightly different classes. All-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive. There we go. That's the difference.
This is the R8. It's the V10 Plus 5.2. There you go. You've got to love modern technology. Jonathan Needham in the Shelby.
Is that not one of the most beautiful visuals in racing anywhere in the world?
There we go. Looking good.
And that Shelby will shortly be stopping for some fuel halfway up the track. Supercharged Mustangs are pretty thirsty. But if he makes it to the top, he's in with a shout. Yeah, 5-litre V8 supercharged there. They come out naturally aspirated from the factory. And then Shelby, if you lace their palms with silver, will supercharge it for you and turn it into a Super Snake. And then you get one hell of an American muscle car in your hands. It's a really dramatic car, that.
And this one in particular sounds very dramatic as well on top of it all. Through the last right-hander and flashes across the line. So, Jonathan will write down in his logbook a 53.371. That puts him in 7th spot at the moment.
And here's another Stang, competitor number 63, Mr. Peter Lindenberg, an absolute icon of SA racing.
Yeah, and there's not much that Peter hasn't raced in his time. He raced those Can-Ams, and in fact at one stage he had Can-Am racing firmly back in South Africa, and also of course a multiple Formula One motorboat champion, those power boats. And again, you've got to say, Lindenberg left for dead twice. They thought both times they'd lost him on the water, and both times he made miraculous comebacks. This is one tough guy. Peter Lindenberg is as tough as they come. He's got the heart of a lion.
F1 powerboat racing is on the brink of lunacy for me. I mean, it's really on the borderline of craziness. And I think to compete in that, if you can compete in that, you can compete in anything.
Yeah, well, I think Lindenberg is, as you say, if that's the borderline of lunacy, he holds the flag high. Lindenberg clocking 52.072 at an average of 131 k's an hour.
Yeah, it just shows you how fast Jared Yo's little Porsche is, or how quick he is, and he's 3 seconds quicker than those Mustangs, and they've got a lot more power and torque than he does.
Johan van Rensburg, and he's underway in his VW.
The Desert Wind cruising up the more lush environment of Knysna. A bit more green out here than where the name Sirocco comes from.
Only a little 1800 engine in there, you wouldn't say.
But probably weighs about the same as an upturned jacuzzi.
An upturned jacuzzi?
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
Well, you know, if you dig a jacuzzi out, or you're about to install it, they put it facing down so that it doesn't fill with rain and get damaged. And at that stage, you know, it's a fairly light piece of equipment.
Well, you live and you learn. I don't know how I lived without that information before in my life. I feel so much more rounded as a person now. Thank you, Chira. That was wonderful.
That's what I'm here for.
I thought so. Okay, so Johan van Rensburg clocks 50.9 in his run. And now Claire Vale goes off that massively sounding Subaru. Look at that. She had to slap that back into line. It wanted to get away from her there.
Yeah, that was very tail happy off the line there. Rear-wheel drive Subaru BRZ, a wonderfully balanced vehicle built in conjunction with Toyota. You know, Arnie, on this engine, on the head, it's stamped Subaru and Toyota. 2 car badges actually on the same engine.
That's not something you're going to get often, so does that mean that it's a bit confused, or does it...
No, it just means Toyota paid for the whole party and they wanted their name on it, really.
Claire Vale looking like she's got a really nice run going here.
This is looking good. Probably one of her better runs of the day. And that's really lovely poise through those corners.
Beautiful word. It did look like a poised run. Look at that, 50.07. And she had that going very nicely. Here's Bob Neal, our friend from the UK, who's been in South Africa for more than 20 years, hasn't lost much of his accent, and he hasn't lost much of his speed either over all the years in that little Ford.
And South African Ford RS and ST fanatics, and there are a lot of them, will be very happy to see a hot Ford hatchback going up the mountain.
Yeah, and I was lucky enough to spend some time with him. His mechanic Jody, the man who put this car together, says they have worked tirelessly on this car to make it as quick as possible. And Bob was saying he really is scared out there at times. He said he's driven himself scared in this car. He's letting it hang out on this run.
So how's this for some trivia for you, Arnie? The last Ford Focus RS, rather, that was sold in South Africa, shared its drivetrain with the Range Rover Evoque.
Well, have you ever? Wow, look at that, Bob. Sub 50, 49.167. He'll be overjoyed with that one. That is a good run, Bob.
I'm not sure why I retain such interesting trivia, but it's or not so interesting
I'm
trivia.
writing this stuff down as you say it.
But it's really coming in handy now. Though.
Absolutely. Owen Bridger in the Honda. I must say, of all the cars, this is one of those that you go, Honda. Oh, it's a Honda. You're right. Look at that. It's beautiful.
And not playing around with his exhaust setup there. It just goes straight out the top of the bonnet. That's when you know you're taking your exhaust very seriously.
So Bridger wearing race number 52, and he is piling on the speed here. This is the Type R Honda 2.4 litre engine.
That's nice and quick. One of our only front-wheel drive competitors here. They suffer a little bit off the launch as the weight of the car shifts to the rear of the car. They lose a bit of traction, but up the hill they're good.
47.592, you must say. That is really, really rapid. Well done.
That is quick. That is particularly quick. And here are one of our two Evos in the field in the hands of Shane Naidoo. Stunning car that. The other one is finished in black. This one in awesome silver and red, a bit more reminiscent of the rally car, which made the brand famous.
Look at the aggressive line there, and that is a big piece of car. I know it's not, it just looked so big in that shot there for a second because it came at the shot so fast.
It's a great camera angle that the crew have set up there on the exit of turn 3 and into the S's here. He'll be grateful. He's got all-wheel drive, super confident through the S's there and across the line. Shane Naidoo, 45.2.
That's top of the pops. 45.262, 151 k's an hour average. There's that lovely shot again. I absolutely adore that we're able to bring you this shot to show you the line, particularly in that first long sweeping right-hander.
Yeah, how the drone works is it just creates voodoo up in the sky and sends the picture down to the broadcasting unit down on the ground next to us here. I have absolutely no idea how it works, but I'm very glad it does because it is stunning.
Pierre Bester in that little Mercury's, the A45, and this thing has been rapid all weekend long, and he's an aggressive driver as well. Look at the lines there, throwing that in, throwing it out, and then, oh, what a pity. What a pity. That means now that he's hit that pole policeman, he's unfortunately going to be excluded from the results. What a real pity that is. Anton Cronje, that's what a Subaru sounds like when you've made it cross.
That's that dramatic anti-lag kicking in, and you can really feel that explosion in your chest as it pulls off the line. The Subaru is particularly quick, but I'm not sure that was his best launch.
Again, a hearty big welcome to our friends who join us on SABC. Really great to have your company too. Stay right where you are, because later on we'll find out who is the 2021 King of the Hill. You were talking about those big wings at the back. Once he's finished with this, he takes it down to George Airport so the aeroplanes can reattach it again.
Well, he's just nicked it off a crop sprayer, really.
I see.
So once it's back and...
Come on here, 42.743, 160 k's an hour. So he reaches the 100-mile-an-hour mark.
That is a dramatically fast Subaru, that it really is. And here's the first of our low tie.
Low tie, yes,
to
sir.
use Collins
says.
Collins with.
Charles Hubert in action, and Charles has been ultra quick as well and very, very consistent. That's the other thing. You mentioned earlier about Andre Besaidnot, but here's another one of those guys who's consistent all the time.
Yeah, consistency is the hardest thing to achieve out on the racetrack for a racing driver. It really is. It's the mark of a great driver as well. And, you know, if you leave here just being consistent and consistently at your best, even if you don't leave with silverware, you'll go home happy.
He's hit that pool policeman as well. Unfortunately, just stole a little too much, unfortunately.
And here's one of my favorite cars, Toyota MR2. Listen to that.
And he is so fast off the line. This is Peter Zili. So Charles Hubert clocked more than a second and almost a half faster than anyone else, 41.254, but he's going to be excluded because he just stole a bit too much off the track surface there.
That is the Honda-powered Lotus, if I'm not mistaken. If you've just joined us, there's 3 in the field. One with a Ferrari engine, one with a Nissan Skyline engine from a GTR 34, and oh, there's a pool noodle lying in the ground there, but it's just foam, it won't damage the car. But you know what though, you come around the corner and you don't want to see debris on the track.
No. They're holding. They're now holding. They should have got the message from the road that there was one of those noodles, unfortunately. So just to give you an idea, if you haven't watched with us as of yet, the noodles demarcate the area that you're not allowed to go onto, otherwise you're actually leaving the track surface. And we've had a few drivers, the moment that you touch those, here we go, here's another look at it. Pity, real pity, but that got dragged along as well. In the end, we'll put the car in reverse.
I think the marshals are probably looking to see if he did clip one of the standing policemen.
That's gone down. That is actually down, isn't it? Before he gets there.
Yeah, it was before he got there.
Yeah, before he got there.
So they will just be trying to work out if he did clip the standing one. Interesting to know. I wonder, I'm chat to Sparky about this, the clerk of the court, but if the pool noodles are down and a competitor crosses or leaves the tarmac in the corner, I suppose there's no way you can really penalize him or her. So that's an interesting one.
It is a very interesting one indeed. And if you've perhaps just joined us in the last few seconds, hello everyone, I'm Arnold Goetz together with Jiro Chiena, and we really have been having an absolute blast as far as this is concerned. For me, as a commentator, the wonderful thing about live streaming is you can just have fun, and we've been having fun.
I'm having the time of my life, Arnie. Thank you to you and the team for having me here. And I'm not even racing. I'm sure the guys out there and the guys and girls in the hot seats are having even more fun than we are. But we have been treated to some of the best motorsport anywhere in the country. I would argue anywhere in the world, actually.
Jiro, you have raced up this hill, and while we've got a little lag here now in the qualifiers for the class categories, which is going to happen a little later, just take us through the 8 corners that they race in this 1,900 meters.
So your heart is in your chest as you're approaching the start line. In fact, I would argue that actually that's probably the most nerve-wracking part of the track, is just going up to that start and making sure that you've got everything in order. So you've got the car in its fastest mode. For instance, I raced up the hill in a Jag. So you want to make sure you're in sport mode, which is something I forgot to do on one of my runs. You want to make sure you got your gloves on and your helmet strapped in, all the rest of it. And I was making a film for Cars.co.za, so I had to make sure all the cameras were on as well. So a little bit of nerves up to the start, and then you want to get your launch right. If that launch goes well, it just settles you down.
Let me just stop you there for a second. How do you get the launch right? This is a marriage between left foot, right foot, and absolutely getting the timing spot on so you get bite and inertia off the line.
So the particular Jag I was driving didn't have a set launch control program, but the gearbox did let me build some revs, maybe 2,500, 3,000. So yeah, as your left foot buried on the brake, right foot buried on the throttle, as soon as the flag man lifts that flag, foot off the brake, and off you go. And if that launch goes well, it just settles you into that run, because the reality of the hill climb is you cannot make a mistake. Not a single mistake in the 40, 50, 60 seconds that you're taking to get to the top.
The launch part is the most important part.
Yeah, it's the most important and probably the easiest to stuff up as well. So you really do have to get it right. And then once you get that going, then you get into a flow. So the first corner is a little kink to the left. Then it's a lovely right-hander
it's
up
a long
to the
sweep like this.
Yeah, beautiful sweeping corner. And you'll actually see some of the taller cars, the SUVs that have raced in previous years and the buckies, they'll sort of go into tripod mode. So they'll lift a front right wheel just off the ground. And I've got footage of my colleague Ashley Oldfield doing that in a Jag F-Pace SVR, just getting the car up onto 3 wheels around that right handle, sorry.
Okay, we're back in racing, and it is G for go yet again. That's Davy Hubert in another one of the low tie, and he's making his way up the hill. Here is that sweep that we told you about. Look how beautiful that is, and you've really got to concentrate because you drift in and as far left as you can to then bring it back in tight in the right-hander.
So this year, unlike previous years, we don't have a Ferrari badge in the field, but you'll be glad to know, if you're a Ferrari fan, that this particular low tie has a Ferrari 488 engine, a twin turbocharged V8 in there, in a little Lotus, so you can imagine that's quick, and I suspect he is about to go top of the charts here.
I would figure you're absolutely spot on right. Here he comes up to the line, and he does indeed. Well called, partner. That's why I like working with you. 40.4 4, 4, 5. Lovely. 169, call it 170 k's an hour average between friends. Wow, that is quick.
And one of the skylines that we have here today, Skyline is a favorite around the world for doing hill climbs. They just seem to be particularly well set up for it. But the competitors here take their baseline Skylines, or GTRs, they actually dropped the word Skyline now, and they crank them up a little bit, you know, sort of in the region of 1,000 horsepower.
Wilhelm Bart has certainly had this one cranked up a lot. And he is one of the men here on the hill climb, renowned for making it difficult for everyone else to get to the top of the board. Oh, there it is, 40.081. My word, did he have to fight the tail there. Now listen to this. Oh, you feel it in the seat of your pants, and we're not within 10 yards of the thing. This is Mr. van Zummeren, Wade van Zummeren in Dad Martin's car. Martin couldn't make it eventually. Up the hill he goes. Let's see what he can produce, because here's another man who has been ultra consistent all the way through.
Arnie, I think
trouble.
He might have aborted.
Yep, trouble.
I was about to say that he would have run Wilhelm very close, or vice versa, but he's unfortunately looking for a parking space now. And I hope that's not terminal, because that really is one of the front runners in its class. So it would be horrible to see him, or either that or he just wanted a bit of shade.
Yeah, look, it gets warm in there, but I think he would have wanted shade at the top of the climb, not sort of 1/3 through, perhaps. Marshall is making his way down there gingerly.
That's a pity. Well, this is how these things go. These cars are finely tuned machines. They are squeezing every last kilowatt, horsepower, newton meter they can out of those engines, and mechanical breakdowns do occur.
Yeah, Colin used a lovely word just now when he spoke about Franco Scribanti's car. He called them finicky. And they are finicky. They are really like very moody. No, I'm not going to say. No. I'm married. I can't say that.
Temperamental teenagers, maybe.
Yeah, there we go. That's much better. I can't say that either. I've got one of those at home too. Wilhelm Bart still at the top of the board with a 40.081, and like we were saying, averaging 160.5 kilometers an hour. Let's go back to earlier.
This is Shane Naidu in one of the Evos, getting the most out of his car. I actually think, you know what, I mean, that's road legal, that car. Eh? I've been to some runs, some meetups, where he shows up in that car, so particularly fast. Probably one of the fastest road legal cars here. And up comes the flatbed, unfortunately.
That's also one of the fastest flatbeds in the country. Look how quickly that comes up here.
Sure, you know, with that front spoiler, Arnie, I wonder if they can even get that. Well, maybe they'll pull it on backwards, perhaps, but I doubt you'd get that on forwards, facing forwards.
They also tow them to the top. They also tow them straight up to the top as well, just to make it easier for everyone and clear the track as quickly as they possibly can.
Yeah, and I imagine that is what will happen here. As we watch reruns of the Mercedes A45 tackling the hill. Undoubtedly one of the fastest A45s I've ever seen, that's for sure. That thing is particularly quick off the line.
So just to give you a heads up, and again, we pray God that this is how things will work out, but the dates for the next 2 years of the Simola Hillclimb at this stage, pencil them in. 2023, 4 to 7 May. And 2024, 2 to 5 May. So at this stage, that's what we're all hoping for. Let's hope by 2023 we are absolutely rid of COVID and we can go, let's start this off and get in the crowd. What did they say? Send in the clowns in the song. I do believe that Colin has got the mayor with him. Let's hear the official word. Colin, speak in big sentences this time, please.
Ulrich van Aswegen, Mayor of Knysna. First of all, thank you very much for having us here. But what does the Simola Hillclimb mean for Knysna?
Now, I first need to thank you guys for being here. Instead of I've been thanked. No, listen here, I said just to chicken other guys. For me, it's important that we understand the current situation of our country when it comes to economy and when it comes to the negativity around what's happening in our country, COVID-19. So these are the type of positive events that I believe every town should have. for us it's nice now. Listen, it's massive. When I looked yesterday morning on YouTube, and I actually saw you guys, you were in the pits, and this nice little picture coming from over the hill, and just so the town over there and the lagoon, it's massive for us. It's important for us. It's an event that I believe in. It's an event that I believe that the country should actually support.
I think that model of us as race fans, as petrol heads who want to go racing, and you as a town who welcomes this circus, this show, this thing, that model could work very well in other towns, and maybe they should listen to you, Mayor.
Listen, I would tell them that stop the negativity. Our people had enough of that. So every town actually should embrace in situation and an event like this, because you need to put your town on the map. Listen, nice not already on the map. So what we should do now is just to go further and take that step at and make sure that bring back our economy, bring back the people to the town. Because we need the people in this town. In fact, we need the people in our country. COVID-19 might not actually be conducive to get to that stage yet, but I believe events like this will start a new process in our town, growing this town, getting our people back to the economy.
Let's just talk about the economic impact. I know from our point of view, we've got about 19 people here on our crew, and we go and buy ice and cool drinks and stuff. The economic impact on the town must be massive.
So why did you offer me cool drink? No, listen, you're correct. For every person that is in our town that is spending money, it creates the possibility of jobs. It creates the possibility of people not losing their jobs. Just remember, COVID-19 creates the situation where a lot of people have been laid down, businesses have been closed, and for people have to come back to nice. Every cent that you spend in this town, I believe, contribute to the economy of the town and to those people that is unemployed. Hopefully out of this event we will have people that will come back to nice and create that economy, invest in our town, and just build our economy for those people that is unemployed. We've got massive unemployment as all other cities and towns, and our youth especially. So event like that, like this, if you can contribute to that and make sure that our people get back to normal life, which I desperately need, and all of us desperately need, listen, I'll be the first person to support it.
Lovely stuff. Let's go and do this together. Mayor, thank you very much for speaking to us. Thanks for a lovely event, and more than that, thanks for arranging this beautiful weather.
Oh, by God's grace, we've got it. But nice, all got nice weather. Actually, people want to go to the lagoon, I suppose, not being here. But thank you very much.
Mayor of Knysna, Ulrich van Aswegen. Thank you very much, sir. And with that, I think we're almost ready to go racing. Thank you very much, sir. So nice to hear about the fact that we can work together. 1 minute ago, there were cars here. Now there are none. Why? Because we've had a car break down. And that was Wade van Zummeren in the R34 Skyline with its RV26 engine. Makes huge amounts of horsepower. So drivers sitting, waiting, getting ready to go, focusing. This is the class finals. The top three in each class get to run. The guy who gets the fastest time wins. If you touch one of the orange pole thingies, noodles or whatever, the pole thingy, the orange thingy, your time gets deleted. Sorry for you. You need to try better next time. So lots of focus going on. They're running things through their mind. Let's have a look at some of these cars. Andrew Schofield in a Formula Ford. It's only got 100 and about 6, maybe about 110 horsepower. It's very, very light. It's got nice sticky slicks on it. Bit of wings. Wings do two things. They look good, and you can show off carbon fiber, and they put some downforce onto the car. The next car that's going to run is car number one. It's got number 1 on the side of it, and I've just lost my page. It is Franco Scrivanti in what they call the Sheriff. We call the Kraken. It's got massive amounts. It's a huge wing. Arnie calls it the Hammerhead. You'll see him when they call him. He'll come out of there now. They've wound that car up. He's a favorite for overall victory. They've wound that car up. Let's see if we can show some cars. They're busy calling him. And we'll quickly zip down here. Right over there, you'll see the grey car that comes out. He'll come out, and they wound the boost up. They have had the tyre warmers back on the car. And with the tyre warmers warm the rubber up so it gets all nice and sticky. And sticky rubber is a good thing because you'll see all the black marks down here where we've got sticky rubber. And this sticky rubber laid down, this rubber here laid down onto the tar helps with the grip. And the race tires get nice and sticky and they can go onto the grip. I've just heard the Kraken awake and it will come down the pit lane here. The Scribanti guys, watch the launch of this car because it's a four-wheel drive car. It's got about 1,500 horsepower in it. Boeti, watch this, give us a shot of this car coming up here. Look at that wing. Look at the intercoolers. Look at the wing on the back. Feel the earth move. And listen to the car. It will talk to you. It will show you how fast it is.
Thanks very much, Colin. That's a lovely, educated look at things. Here is Scribanti now. Let's see what he can put together. He's launched it.
You know, those launch controls programs that they write are very, very tricky just to get the right amount of slip and the right amount of power into the ground so that you can get moving and not stand still in a cloud of your own smoke. But it's quite an art, that. Sure, bumpy.
Oh, very bumpy. And he lost some traction there, which may cost him in the end. Earlier, they were battling with torque control, so there was one or two of the computer bits that wasn't talking to each other, and that's why he had to abandon one of the launches. Let's see how he goes through here. That looks quick. It looks quick, and it looks like he's in control, but right on the edge of that control. Up now to the second to last right-hander. Oh, he's thrown that around a lot. A real lot. There we go. 39.3, about to break 39 seconds. So 39.303. Man, that was a quick run and a fairly clean run. I just wonder how much those bumps and the whoop-de-doos cost him there.
That's fast. That's faster than his winning time in 2019. So he'll be happy with that the car is working properly underneath him. That's a very good sign, and a good sign for the competition as well, because it means that, well, he's going to be fighting for the win amongst the other Skylines as well and the other cars in that class.
It also means that the conditions are good. I think you can always read into someone clocking a fast time like that the conditions are probably ideal. It is now 24 minutes to 3 Central African time, so the heat is probably just the worst of the heat of the day, is probably just dissipating, but it's still warm enough for these vehicles to operate at a maximum.
Yeah, there's a combination of factors. You want the track to be nice and sticky, but you want the air to be a bit cold, especially for the naturally aspirated engines. They like the colder, denser air. And when the air is hot and these cars have to stand for a while, they can suffer from heat soaks, especially the ones with big turbos. Underneath the bonnet can get particularly hot and rob them of a couple of horsepower, so they'll be aware of that as well. But with Franco's car running 39s like that, it seems like that mechanical symphony we spoke about yesterday is working perfectly.
I still want to disagree with you.
Yeah.
That symphony doesn't come into this. Classic music doesn't mix with this. This is real hard rock.
Yeah, no, I like that, Arnie. It's a great analogy. It's a rock and roll concert. It's not a symphony. But
let's update you. Franco Scribanti then 39.303. Then Wilhelm Bart just missing out on nipping under 40.081. And then in third place, Davy Hubert in the first of the Lotuses, 40.455. Peter Zeely in that beautiful Toyota of his 40.9, and those are the first four men, all under 41 seconds. Let's just take a look at the Kraken, as my mate Colin calls it. The Kraken, of course, is a mythical Scandinavian animal of some sort, indescribable. It is, and it eats things. This thing eats hills.
So if you're not too familiar with hill climb racing, downforce is extremely important. Oh, hang on. There's a rotary going.
Karel Stolz takes his rotary for a little jog up the hill. Listen to it.
Absolutely stunning Mazda RX-7, one of the sought-after JDM cars, Japanese domestic cars in the world, and it's so wonderful to see one racing up the hill here.
Stolz Let's look at this line.
Hard on the brakes.
Keeping it, and now he flows into it. He's actually got a nice flowing ride going here. He's not fighting with the car at all. Okay, there's a bit of fighting. That certainly wanted to fight back.
Very well balanced car. If I'm not mistaken, running a 3-rotor rotary, whereas standard there would have been 2 rotors with sequential turbocharging. Actually, funnily enough, one of the first production cars in the world to use sequential turbocharging, but this will just have a big single turbo conversion to get all of that power.
So Carl goes across the line, he flashes past the timekeepers, and he goes into 13th place with a clocking of 49.35.
And that RX-7 rotary lighting a massive campfire out the back as all the unburned fuel dumped into the exhaust as he got off the throttle crossing the finish line. What a spectacle.
Johan de Bruin in his Beamer. Again, just in such a beautiful livery. It's gorgeous. Slightly wide there, perhaps. That's time.
The rotary is obviously a bit of an outlier here. There are 2 in the field. One was in a little bakkie called Wasabi, and they're put into the categories with the 6-cylinder engines because, well, they're such outliers. They need to go somewhere, and they're running against each other.
Flashing it through the S's and up the last part of the hill, and the Brain is good for 46.7.
And we have that I think is the technical car, not the safety car. So perhaps just a transponder issue. We won't stop proceedings if there's a camera issue, but we will stop if there is a transponder issue. Or a lighting issue as well, actually, the safety lights, which you can see in the bottom left of your screen.
News from, I almost said noise from the track, but this is different. This is waste from the track. Apparently, someone has dumped some oil on the track. And I do wonder if it wasn't 2 runs ago, I saw a puff of big smoke coming out the back there of one of the vehicles. It skips my mind now which one it was, but it looked like that may have been it.
So not too serious. Hopefully it's a small oil spill. They'll put some drying agent on the oil, get rid of it. Obviously, you need to get the lubricant off the track. Lubricant is not good in these circumstances.
That's the last thing you actually need. And I do remember, I believe 2018, when someone had a coming together and there was some oil. The very next vehicle that went had a rather big off because of the stuff on the track. And of course, remember that it's been dry here over the last 2 or 3 days, although I must say that there's been lots of rain. And the underfoot conditions, if you're walking on the grass and on the mud here, it is soft and very muddy. Ah, there we go. Okay, I don't think that's oil. Isn't that some of the underwear that you mentioned earlier that someone dropped on a very scary run? Oh, well, there you go.
What a curious thing. That's a bit of textile. It almost looks like a sort of a torn-up T-shirt or something. Where did that come from?
Someone leave a rag that they did the windscreen with on the track. Surely you don't lean out at 170 k's an hour and clean the windscreen. Okay, they're taking a walk here just to see what it is. Making sure that there is nothing on the racing line in particular.
Yeah, you can see the racing line actually where the tire tracks have been left on the inside. That policeman, the orange pool noodle on the left of your screen indicating the apex of that corner, or the beginning of the apex rather. So that is the racing line on the inside of the track there. Not many cars will be on the right-hand side of your screen, right of the safety personnel. If you're on that side, you're probably in a little bit of trouble, actually.
I actually saw Johan de Bruin's BMW. I think that's the one that it was. At about turn 4, had a big puff of smoke. And maybe there was something there. Now, I love this. Look at how thorough these folks are. They're taking it step by step and checking it out and making sure exactly what it is. And if it is really heavy, then they will bring out some sand, possibly, as well as some wood shavings, and make sure that it is soaked up and then swept away. Because you want to make sure that the surface is fair for everyone. And that's one of the reasons why the pool policemen are there as well, is that no one actually takes debris onto the track. And someone else then has to deal with it, and that embeds, oh, there's some debris as well. What was that? Ah, okay. No, just a little bump in our broadcast signal, so nothing serious. That, by the way, is Neisner in the background there, and what a beautiful part of the world. It is absolutely gorgeous here on the Garden Route, And if you're ever looking, if you've not been down here, we do suggest you do. It's one of the top holiday destinations on the Garden Route, and you can find your thrills, whatever it is here. Affordable luxury and exclusive activities. If you're a discerning traveler, then this is the place for you. Sandy beaches, forest trails, cultural heritage, and a lot more other great experiences.
I absolutely love Nisa, Arnie, one of the jewels of South Africa. It really is. And it does seem we are back to racing.
Paul Munro off the line in his turquoise Beamer.
Carbon fiber bonnet there up front, reducing a little bit of weight. Huge wing off the back. Nicely balanced car, this. Rear-wheel drive BMW. Wonder what box he's running, actually. That would have come out with an SMG gearbox or a manual, but the SMG wasn't a particularly quick shifting box, and a manual up the hill is not the quickest option either. So perhaps he swapped out the box in that car.
3.26 cylinder M3 CSL as he takes that left-hander, then into the complex of the S's, left and right, and through again, and here's the last right-hander as he flashes over the line. Munro, 46.744. Oh boy, he's back. This is the man who yesterday said his car is finished. He had a big off into the forest, and when Colin spoke to him, he said, that's it, it's over. Well, they've patched it together with spit, chewing gum, and lots of gaffer tape. It is Franco Di Matteo.
So good to see the Jag back up on the hill. I really am happy for him. As you say, in his own words, he was convinced his car had met its demise. But here it is, racing up the hill. He came in third in 2019, and he'll be hoping to repeat that performance this year.
Di Matteo, let's look at these lines as he does the S's. Oh, that's nice. He slid that in both ways and used the weight of the car beautifully yet again. Franco Di Matteo, 42.76.
Not his fastest run, quite a bit off Scribante and the Kraken, who ran a 39.3. So Di Matteo maybe just finding his feet again, and perhaps the car not in its perfect shape or in perfect shape since yesterday.
I think you're quite right. His best run earlier, though, this is his fastest run, but he went 43.3, but I do believe that you're right. That is definitely the case. So Silvio Scribante in the Lamborghini, and also we're still waiting for a few more of these to come through. And then if the other competitors will forgive me, the fast guns. I won't say the big guns, the fast guns, all lined up and racing and rearing to go.
So I was taking a look at that A1 GP car, Arnie, that we've got here, powered by Ferrari. 5.6 meters long, which makes it about as long as a Mercedes-Benz S-Class.
Wow.
I mean, it's a...
Here's another man who has really surprised a lot of people. Charles Arangis in the Lamborghini.
Some really incredible machinery here, and we're so happy to host an American hill climb specialist. Cole Powelson is here in a Citroen rally car, and I had a good chat with him yesterday. He's competed in hill climbs around the world, and he told me some of the best machinery he's ever seen at a hill climb is right here at Simola.
Wow, what a glittering tribute to the Simola Hillclimb. Arangis has gone 10th fastest overall in qualifying 4. He produced a 41.215. Let's see what he does this time. And that is his fastest, 40.7. That is into 4th place, so he's knocked down his fastest run so far. Now look at this. This, you've just absolutely got to love it. If you're a Bucky fan, sit back and lick your lips.
I think we should have Bucky Thursdays at Simola. And we come here a day early, and everyone just sends fast Buckies up the hill. I'd watch that.
Definitely.
I really would.
Paige Lindenberg. And by the way, for our viewers from overseas, a Bucky in South Africa is what you would call a ute, a utility vehicle. And that's what we call them in this part of the world, just so that you're informed. This is young Paige Lindenberg. She's really a small little waif, but man, she throws this thing around. And by the way, it is the Ford, and it's called the Ford Savage. But she savages it instead of the other way around.
And if you look closely, she actually has the tailgate down. What that does is reduce drag, so you don't have a vacuum effect and a buildup of an air pocket in the bed of the truck. And there we go, you get that shot there where you can see the tailgate is down.
55.8 for Paige Lindenberg. Woo!
Wow, I'm glad.
Excuse me.
I'm glad our studio camera wasn't on me there, because that was embarrassing. I would have become a meme, I think.
There was a little twitch there in the chair here next to me.
As the Wasabi's anti-lag kicked in, I did catch a bit of a skirk, I'm not going to lie.
And for our overseas viewers, a skirk is a fright, okay? Reino Skipper's going in the Mazda Rotary. That's the F1000, that little bucky. Oh, there's trouble though. He's done something there to it. Or is he just going to keep going? Oh, it is absolutely pouring smoke out the back. And he's going regardless. I don't care what, I'm going.
Blue smoke is oil though, so I hope he's not dropping any oil on the track. And to my eye there, it did look, unless it was just the shadow of the smoke.
Or a little bit of rubber that was down on the road.
I do think though that this is the end of the Wasabi, unfortunately. Whew, that is not going to come back from that. But that's a ring or a couple of rings which have gone. Actually, that's a rotary, so those are the seals which have gone, and it's just burning up all its oil. Really.
Well, we are close to the sea.
Yeah. That's a shame. That's a pity. The Wasabi's been great to watch. He does some spectacular burnouts in that car, and I just love its name, really.
So the safety car has gone out there now to go and have a look as well.
Oh dear, I think you can be fined.
Yes.
For dropping oil and continuing to drop oil on the track. So
very much so.
That's not good either. You'll have to buy all the officials beers tonight, I think.
The MSA steward, racing legend Francois Jordan, will be at him in a flash. Let's just see here what happens.
So now it's tough, because if you're a competitor and you've just lined up in the pit lane or in the burnout zone to go, now you're on edge and you're not sure, turn the engine off and keep it going and risk heat soak. So it does throw a little bit of a spanner for everyone. Yeah, that looks like oil to me.
That does.
And he carried on up the entire circuit, which is, on the face of it, a pretty significant issue.
Well, I must say, these are remote controlled cameras. They're all mounted there, and then we work them this way from far away. So Fritz and the lads from our technical team, they're doing a great job here working this for all it's worth. Yeah, there you go, there's some more. Okay, now there's some trouble coming here because it makes it difficult for everyone else, and on top of it all, there's going to be a fine, I have no doubt. I think we're pretty close. That looks like it.
Yeah, I think the etiquette is, and I stand to be corrected, but I think the etiquette for the drivers, or the protocol rather, is if you suspect you are dropping oil, you need to stop. You need to get off the track as soon as you can. And unfortunately, the driver of the Wasabi truck didn't do that, although they're lining up the next RSQ3, which I think might be a bit premature. But let's see, maybe it just, it could just be a sort of a strange way the sunlight's hitting the road there, Arnie.
It's possible, although it had that funny little purple pinkish sheen that it does do when there's oil lying on a surface such as this. Let's hope we were wrong. I'd be overjoyed if we are.
I do hope we're wrong. Look at the bottom of the screen there, Arnie. Those marbles, those are bits of tire there really that have been chunked off. The shot's just changed. But that's when you know the guys are pushing, when bits of their tire are shooting off and lying on the side of the racetrack. So as that camera was zooming in, it did start to get, it was quite a far zoom, so it did start to get a little bit pixelated. And I am hoping we're wrong. I'm hoping it's just the way the sunlight is hitting the rubber on the track or something similar.
Here we go again.
I think the TV director is also trying to work it out for us as well. But if that's the only patch of oil, then that's a quick fix, and then we can get going again quickly.
Well, again, like they did just a few moments ago, they're going to walk it out and make absolutely certain, because let's be honest, you're playing with people's lives here. If there is something that you miss, then it is very dangerous. Yesterday, Colin was interviewing someone, and I failed to remember who that was. I think it was probably Andre Besaidnout. and he was saying the spectre of a serious injury always is over a racing driver's shoulder, so you want to be absolutely certain. In the meantime, those of you who don't quite know where Knysna is, the town is primarily built on the northern shore of a large warm water estuary known as the Knysna Lagoon. It's fed by the Knysna River, and the estuary opens to the ocean after passing between two large headlands. They're popularly known as the Heads, and it's become infamous due to the loss of boats and fishermen passing through very treacherous and unpredictable waters. Well, talk about unpredictable waters. This is unpredictable for the meantime, so we'll keep you up to date as we go. But here's Colin Hastie in the pits again.
Oh, thanks, Arnie. I think I found a little bit of evidence. And if we go here, black spot, it comes out. I'm not sure how sticky it is. And we'll always have to give it the smell test. And yeah, that is, I think it's engine oil. I think it came from that Mazda Ute, the Wasabi car. We follow this, normally kind of a trail, like a snail trail that comes along here. And here's another, yeah, that thing was, I think it was that thing that was dropping oil. Detective Colin on the case. Let me see if I can, one last test. If you can see what brand it is. It's definitely used brand. It's not a multi-grade. I think it's, because it's Mazda, it's got a bit of, a rotary, it's got a bit of caster oil in it. I joke, you can't do that. Single seaters are next. Formula GTRs that come out of South Africa will come after the 1600 Formula Ford. Around about 106 horsepowers. And while Moeti keeps the camera on, you'll see here he's running slick tires, all nice and warm. And we was talking about the marbles a little bit earlier. And as the car goes around the corner, the rubber sort of scuffs off. And these little bits of rubber, they roll up and go off the side of the road. So you've got the little bits and pieces of rubber. Slightly wider at the back. We've got to keep an eye on what's happening at the front. The guy at the back's got the battery with that plugs in, so that you don't have to drain the little battery on the racing car. So they'll just plug the battery into the back of the car, kind of like jumper cables on your normal car. And the other thing that we love in racing cars is carbon fiber, because it's so pretty. It's light, it's strong, it's stiff, it's hard, it's beautiful stuff. And racing cars, I'm like a kid in a toy shop because they are so pretty, so nice, and so neat. Wishbone suspension, all metal over here, drive shaft, CV joints, and the obligatory exhaust pipe. And because we have to be so responsible nowadays, even racing cars have got silencers on. I think they should be loud. I think they should be obnoxious. I think they should be absolutely outrageously noisy. We heard Arnie talk about the A1 GP car. This is the A1 GP car, and something I forgot about, but I remember now, is it's almost like a guppy fish. It's got a little hole over there. And if you look inside this hole here, you'll see that there's a mesh. I'll try and get out of the shadow here. And there's a little mesh inside there. That's to stop bugs and dirt and stuff getting in as the air on the front of this nose over here goes through and into the car. Again, because it's a racing car and we love them and they're fast, carbon fiber. You can see how nice and stiff and light it is. I don't want to touch it. In the Formula One, which everybody loves so much because someone, Hollander's pole, they adjust the front wing angle, and this little thing here, if you turn it, it raises and lowers this flap, rather like a flap of an aeroplane, so that the air coming out the back here creates a little bit of a lower pressure and drops the car down. No, these are not proper, not funny tires. These are the tire warmers, the blankets. We spoke about getting some heat into the rubber, so the rubber goes all mushy and squishy and can claw into the tar and give the car grip as it goes forward, or in the case of the front tires, as it tries to slow the car down or turn it. On a cold day, this is the best place to be. They're electric, they warm up just like electric blankets that you use to warm up your body in the middle of winter. They warm the tires up. I'm hearing cars warm up, but they're not getting ready to go. On the other hand, you've got this Gould, and this Gould has got a specially made engine by McLaren. Stuart Thompson from WCT, who run these cars, tell me that the motor was made by McLaren's and Cosworth. So the idea was that they took an existing IndyCar turbo engine and used this for the Grand Prix Masters series. This is slightly beautiful, more beautiful carbon. You'll hear I keep talking about the carbon. One of this little thing here, Dan Gurney, for those of you who watched the Le Mans movie, he was winner in a Ford GT. That flap is called a Gurney flap, and the air comes along here, gets tripped up and sucks more air along here, which pushes the car down further. Now these tires here, if you look, and I don't want to disturb anything, I'm just going to lift the blanket a little bit. You'll see there's cling wrap on it, like this. It's just normal industrial strength cling wrap. They put these on these tires here because these particular tires are uncured. They're very, very, very soft. And when you take a sticky piece of rubber, it picks up all the gunk and rubbish from the tar and it sticks into the tire. Gives you less grip, gives you a possibility of getting a puncture. These tires are actually uncured rubber, and they really are sticky and give the car instant grip. Two ways of developing grip out of the rubber. Very soft, very uncured rubber that is grippy, or hot rubber that has got the right compound. These guys need, over here, these guys need a slightly harder compound in their tires, as opposed to the very soft one, too hard. But next year, they'll be back, and they will come with softer tires. How does the timing work up a hill? It's short in terms of time, 1.95 kilometers, 150 something meters elevation, climbing. That's why it's a hill climb. There's a beam, almost a beam of wires that is cut into the road that talks to a transponder. And the transponder is this little thing here. Piece of electronics, you'll see the arrow in it that's pointing to the transponder for the timing people, and they line the car up according to that arrow. Then as the car goes over the wires, that little transponder sends a signal into the computer that's over there, and when they get to the end, they cross the wires again, and it stops the time. So that gives you the time down to 3 decimal places, which is 10,000, measuring accuracy to 10,000ths of a second. And no, I'm not lisping. If we go and have a look across here, Mweti, these are the brake ducts that send air into it. But we've got action. Yes, yes, yes. The cars are about to start again. Number 59, the Audi Q RSQ. So we'll let the cars do the talking as they go up the hill.
Thanks, Colin. Again, setting the scene for us beautifully. And we're waiting to see exactly how things are going to end up on this route. Now, let's hope that there isn't a lot more oil out there, but I'm sure that the marshals have done a great job and they've cleaned it up completely. This is the Audi
RSQ3, running the same engine you'll find in a TTRS, 2.5 litre 5-cylinder turbocharged Audi motor. Sadly, probably the last of its kind, actually, as Audi recently announced that they're going electric. So good to see it going up the hill.
This is Udo de Berges in the controlling seat, and he is controlling it very nicely. That's a very nice, clean line. This vehicle looks neat out there on the route. It's actually the best way I can describe this run. That's a neat run.
Solid quattro drive system in there, keeping him on the straight and narrow.
50.473 right now. Here is one of the first of the open cars, and boy, oh boy, oh boy, that looked like it was a really good launch. It is Andrew Schofield in the Mygale.
Undoubtedly one of the lightest cars on the grid. Lightness is good up the hill. The less you have to fight against gravity, the better.
And one also gets the impression that the harder and the faster this goes, the more the downflow of the air is going to push it down onto the tarmac.
Yeah, these wings and slicks cars are particularly fast up the hill, as demonstrated by Robbie Volt in the A1 GP and Andre Bezuidenhout in the Gould GR55. They are the fastest cars up the hill.
Schofield, 49.261. Talk about that. Here we go. Andrew Rackstraw in the Reynard. This young man has been very, very quick.
This shot gets me every time.
Me too.
VW Reynard here. Another wings and slicks car that'll struggle over that bump midfield there. Actually, it looked a lot better over that bumps than the Kraken did.
Almost everyone, actually. He looked better than everyone. Oh, low.
Yeah.
Almost lost the right-hand backside there, but nicely controlled.
He is on the limit through turn 3 there. And if he can hold it, if he can keep it on the tarmac, this will be an epic run for him.
Woo! He lost that 3-4 times. Rackstraw, 40.9. The next Reynard with Byron Mitchell in the hot seat. Oh my word, Rackstraw really, he was pushing as hard as he possibly could have.
But it just shows you how fast the modified Saloon tin tops are of Wilhelm Bart and Franco Scribante in the 39s. Rackstraw in the Reynard, about a second behind.
Mitchell with this Reynard, and it's 2-litre engine, naturally aspirated VW. Only 4 cylinders there, but boy, he's got them working in unison. Oopsie, another little twitch. The boys are pushing as hard as they can. There's another one.
Yeah, that's a little bit of oversteer through the S's there. You can sort of deal with oversteer without
40.475.
Thought I'd just let the A1 GP Ferrari interrupt me, and here it goes.
Oh, I could feel that right in my gut as that took off underneath us here. Robbie Hawk in the A1 GP, the Ferrari engine. There's that shot of yours again. It is just such a beautiful look at that big sweep.
Our entire commentary box vibrated when Volk's A1 GP pulled off. 4.5-litre naturally aspirated Ferrari engine, 600 horsepower in a 700-kilogram car. That thing is a monster.
It was like living inside a coffee machine for a second or two there. Here we go then, through the S's. And through the last right-hander. 36.8.
He's been chasing that all weekend.
He will be yodeling with happiness. And here's Andre Bezuidenhout. Now, what can he produce? Because now the pressure's on. 36.8 for Robbie, and now Andre, the advocate. What can he bring to the party?
Andre reckons a 34 is on today if he can get everything right, if the car runs right, if the track conditions are perfect.
It was a good launch.
Squirreling under braking there, he decided to stay on the right of the track.
Left himself a lot of gap there too. Doesn't want to touch those pool policemen.
This is looking quick, Arnie. Those soft compound tires doing their job, sticking him to the tarmac through the S's now. One more corner.
35.1. That's a new mark again. Thank you for coming, Andre Bezuidenhout. What a ride. Clean, clean, clean all the way.
Absolutely knocking on the door of 34. And Arnie, I think we have a new track record.
We do indeed. This is the radical Devin Robertson.
And by track record, I mean all-time Simola record. That is the fastest anyone has ever gone up this hill.
He's only missed going sub 35 by 1/100th of a second, and I think he'll be telling you, I can still find more.
Yeah. If he can just push and get rid of those pesky numbers after the 35 there, then he's in with a 34, and that will be a formidable record for
Robertson.
others to chase down.
Beg your pardon. Robertson goes in with a 41.166. James Forbes now in the ADR. What can he produce? I've said it before, but it's worth mentioning again. Just look at this. As the speed ramps up and he gets to the gears and gets through the gears and starts using them, this car just looks flatter and flatter and flatter, compressed by the air that flows around it and over it and underneath it.
Yeah, I need to come up with a word for these. The boom cheaters, the parking ticket dodgers, something like that. They're so low to the ground, and you can make these road legal, which would be an enormous amount of fun.
Well, if you drove over a 50-cent piece, you could tell whether it's heads or tails with these. They're so low to the ground, your butt is literally scraping 1 or 2 or 3 mils above the tarmac. Let's see what he can produce as he comes up and over the line. James Forbes, 47.388. That gives him 20th spot.
So not a huge amount of power in these Radicals and in the Shelbys and in the Can-Ams. They don't really need it because they're so light. I think they're sub 500 kgs.
This is Mike Verrier.
They're actually quite reminiscent of the current design of the Formula E cars, actually.
They are.
And they predate the Formula E cars by some time. So maybe some inspiration they're taken by the Formula E designers.
This Can-Am model dates back to 1989, so it is really impressive. It's going beautifully. Dr. Mike has got a good line going here too. Let's have a look now. What can he produce? He has been very solid all along. This looks like a quick run. Right-hander and through, and he has run himself a 44.0.
Yeah, that's quick.
Rui Campos gets underway.
And this will probably be a lot quicker than a lot of the trucks that he owns.
Which you see all over the national roads of South Africa. He's in the Shelby Ford 5-litre 8-cylinder Can-Am.
Bouncing up the main straight. Although the lower the car, the more settled they seem to look. The Skylines seem to struggle over those bumps.
And also the Kraken. That Nissan definitely did take strain over the bumps and the humps.
Andre Bezanino did say that he had to raise his ride height on his Gould a little bit to deal with the bump, or the alternative is to stick to the left of the track, but that results in a change of direction being necessary.
Campos into 13th place with a 42.290 and 161, call it 162 k's an hour average.
And here's the fastest car in South Africa, the Toyota Quantum, carrying the media up the hill. And that means that it is the end of the run.
No, it's not necessarily the fastest. It's the one that people get out of the way the fastest for. There is a huge difference, okay?
No, fair enough.
We're, of course, referring, again, if you're some of our overseas watchers, we're referring to those who may just have seen it. It is, what is that, a 12-seater bus normally, is it? 15-seater.
Yeah.
And those are used as taxis here in South Africa, and you have to squirrel out of the way quite quickly because they are ruthless. They go everywhere, anywhere. It's the fastest 4x4 in the country as well.
And they are indeed the backbone of the country. You know what I found out recently, Arnie? Toyota Quantums transport about 12 million people a day. In South Africa.
You are kidding.
12 million.
No.
Yep.
Now, I hope you didn't sit and count them all.
No. That's some research done by a company called SA Taxis. So it's really, really the backbone of this country is that 15-seater Toyota Quantum, and being used to go and collect and drop off the photographers on the various corners up on the hill.
That is amazing. So let's have a look at some of the really hairy moments from earlier. This was all over the show. It looked like someone was going with a high-speed yo-yo at one stage, because that was really, really a hard ride.
Yeah, that's absolutely on the limit there in a single-seater as well. You know, you can push and push and push, but at some point, I suppose you've got to back off a little bit. You know, you want to get to the top of the hill in one piece. The nice thing, though, is oversteer's a bit better than understeer, because you can sort of steer the car with your right foot. You don't necessarily have to get off the throttle if you've got oversteer, whereas if you've got understeer, if you're losing the front of the car and you're plowing wide and not going in the direction of travel you want to go in, then generally you have to lift off.
Robbie Volk, of course, producing a ultra-fast run. This is his fastest ever here on the hill, and he has been going at it forever and a day. 36.819. That averages out at 185 k's an hour. That is just incredibly quick. That A1 GP car powered by Ferrari.
I love seeing it up the hill. It is a stunning car. It's actually behind us right now on your TV screens, the Invest Chem A1 GP Ferrari, designed around the 2004 Ferrari Formula One chassis. So it is pretty much, the footprint is really from Formula One. However, the design was changed a little bit. One of the big differences was that the aerodynamics were not as extreme, and so that created less dirty air, which meant that the competitor behind or chasing the person in front of him could get a little bit closer, which is something that modern Formula One cars are suffering from, and those rules will be changing next year.
This is Andre Besaidnout, and the man who holds the record here. He held it from 3 years ago, 2018. It was a 35.5. Broke that yesterday with a 35.4, and today on this run you're seeing now in slow-mo, 35.164 at an average speed of 194.5. Now, with your encyclopedic knowledge, and I know that you've said before that your math ain't that great, but I'm going to try you anyway. From a standing start, and you average 194 over, call it 2,000 meters for argument's sake, how fast are you going at the top?
I would say at the top of the main straight, well, you've got to average 194, you've got to be, most of your speed points have got to be over 200. So you're well over 200 for most of the track.
Give me a definition. Well over 210, 220, 230?
My guess would be 260 into the braking zone.
Oh, as much as
yeah,
that?
At the top of just in the braking zone into turn 3. And I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm gonna run to the gents in a moment, and I'll quickly go ask one of Franco's mechanics how fast he gets to when he gets on the brakes.
That'll be very interesting to hear, to actually
I'd
understand.
love to confirm that.
Yeah.
It's, he will definitely have the highest top speed on the course.
So here's an interesting comparison. So let's compare. Besaidnout, 35.164, and Volk, 36.819. Besaidnout averages 194.517 k's an hour, and a little less than, well, it's a little bit more than a half a second, and Volk averages 185.7. That's almost a difference of 10 k's an hour average difference. That gives you a fairly good insight into how much not even a half a second does make at the speed.
So I think it would come down to weight. When you need a slow vehicle down, the less weight, the better. And Andre Besaidnout's Gall GR55 is significantly lighter than Robert Volk's A1 GP car. So Robert Volk will be having to get on the brakes earlier, so more time braking, less time at top speed than Andre, and that would probably explain that average speed difference.
Very interesting thought pattern. So you would all know that COVID has played havoc not just with people's lives, but their livelihoods, and also their leisure time, which this is to a certain degree. Most of these guys do this as a fun thing. Some of them are, of course, professional drivers, but in general, COVID has had a massive effect on motorsport. How hard has it been to put the event together under strict COVID rules and also not having spectators?
It's been very challenging, Arnold. You know, I think one of the biggest things is the uncertainty. We just not knowing what's going to happen from month to month and week to week, day to day. You know, with regulations, you plan, and then the rules change, regulations change. So that's made it very challenging from event perspective. But you know, we've just had to, like everybody, adapt, work with it, and survive and put on the show today.
I must admit, as a competitor on the classic car days and as a marshal on the other days, in the pits here it doesn't feel that different, but it is actually very different because of the lack of crowds.
COVID, I think, has affected everybody's lives, and you know, we had a problem with our gearbox. We had to send it overseas, and they couldn't work on it because of COVID. We only got it on Wednesday. We had to fitted in the car on Thursday to bring it down here for the testing.
Look, it's totally different. I mean, this is very irritating, to be honest, and it's sad not to see the bulkies and everything full of spectators here.
No, we actually enjoying having less people around because you can actually pull out your pits without being cramped. But we are missing all the screens, we're missing the people, but we love it here. So we're glad we're back. Next year, let's hope no masks.
It's dead, honestly. You know, we've done this, like I said, previously, this is my 6th time, I've done it 5 times. With spectators, you always get that vibe, and you always get the attraction, and you know, like the glamorousness around it, you know, if that's a word.
The interaction between all the spectators, all your fellow guys that actually like to be here and, you know, that support you, aren't you? So it's a bit of a sad situation, but I think we'll get back to it one day.
I have been here as a spectator. Well, my business is closed. I offered a spot here and we're selling coffee, which is great. It's a bit of a different feeling, but there's still plenty of crew and stuff around, so it's still got a, as far as people, it's got a good people vibe.
This is different without spectators, but because the buzz is in the pits, we don't notice it as much. But I have to say it is quite, it's easier without spectators.
The buzz isn't quite the same. But other than that, it's just wonderful to see that we can still have an event like this, even under COVID.
The gears are still here between the drivers, for sure, you can see that. And the competition is still very, very, very strong here.
One of my mates in the UK is actually updating me on the results. So it's nice because it's being live streamed and perhaps there's more energy going into that. Like there seems to be a lot of people watching. So I think obviously it would be better if we had a crowd here and the live streaming, but under the circumstances, wow, I think it's so well supported and I'm happy. I think it's working out well.
At the end of the day, people want to see the action, they want to hear the cars, they want to smell the fuel, they want to have that sort of excitement, you know, the adrenaline pumping.
You know, at the end of the day, it's still a very good event.
Yeah, I wasn't pretty enough to be a pit poppy, so yes, I'm here so I can watch as well, yeah.
With face mask is challenging.
They motivate you all the way. You know, for 30, 40 years I've been racing, you still want your spectators. You've created a good group of guys that actually support you everywhere you go, and now you don't have them anymore. So it's a bit sad on that side.
You know, I find it so difficult because if you have to actually speak all day long and you've got something and you can't breathe, and it's really suffocating.
So the pit's a hive of last-minute frantic activity because this is it. It's come down to this for the class finals, and we've done all the qualifying runs, we've done all the practice runs, started off with 4 practice runs yesterday morning for the King of the Hill. Then there were 3 qualifiers earlier this morning, 1 more morning warm-up, 1 last free practice if you like, then quals 4, 5 and 6. Unfortunately, qualifying round 6 stopped a little early because there was a massive off with not a scratch to the driver. The car, that Nissan, unfortunately, we don't know if that's going to be racing again. I would doubt it very much. And we've just finished our class finals and the road and supercar shootout and the modified saloon car shootout. So now it's the single-seater and the sports car shootout. It is something to look forward to. This is going to be absolutely dynamite. As you heard there during that piece that we played for you, unfortunately, and we say unfortunately because we do miss them, spectators not here due to very strict COVID operational rules and protocols, which have been observed, I must say, extremely well from the organizers of the Simola Hillclimb. At the same time, absolutely necessary for all of us to stay as safe as what we possibly can. The Knysna Speed Festival actually started way back in 2009 when it was the first edition of the Simola Hillclimb. And from rather humble beginnings, the event grew very quickly between 2010 and 2012 and became one of the most popular events on the South African motorsport scene, and dare I say, even on the South African sporting scene for that matter. And some big sponsors have been involved with it as well throughout all the years. But what is impressive is the drivers that have come through these doors and staked a claim on the hill. Sarel van der Merwe, which was a winner in 2009. Ian and Jackie Schechter, king of the Hill Supercar winners in 2016. The Frenchman Jean-Michel Bayle, who was a world motocross champion and also a MotoGP racer. The American you heard earlier, where Chiro was saying Randy Popst, who came here, raced in 03, 07 and 8, as well as 2010. And the 1996 North American Touring Car Champion. There's a list of really fine ones. Franco Scribante, of course, the winner of the CCF 2014, 16 and 19, and overall King of the Hill in 2014, 2016, and he is the modified Saloon winner in 2019. Willem Bart won it in 2011 all the way back, and Judy Goodside, Jeff Mortimer, Richard Roots, the King of the Hill Supercar winner in 2017, 18 and 19, and then Andre Besaidnout as well. He has done some incredible work here. Robbie Smith, Mike Briggs, Dion Hubert. Right, here we go then. It is the classes competing against each other. This is Francois Cowley, who's in class A5. Let's see how Cowley goes here.
Pop down to chat to Andre Besaidnout's team. They've got a data engineer there, and he said, give me 10 minutes, I'll give you the answer. So in the next break, I'll go down and I'll get Andre's top speed for you.
Brilliant.
So we've just received the class final results, and we're going through them for you now.
So this is the shootout then for the top 3 in the A5 category. This is Francois Cowley, and he is joined by Feroz Ibrahim and JP van der Walt in the Porsche. And that means that van der Walt will definitely have the edge on them. There's no doubt about that. Here's Willy Stander in A1 in the Opel.
So we actually, Cars.co.za actually has a lovely little Superbus, Arnie. Yeah, we restored one. It's a stunning thing. It's in maroon. I've had the pleasure of driving it around a racetrack, and what a machine that thing is. It used to be in the hands of Mike Briggs, of course, in the Group N racing, and was a champion 3 times, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
That would make sense. They were really, as a street car, they were also particularly fast in those days too. They really produced some wonderfully quick engines.
No, it's still fast. It has such a curiosity. The branches from the exhaust go out the front towards the bumper and then go right under the block of the engine, and they sit maybe 2-3 centimeters off the tarmac, and so you barely can get that thing over any speed bumps. It's not the most practical car in the world.
Jonathan Needham up and running. That's the Shelby. He's competing in class A7.
Supercharged Shelby 5-liter V8. Fantastic noise from that thing.
So I've got the answer for you on our question already. They've spoken to Colin. They told Colin to tell us, which has told our director, and our director has told us top speed 250 k's an hour.
There we go. I was 10 off.
Yeah.
Not bad.
No, that's unforgivable.
So 250 up that main straight, which isn't actually that long. You know, it looks fairly long on camera, but in real life, it's to get to 250 in that space of time. That thing is hauling.
I figure that cannot be much more than 220 meters at a stretch. That's straight. Yeah, I don't think that's much more than 220 odd meters. So Jonathan Needham clocks 52.991. Feroz Ibrahim, as he is also on the way. He's competing against Francois Cowley, and Cowley making a time of 56.9. So in his Beamer, Feroz will be wanting to beat that at this stage.
And here he goes up that main straight that we were just talking about. He's kept to the right of the track, which has some fairly significant bumps, but the Z4 handling them without too much bother.
Slightly wide there, wasn't he?
Yeah, I've noticed the drivers mostly taking a fairly wide line through turn 3. As we were speaking earlier, the exit is blind, and you kind of can choose where you want to apex and choose the best line for yourself, but it does seem like everyone's been quite far off the edge of the tarmac into the center of the track.
I've noticed that the single-seaters take that a little tighter.
Yes, I think they can, probably just because of that extra downforce, so they can afford to run it a little bit wider on the exit.
Ibrahim then clocks 53.615, so he's ahead of Francois Cowley in A5. Here's Jared Yeo in the Porsche, and boy, has he only produced with this car. I know it's going quick. I know it's going like the clappers at the moment, but there's something very stately about the way that he takes this up the hill.
It's such a beautifully balanced chassis that, and I'd imagine it's running Porsche's PDK gearbox, which I'm not going to try pronounce it in German because that would be embarrassing.
No, come on, try it. Come on.
Or you know, I might swear in German or something like. But it's Porsche Doppelkupplung or something along those lines. But it's basically a dual clutch gearbox, and it is lightning quick, but I mean lightning quick, and it makes the best of that turbocharged 2-liter 4-cylinder motor there.
So, Jared Yeo, how is that? A sub-50 clocking right at the end of the day here, 49.755, and he has got a 4-second gap over Willy Standard in Class A1. That is terrific stuff. Here is Mr. Potgieter in that beautiful Alpha. If you are an Alpha fan, then you will love this thing.
So, if you've just joined us, welcome to the stream. If you're on the Cars.co.za channel, you may recognize my voice. Thanks for joining us. And the format of the hill is the main competition is broken down into categories. What you're seeing on your screen right now is the category for stock standard road cars. So everyone gets to compete at Simola.
In category A3, this is Potgieter in that maroon yellow Alpha of his. It's beautifully turned out, nice and clean. He's got that going through the S's quite nicely. The last right-hander, he goes as wide as he can and goes through. And wow, 50.642 for Piets. Talk about Piet. Now we're at the anglicised Peter Lindenberg for this one, and he's off and running in the Shelby.
I'd really just like to commend Jared Yeo in the Porsche because he is significantly down on power and displacement compared to Piet Potgieter in the Alfa Romeo, but he is running a little quicker, about 9/10 of a second quicker. So Jared Yeo is making the most of the smaller power and displacement in that Porsche 718 Cayman.
So Lindenberg in the Shelby. Let's look at him one more time. Again, it bears repeating, there's virtually nothing that in motorsport and in water sport that this man has not done. Also a fine water skier, water ski champion in his time. And here he goes. Got that a little bit sideways and then through the S's. Let's have a look at how clean he gets through there. That's as tight as that can go as well. He rattled that pool noodle's teeth.
Yeah, he does everything quickly. I'd imagine when he's warming up food in the microwave, he gets very impatient.
Richard Roots on the way. Mr. Everything when it comes to motorsport. There's hardly anything in this country on the tarmacs of the various racetracks from Kyalami all the way through to Kalani in Cape Town that he hasn't been victorious in.
Richard Roots, such a good driver. As we were chatting earlier, he beat the very well-renowned Randy Post when Randy Post was out here a couple of years back. Such a pleasure to meet him and have him out here at Simola. He's a real gentleman, Randy Post, but unfortunately he couldn't beat Richard Roots in a Nissan GTR, and I think it came down to something like 3/1000ths of a second between the two of them. It was extremely close.
Beautiful. This is the 2-liter 4-cylinder John Cooper Works.
Yeah, he picked up a little bit of dirt there before the policeman.
48.564. I think that is Reggie's fastest clocking. Here's Gordon Nicholson and his Audi.
So if you've just joined us, there aren't actually policemen on the track. What we're referring to is the orange bollards, which you'll see on the inside of the corners there, on the apex of the corner, and that is to prevent the cars from leaving and exceeding the track limits. We also call them pool noodles.
Well, they are those noodles that your kids would swim with if you have them in the pool, and where you teach your kid to swim with safely at first. They've got a wound spring on the inside, and then they painted that neon orange to make sure that the drivers can all see them. He gives them a wide berth, does Nicholson here.
Yeah, they won't actually cause any damage to the car, and we have seen a few of them being shattered over the course of the weekend. They just literally disintegrate. So no harm to driver or car.
47.1 for Gordon Nicholson. And there goes JP van der Walt in this Porsche of his. Oh man, it is off the line so quickly. I'd love to know what he does. He's 0 to 100 in it must only be 2-point-something seconds.
Extremely fast car, and Porsche will also just, you know, if you're not satisfied with the GT3 RS, well, you can have the GT2, which is even faster. So, but for me, the GT3 RS is the sweet spot. It's a wonderful car. It handles beautifully. It's incredibly well made. You can have it fitted. Well, I think it comes actually standard with a roll cage inside it from the factory. One of the few cars that does these days, and just a wonderfully stiff chassis makes the most of all of its power.
This, to give it its full title, the GT3 RS 991 Generation 1. And it's called that for a reason, because it's just gone position number 1, 45.858. So, there we go then.
And a little bit of a lull in proceedings as the next class gets underway.
So that then is the end of the supercars, and JP van der Walt produces that 45.858. This is lovely. Gordon Nicholson with his 47.1, and then Richard Roots 48.5. How interesting to see that the Mini has got itself right up there.
Yeah, I don't think it's every day you're going to see a Mini beat a Porsche, but in the hands of Richard Roots, anything is possible.
Here we go now, the big bangers. You can hear them.
Just look at those Pirellis. Incredible slick tires.
Franco Di Matteo.
Not the most furious start from him. I wonder if he's just nursing a gearbox or some of the drivetrain there and not trying to be ballistic off of the start. But he is away now. That's quick out of turn 2.
Look at that. These cars don't show you as much of leaving the tarmac over the whoop-de-doos.
You know, when the cars are coming straight at the camera like that, Arnie, it's actually difficult to ascertain the speed that they're moving at. But if you were standing next to that hill and that car came past you, you'd know about it. Yep. It's quick.
You'd be able to see that it's coming quick. Oh, it's gone. Through the line, Di Matteo goes. 43.375 it is for the man in the Jaguar, with which is being held together by duct tape and a lot of spit and a little bit of chewing gum.
Yeah, big off for Franco Di Matteo yesterday, and as we were saying earlier, in his own words, he thought his car was in the bin, but they rescued it out of there, used some industrial strength duct tape. I don't think they got that at Midas. That would have been especially flown in from somewhere.
Which makes you wonder about the aerodynamics. You know, let me tell you, I was there when they were putting it together. I actually said on our opening part for the show, it's not often that you get a car getting Botox and a little bit of plastic surgery right in front of you, but that's what they were doing. They were sticking it full of duct tape, and boy, oh boy, it really, really seems to have worked.
Yeah, aero is so important. You definitely don't want any damage to the bodywork of the car. The bodywork will have been honed to create downforce, to make the car slippery as well, as slippery as possible through the air. You've got to reduce that drag coefficient as well as create downforce. It's quite a tricky balance, actually, in engineering terms. As we watch the Mini in the hands of Richard Roots absolutely plow up the course.
Staying as far left as he can, left, 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 and then finally he makes that move to get it over. Look at him getting it sideways. I actually noticed that on the live run, and I thought to myself, there are very few guys who could have rescued that. Richard Roots did.
Yeah, in a front-wheel drive car like that, if you lift off a little bit, you get what's known as lift-off oversteer. But the great thing is that if you get back on the power, the front wheels, if they've got traction, they'll actually pull the car straight. and he is on the very edge there.
Did you notice that he did a bit of farming there?
Yeah, that was close, because just next to, I mean, if you look in the foreground of your shot right now on screen, there's a trench. That trench runs all the way to the top of the hill.
Yep.
And Richard Ritz was flirting with it right at the top there.
That's built there for water runoff. The Lamborghini with Silvio Scribanti in the pilot seat. It's launch time.
And when I'm big, I hope I get to race a Lamborghini at this one.
Give it 10 years, okay? Beautiful.
That's my ambition. Struggling over those bumps in the middle of the straight there, very stiffly sprung this car will be. Such a beautiful race car. The Huracan, already a pretty good looking car, but then in race trim it is dramatic.
The top 10 racing out now in the modified Saloon cars. Di Matteo setting that time of 43.3. What can Scribanti do? He knows what he needs to do. What can he do? And he does do it. 42.386. So he goes over the top of Di Matteo.
It still just puts into context for me how fast Franco, his brother's car, the tin-top Nissan and the tin-top Nissan of Aladdin Bard. You know, when you see that Lamborghini running 42s and you realize Franco's running 39s in a GTR, it just shows you how extreme the Kraken is.
The Lotus of Charles Hubert is on the way. That massive wing at the back, creating the downforce he needs.
So I did get, I got a friendly WhatsApp from a friend of mine at Toyota. Shout out to you, Rian, if you're listening. Thanks for correcting me. I was told that one of our low tires is running an R34 GTR engine. It's actually running an R35 GTR engine. So more modern, more powerful, more dramatic, and it is pushing that Lotus up the hill very quickly.
That Lotus Elise of Charles Hubert has clocked 41.365. Peter Zili on the way.
The red MR2 3.5-litre Toyota engine, actually in their highly modified though. And one of the best sounding cars on the grid, that's for sure.
No doubt. No doubt about it whatsoever. And lovely looking as well on top of it all in fire engine red.
He's pushing in class B4. He's got it all to play for now. Flying up the second straight. That is quick. I think this is the quickest I've seen him all day.
He's got the MR2 on a string at the moment. Look at that. Thrown it into the right and the left. And here he is, the last right-hander, past the transponder as he goes. And Zili produces a 40.4.
That's quick. 9/10 of a second faster than his competitor in B4, Charles Hubert in the Lotus. He'll be chuffed with that. But the other Lotuses, Lotus are still yet to come out. So can Zili hang on?
This is the Subaru of Anton Cronier. Let's look at him. He's stayed far right-hand side to ease himself into that left-hander, and he's gone over those bumps. Didn't look like that had too much of a problem for him on road contact. Now he stays left, 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 and then sneaks in through the hard right-hander.
The B4 category is actually the largest category we have here up the hill. It's the most competitive. You could argue all the cars are turbocharged.
And Cronier finishes in third place at this stage with a time of 42.2. That's going to change. You can be certain as Charles Arangis blasts away in that lovely orange and light blue, baby light blue Lamborghini. Look at that. Collected some dirt on the way. Is that going to affect his road holding with those tires?
So now we're into Class B7 with Arangis. He's up against the other Lamborghinis, the backdraft Lotus running a Lexus engine, and Franco Di Matteo's Jaguar.
So it is Zili, Hubert, Cronier, Scribanti, Di Matteo. Let's see where Arangis slots in. He has been so solid all weekend long, yesterday and today. Look at that, he's on the line. It is on the limit, folks. And Arangis second, 41.081 at this stage. The top six have gone so far. We know which order they're in right now. That is going to change, though, as Willie Bart goes up the hill. He's had this Nissan listening to him superbly all day today, after not being able to post anything decent to talk about yesterday.
So now we're into the B5. So all the B classes are running concurrently right now in this class final, but this is B5 with Wilhelm Bart. He is up against Franco as well in his Nissan. And this is an extremely competitive field. These guys are all fighting for sub 40 times here. And can Wilhelm sink below the 40s for the first time this weekend?
Let's have a look. No, 41.829. That only leaves him in 4th spot right now. My, oh my, oh my. That's really interesting. I think that he missed there. Maybe that launch wasn't quite what he would have liked. So Wilhelm Bart is in 4th place at the moment. And that is very, very interesting indeed.
So there'll be silverware for all the top 3 in the classes later this evening at the prize giving, as the Ferrari-powered Wild Rose Gin Low Tie rolls up to the start line.
2 cold ones, please.
Yep, no. Looking forward to one of those later.
Launches with the Lotus. Oh, my word. It gets right into your gut. We're right above the start line, and I could feel that in my shoelaces. He's off and running. Looking good. That's a good start. It was a good launch as well.
That is an angry Italian, and I have met some angry Italians in my life. But not as temperamental as a typical Italian, because he's been running perfectly all weekend. I don't think he's missed a single practice or qualifying, and now here he is in the class final.
Right. You're absolutely right. He hasn't put a foot wrong. He's put it on the accelerator every single time when he's needed to, and on the brake when he's needed to as well. Let's have a look. It looks like from the course, it may look like he's hit one of the policemen. That may negate his run.
If he does keep his time, though, he is second in his class of B4 to Peter Zeele, who's sitting on a 40.4. That was a 40.7 for Davy Hubert.
Wade van Zummeren on the line. We're going to let the car talk here. Wow.
This is Class B5 now. This is where all the big monsters are lurking. Franco Scribante, Wilhelm Bart, Wade van Zummeren, all going for glory here in Class B5. Oh! That was a moment.
Well, 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 and again.
That was a real moment there, pushing very hard out of turn 2, and he collected some dirt, and I'm glad.
Oh, hold on, Wade. Hold on, boy. Oh my word.
Abort the run. Abort. No, he's still going for it. Wow. Arnie, you okay there? My heart's in my chest.
Oh, he's ruined it for everyone. He's taken out every single policeman up there. Well, 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 even though he'd gone that wild, that's 41.105, but there isn't a policeman left out there.
That was like watching a barely controlled accident.
Oh, I just saw Frankenstein right here in front of us going, because he transformed into a beast there. That was everywhere.
So here's his first adventure off the track. This replay is going to be one of the better replays of the day. There's his second adventure off the track now on the right-hand side. And watch how out of shape he gets out of the exit of turn 3.
Jeepers, Chiro, I don't know how he held on to it like that. That is incredible driving. At the same time, it's utterly mad, but at the same time, it is unbelievably superb how he held on to it and saved it every time.
That was some manic and impressive car control. Four-wheel drifting into the first of the S's. Here's where he takes out all the policemen. There's one gone. One exploding policeman for you. Debris high in the air. Here goes the second one.
Loses it there too. Cheers, see ya. And through. I wonder if this is going to result in a fine of some sort. Wow.
The destroyer of pool noodles, Wade van Zummeren, keeps his car on the black stuff just long enough to get over the line, and unfortunately not fast enough, though, to take on the winners in that class. Wilhelm Bart coming in second, and I think we're yet to see... Sorry, this class isn't over because we're yet to see Scribante come out.
Quite right. So... that is going to take a while, because I think there is pool noodle everywhere out there at the moment. It's really quite scary. I don't know how he saved the big one when he was at both wheels, left-hand side off. He's on this side trying to fight it, and he kept it in a line and then pulled it back again.
I think you and I had heart attacks on his behalf.
I don't know how he felt in there.
When he was skittling from side to side, I mean, he took on dirt out of the exit of turn 3. First, he takes on dirt on the extreme left of the track, well, left of our screen.
Our side.
Then ping pongs over to the right, takes on dirt there, keeps it in the dirt, and just to remind you, there is a trench the whole way up the side of this road.
You can clearly see it on your right-hand side of your screen. So here's the first time, and that may actually have been which started all the drama, because you pick up debris and stuff in the tires here. There's no doubt about that. Okay, but now he's lost shape. He knows he's got to control it. Now he's picked up even more. Now, like you say, he's skittling to the other side, and that's where the trench is. There it is there. If he goes another foot and a bit, it's overs cadovers, folks.
Oh, that is some of the best rescuing I've ever seen.
Rescue 911 couldn't do that.
Four-wheel drifting into the S's. This is a Quattro car, or rather not Quattro, that's Audi. This is a all-wheel drive car. And
wow.
Absolutely on the limit. Pool noodle 1, off you go.
Oh.
Well, Wade van Zummeren, you have successfully provided significant entertainment for the afternoon, so thank you very much for that. And we're glad the entertainment ended on a positive note.
If I don't live to 101, it's his fault.
Yeah.
He's just taken 10 years off my life. There is no doubt. Wow, that is really exciting. Which I guess refers back to the fact that the boys are just, and the girls are letting it hang out here. Absolutely. Six love. They're giving it a 101%, and be damned. That's it.
I don't think I've ever seen somebody overstep the limit of their cars and the limit of the mechanical grip so many times in one run and still get to the top of the track.
Absolutely.
So kudos to him, and kudos to him for not bailing out. I mean, if it was me, I would have been like, right, well, that's it.
You like this?
Let's call it a day. You know, off to the pub for a mid-strength beer and a panado.
Wow. And not in that order either, I want to tell you. Gee, that is scary.
Another replay for you here.
Let's just take you through how things stand then at the moment with the timing, as well as we take a look at some of those runs. So Peter Zili in the Toyota, 40.402 at an average of 170 k's an hour. Charles Orangi's in 41.0. Charles Hubert, 41.3. Then it's Wilhelm Bart, 41.8. Anton Cronier, 42.2. Then Silvio Scribanti in that other beautiful Lamborghini, 42.3. Franco Di Matteo in his Jag, patched together, one must say, at 43.3.
And on your screens right now, we've traveled back to a time when our pool noodles still existed. After Van Zimmeren's run, there's none left. I wonder how many we get. Can you get Ian on the phone and see how many he's got?
Yeah, he may be out of stock right now.
I think we're done.
Out of stock. Well, could you pop down to the pool place, please, for us?
Yeah, we're going to have to cut some up and get them on the side of the track. The thing is, I mean, we're having a laugh, but it has got to be fair for all the competitors. We need to get them back in place so that the competitors know where the track limits are. You can't have some competitors being able to cut the corners and some being able and not being able to, and that's why we've paused racing now.
The man who was in the hot seat with me early when we opened up this morning, the MSA steward, that's Motorsport South Africa steward, Francois Jordan, was saying there's one thing that you want. You want it to be equitable. And in all sport, that's what you want. Okay, so they've cleaned up the debris. They've stuck the pool policemen back in their spots. And here we go. Can he produce something under 40.4? One would assume so, but he needs it all to go well. He needs it all to go according to plan. Franco Scribanti, defending champion.
That's a good noise, that. So this is Class B5. Franco Scribante with the monster from down under. His car built by specialists in Australia, if I'm not mistaken. And it has an incredibly extreme aero package with a huge spoiler on the front. Not only just a splitter running along the ground, but a spoiler on the nose of the car, creating a massive amount of downforce, pushing those tires into the front.
There's a lot of smoke coming out of the car for the first time. We haven't seen that as of yet. Scribanti, and the man who raced to win in 39.3 2 years ago. Here we go. Let's see what he's got. Scribanti, 40.522. Peter Zili's got him.
That's pretty impressive. So not Franco's best run because he has been in the 39s. And I'm just looking at the class list. Arnie, Peter Zeely will be okay, though, because he's B4. So, so not bothered by Scribante, and Scribante not bothered by him. Currently in B5, Scribante leads. But in the 40s, he's a bit vulnerable, though.
Let's go down to Colin Hastie in the pits. Collie, let's take it away, boy.
Well, there's no classes. We sat here watching with the Zeely team. They've just won it. Surprise, surprise. Peter Zeely first, Franco Scavanti second, Charles Rangi's third. Rita, ongelooflijk.
I can't speak.
You can see the joy, the relief. Freddie, what a blooming surprise. We were standing there and said, hey, if something happens to Scrivanti, you might get a bonus.
Yes, yeah, no, we didn't expect this at all. I mean, we were hoping for like third, you know, but I mean, this was like a flippant surprise from Peter as well. I mean, he drove well, he kept cool, so yeah, it was lekker.
It is a mega, mega surprise. Rita still, are you sending him a message on his phone?
I am.
We're not allowed to hug, but what the hell, congratulations. What a mega thing. Let's go back here. We never like to see people who haven't made it, but they came, they fought, they had troubles, and they fought properly. Quivers, you guys must be disappointed. You came, you fought, you brought the right weapon. Man, you battled.
You know, Uncle Colin, I said to Franco, just do a nice, clean run. And I think we didn't expect to do a 40.5, and it was like 0.1 that we lost out. We just wanted to get it done and bring the car home. Unfortunately, we came second, and congratulations to Peter and them. They did good. They were the better team, and congratulations to them.
But it was a massive fight, and that's what you come here for.
100%. It was a massive fight, and we always enjoy coming here.
Well done, guys. I'd love to see a good battle go down.
Thank you very much, Uncle.
There's one more car we want to talk to, Wade van Zummeren. Mr. Noodle. There's Mr. Noodle. Please put a mask on, Mr. Noodle. We'll carry on calling him Mr. Noodle. Wade. How many noodles did you bang down?
No, a couple.
And did it just get to the point where you thought, what the hell?
Yes, no, when I pulled up, it was giving a little bit of trouble. And then the tires were cold and all that when we went around the first corner, and when I hit the one cone, I didn't really, because I knew I was going to get disqualified, so I just kept it flat all over the show. And it just kept it buried there up the hill and all that, just to try. I mean, the team worked hard, and we tried. And then, unfortunately, we waited up on top there for so long, and the tires didn't come to, it was just all over the show.
You know, when you came down the hill, you seemed a little bit despondent that you were out of the top 10 shootout. Then, by some miracle, you were in because you did qualify.
Yes.
And look at you now.
Yes, after you said we're in, then we thought we'd come back to the pits, and lucky we had a spare old fuel pump and everything to take out the tank and put another one in, and then we tried.
Wade, you brought the wildest, most spectacular, awesome machine here from the bottom of my heart. I've got to say thank you so much for blowing my hair back, literally. Amazing.
Thanks, glad you enjoyed it, and I hope the spectators enjoyed it too, the last run.
Well done.
Thanks.
Mr. Noodle. And look what they've done. They've given him a noodle. You've got to absolutely. Right, we're back on track. Let the cars do the talking.
Thanks, Colin. Mr. Noodle, indeed. Maybe he can bring out, 40-second noodles.
But that's good. No, that's good. I applaud that one. But I just love how they found a bit of pool noodle in the car. Like, you know, Wade van Zummeren brought some home with him. Which I thought was
gotta love it. Megan Verloc is on the way, and she's finished her run in Class C. This is a 47.8 run for her. James Forbes in his ADR is next on the road. Let's see how clean this run of his is.
And I saw Megan climbing into that little Suzuki buggy, and it's like climbing into the world's fastest bath. Basically.
Are we back to jacuzzis again? Oh, man, come now.
It's a water-themed commentary sessions.
With noodles and baths, and we're H2O today.
Yeah. Well, thankfully the water hasn't been falling out of the sky, so we had to make up for it.
Let's be honest, we did mention it earlier, the weather has been fantastic. So here we go, third in this lineup. And Andrew Schofield in the Mygale, he's off and running.
Quick car this as well. And the beginning of the Wings and Slicks cars now going up the hill. And we are now into the class finals in the C class.
So Andrew Schofield is flying along. Right, so he's going very nicely indeed. Is Schofield, let's have a look at him through the complex here. That's nicely done. Now through the S's. Right, left. Into the last right-hander. This transponder waits for him. He nabbed the dirt there just a tad. But Schofield clocks at 47.456. Oh, this is so beautiful. Michael Verrier in the Shelby. It's such a big sounding, big looking car. Verrier going along and going along nicely. It's a 3.5 litre 6-cylinder Can-Am, which dates all the way back to 1989.
Michael Verrier having a really good weekend. He's been extremely consistent, and that's just what you want to see. If you can go home consistently posting your best times, then you go home with a smile on your face.
There you go then. And over the line he goes, and Verrier clocks 43.6. Rui Campos. And he's on the way.
Rui Campos of the Trucking Dynasty, bearing his name. And that's actually, the livery of this car actually matches his transport trucks as well. This is very distinctive orange and white. You definitely will have seen it on South African roads.
Dr. Mike Verrier clocking his fastest time of the day. Earlier he'd gone 44.0, but this time they're nipping under 44, and by a very healthy margin of almost 0.04 of a second. He's thrown down the gauntlet here, 43.6. Let's see what Rui Campos can do. Such a beautifully turned out car. Love the way he throws it around. And he's gone top 40. Oh my word, it is so close. 41.676. That's beautifully done. Wow, that's quick.
So leading Class C right now, Rui Campos 41.6.
Devin Robertson in the Radical. Another one of those cars that just makes you think that the faster it goes, the more the downforces and the aerodynamics are going to squeeze it back onto the tarmac.
Suzuki powered, one of the other Suzuki powered vehicles on the track. And not much power required there because the Radical weighs under 500 kilograms. It's extremely light and just so planted.
The SR1 Club Sport, and that goes across the line. That's now gone to the top in 41.075.
Yeah, a good 0.5 of a second faster than Rui Campos in the Shelby. So fantastic run there from Devin Robertson.
Here's the youngster in his Reynard, Andrew Rackstraw.
What can he pull out? He's been pretty fast all weekend, getting the most out of this VW Reynard. One of the more extreme looking cars in the field.
Look at the lovely line he took there. He hit that absolutely perfectly. Same here as well. Through the S's now, throws the back around. Last right-hand turn, and he goes top at 40.91. The Reynard of Byron Mitchell is up and running. Let's have a look at his lines here. Every single bit that you can squeeze out. 0.10 could make the difference here. In fact, 0.01 could make the difference here. Look at him go. Stays far right.
Well, you're spot on, Arnie, because right now splitting the top two Rackstraw and Robertson is only 0.159 seconds. That's all there is between them. And so can Byron Mitchell split them or hopefully jump Rackstraw? That's what he'll be hoping to do.
It's been a very good run so far. There was a little bit of a twitch and he may have almost lost the back right there, but he comes across the line and he goes top at 40.381. Wow, that's 0.5 of a second. That's a half a second faster than the rest of them.
And a quick burnout there from the A1 GP car under Robbie Volk. Here he goes.
That started pulling towards the left a little early on, and now he's got it under control. Oops, little twitch there. He's pushing hard. He's going wide here on the big sweep into the right-hander. Now up the main straights.
Yeah, Volk knows that there's everything to play for here. If he's going to chase Andre Bezuidenhout in the Gould GR55, he has to have an absolutely perfect run and get absolutely everything he can out of the A1 GP Ferrari.
Rattled those because the wind ripped them along as he went. Now tight into that left-hander. Or did he hit one of the pool policemen there?
I think it might have been debris, Arnie. Well, I hope it was, because it would be sad if that run was expunged. And it's on our screen, so we'll report it as is. 37.2 for Robbie Volk.
That is really, really quick. Now, Andre Bezuidenhout, let's just watch this run, love it, admire it, and cherish it. He's going quickly. There's the long right-handed sweep again. Not much effect there on the bumps and the lumps.
He was telling us that he might have to avoid the bump on the right by sticking to the left, but it seems that he has chosen to stay on the right up that main straight. We'll see if that affects his time. He thinks there's a 34 on today, and in a couple of seconds we will find out if he can go sub 35.
He has! 34.965. Oh, wow. Andre Bezuidenhout, you are a champion. There it is. They've just been told in his pits that he's nailed it, and he's nailed it big time. I was going to say to you, this looks like his best run so far, and wow, it is 34.965. Andre Bezuidenhout, what a champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the first time anyone has gone under 35 at the Simola Hillclimb. It was a barrier that I suppose many thought would never be broken, but Andre had a feeling, he had a gut feel that it was on today, and it was indeed. And I think as the track gets cooler, I'm not sure he's going to be able to go quicker than that. So my gut feel is that's the quickest time of the day, 34.965 for Andre Bezuidenhout.
A brand new mark set again. He said yesterday already that he can go sub 35, and boy oh boy is produced. I kept on thinking to myself that his lines look absolutely perfect. Here's a look again back at Robbie Volk's 37.205, an average of 183 k's an hour, but Bezuidenhout with that sub 35 clocking of his actually averages 195 and a half k's an hour. That is as close as you can to 200 k's an hour. Chiro, that is just breathtaking.
Well, I think, Arnie, you and I and everyone watching today have just witnessed history being made, because that 35 barrier, it stood looming in the distance and challenging everyone to try and take it on. It did look like Andre could get there, and he has.
This incredible run of his, just look at how much of the road he used, yet he kept it very economical, very tight. Not once did he look out of control, but he absolutely blasted this. Wow, there's a little twitch for the first time, maybe, if you look at it in replay. Through the S's. That last right turn into it and out, and he got such a beautiful line on it. And when we looked up at our timing screen, 34.965. I'll just repeat again, 195.624 k's an hour average. Wow. That is just incredible.
Covering just over 2 kilometers with massive elevation change in under 35 seconds is a remarkable achievement. The car is a Gould GR55 from Britain. It is a hill climb special. It's running a McLaren engine, a 2.8 litre, I do believe. They also came out with 3.3 litre naturally aspirated V8 McLaren engines, and he used to run a Dallara F1 car up the track. That was a beautiful thing to witness in the hands of Andre Bezuidenhout. He then switched over to the Gould, and he's running even quicker. And that should give you an idea of how fast this Gould is, that he went from an F1 car to this and has now set a new record.
Let's go live to Colin as he waits to talk with some winners in the pits.
I've got JP van der Walt, who's king of the hill, Supercars. Congratulations. How was that run?
Thank you. Yeah, it was. I'm happy. You know, we had a tough day, a tough morning. Got a punch at the top, got a bit of damage on the car, but we managed to sort out everything and came back and won our class and the Supercar class, king of the hill. Yeah.
So that is for a dead standard car. Well, apart from the Akrapovic exhaust pipe on it. One of the questions the guys were asking is, how does that car launch off the line so well?
Yeah, that's Porsche. Eh? It's so unbelievable off the line. I mean, for a two-wheel drive car to put the power down like that is amazing. And yeah, just to answer you on the Akrapovic, so you are allowed to run in the stock class, the Acro, and the reason for that is you can buy through Porsche, so it's allowed on the vehicle. But otherwise, the car is stock standard.
I think it should be made standard on all flat six motors because it makes it sound so very nice.
Sounds beautiful. Eh? So unique to that engine.
And what's next for you?
Well, we'll go back home. We managed to get our trophies, expensive trophies, but yeah, we'll scratch our heads and decide what we're going to do next year. Maybe a Turbo S in a different class with slicks on. We'll think about it.
JP, congratulations. That was absolutely amazing entertainment. Well done.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Champion, king of the hill of the supercars, JP van der Walt. Well done. Thanks, man. Right, let's go to some others. Who would have thought 34.9? They thought 34.9. We want to get, there is the, let's turn around here. Moeti, this is too important here. Let's go back here, because they're in the distance. He hasn't come down yet. The Gould will come rolling down the hill, and then we can talk again. But coming up the hill here, right behind us, Rita, I think Rita Zili, Peter Zili's wife, has calmed down a little bit. It came down to the last run for Scrivanti. Peter had built and built and built. We spoke about his rhythm. And have you got any nails left? I mean, look at you, you shake.
Almost off. Yeah, but our team was absolutely phenomenal today. I mean, they pulled out that CV that broke between quali 5 and 6 within half an hour, and you know how much work it is.
That was fast, even for Freddie.
They can go and work for the Formula One team. Really, no, today was special.
Awesome. You've got to be very, very proud of Peter, and surprise!
No. Tequila on its way.
A party of notes. Yeah. Which you only... Well done. Congratulations. Right, we've... Right in the distance. Moeti, come, let's go. Let's go. Come walk with us. You got to run, Rita. Get excited. We're going to run up here because this is King of the Hill on this modified Saloons. Peter Zili, congratulations. Who would have thought?
Well, that's a very nice surprise, I must say.
I mean, you built over the whole week, or over all the runs. You tuned it, you modified it, you fixed the CV joints. You did it.
Yeah, no, I'm very chuffed. Thank you, Colin. 34.9.
How amazed are you?
That is incredible.
Let's see if we can actually get it in there. Andre Bezuidenhout, you said you were going to do a 34. You delivered. Come, let's get out.
Wasn't a hell of a lot left there.
I'm coming round there. No, you stay there. Andre, you delivered. It was absolutely proper.
Well, you know, if you say I'm going to do something, I always try and deliver. But at some point in time this afternoon, I thought, shit, maybe it's not there. But thank God, at the end of the day, it was there. So glad. You know, just amazing.
Did everything go okay? It was just to plan?
You know, the car was unbelievably well prepared. Divan and his team and Steve Humble and company and my best supporter. I mean, she was here when she was 11 days old when I won it the first time. The second year, last year, we missed out on COVID. But it was just an amazing event. And I mean, this last run was so bloody... It was so tough in a way. And, you know, you saw all the rubbish that was thrown up, unfortunately, by who's it, Martin. So when I went across that, you know, you could see it in the road, and you don't know whether it's just sand or whether it's oil. But at the end of the day, it was a fantastic run, and I'm very happy.
I can see from your face, your wife was jumping up and down, absolutely ecstatic. The whole team went crazy.
She should.
Andre Bezuidenhout,
Thank you.
King of the Hill, overall champion, first man sub 35, the winner, the King of the Hill single-seaters.
Amazing car.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well
no,
done, sir.
Thank you. And thank you for everybody that's here and supporting this event. You know, without this event, South Africa is poorer. I mean, there's a lot of Americans watching this. There was one year, my friend Jeff Swart says, if the feedback is good, they're coming. So thanks to everybody, and I think we're going to have some proper visitors next year.
We salute you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you to everybody.
Man, how cool is that? He delivered. He said 34, and he actually delivered on the 34. Mweti, let's try and see if we can get back to Freddie. Show everybody here, Mweti. Let's get this crowd in here because it's fantastic. Peter, sorry for, I mean, you and Freddie, Fast Freddie, kings of the hill of modified saloons. He deserves a bonus.
No, he does, as does Johan and Philip as well, and Rita.
Freddie, I know you're happy because we saw you smile. You smiled for at least 2 seconds. What does it feel inside what does it feel like?
No, it feels great. I mean, the thing is, it's like a bit of a shock, you know, because we were struggling a little bit, and then at the end, like Peter said, when it counted, we made it. So, yeah, no, it's a great feeling.
Absolutely awesome. They say red is fast. You say red is the fastest color in the world. You delivered. Congratulations, sir. King of the Hill on the modified saloons. Well done.
Thank you, Colin. Appreciate it.
Cheers. Oni, we've spoken to JP van der Walt, our other King of the Hill. The 3 kings of the hill. The only one we need is, well, there's the standard road car. We've got the modified saloon and the single-seaters. Oni, I'm about to be hoarse. I've done a lot of talking. Please, will you talk some for me?
Colin Hastie, thank you very much. I don't think you're hoarse at all. You've done a great job, and congratulations to all our winners. Wow. One is, in a certain way, I'm a bit gobsmacked because I really didn't truly think that we were going to see a sub 35. But it was clear that Andre was working it with a purpose, and the new tires, the settings on it all, the lines that he was taking over the whoop-de-doos and the rest of it. The King of the Hill, wow, how quick can he go? And he proved it. Sub 35, 35.9, 34.9, that is amazing, Chira.
Well, I've been sitting here racking my brain thinking, what sort of machinery is someone going to need to bring to this competition to ever challenge that 34.9? And, I mean, modern F1 car, maybe something in that region, you know. And the thing is, as we were speaking earlier in the week, to run one of those modern F1 cars, you need a virtual army of engineers. Yeah. And maybe, who knows, we have had V8 F1 cars in South Africa. Maybe we'll see one at Simola in the future. But Andre Bezuidenhout has really laid down the gauntlet to anyone who comes after him, saying basically, catch me if you can.
And catch me if you can is a big ask here, because that's a big victory. And at almost 200 k's an hour, call it 197 k's an hour from a standing start. He must have topped 250 k's an hour somewhere along this piece of 1.9 kilometer stretch up to the top of Simola.
And I think if you're Gould and you're watching back in Britain right now, you'll be super chuffed as well. I mean, the machine that they've put together there, I was doing some reading up on it. It is, if I'm not mistaken, the most successful hill climb car ever. I think it won 14 years in a row the British Hill Climb Championship. So it's built for this, and in the right hands, and the right hands do seem to be attached to someone called Andre Bezuidenhout, it's capable of extreme performance, and that's what we saw today. He left it to the last run, but he got it. He said a 34 was out there, and he got it.
He did it. Well, folks, it's been an absolute honor, a blast, and a pleasure to host you. So on behalf of our whole crew who have worked absolutely tirelessly to bring you these pictures wherever you may have been throughout the whole world, we thank you dearly from the bottom of our hearts for your company. We hope you enjoyed it half as much as what we did. Then you would have had an absolute blast. So for Colin Hastie, as well as Chiro Chiena and the rest of the crew, I'm Arnold Geert saying thanks for watching.
My pit pop for the weekend.
The pit crew is quite elaborate.
So she helps me with
We're enjoying the diversity of pit crew.
the tire warmers,
We've even spotted a 3-year-old pit crew around here.
belting my
Here's an official pit poppy.
putting my belts on for me, and that's a pit pop, yeah.
Yes, I have had to bribe offers to get bands to get into the Simola Hillclimb.